Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Oh boy, I am in transit. I'm on the road, so I might be going out a little bit for a little bit. This is gonna be random. I'm gonna bring people up in a little bit, hopefully. This is not gonna be a forever long stream, but I did not stream yesterday. Didn't stream this morning, so thought I'll bring y'all a short panel discussion. And we're gonna start off and finish off maybe with Anton Daniels, right? I guess we'll play this first. This will be a little nostalgic for you guys because y'all will remember Mr. Z played this once upon a time.
So I did a duet the other day that I had saw while scrolling on TikTok with DJ. It's on my profile if you want to check it out. It has the song Glorilla with the lyrics referencing, tall, dark, and handsome men. I'm just curious, about this comment right here, 44 Tory. Who's it about? Because the person I duetted this with specifically, first off, tagged snow bunnies. He was referencing white women, which is why I chose to do the duet on him. And then the last I checked, white women, Hispanic women, Asian women, black women, women of all colors and beauty can date black men. So please educate me. Who is this about? I'm here for the tea.
For those of you that remember, Mr. Z did say that the war is coming as things get tighter economically. Shout out to Mahogany Pink, wherever you are with your misandrous ass. She even said it at the end of one of her Black Men Ain't-ish field pieces. The economic landscape is going to put a foot in a lot of our rear ends, particularly women. And black women, because they're black women, are going to hold on to their pride and they're going to tell you how they don't need no man, especially on a black man, because they can't do it. And so, what you will see are white women sounding well like this.
The black kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, F it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are going to clean me right out. The black kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, F it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are going to clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get. The black kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, F it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are going to clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things and they mix and they have this beautiful baby and the process continues. So I do find that black kings often go to black queens first and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on, swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
Yep, that is where we are. If y'all checked out the link in the description box, I know I didn't give y'all much time. You will see Anton covering a video where a white woman is telling these people, black folks, black women, to stay in their own lane. I want to say this to Anton. First, we got to address something with Anton. I don't know what world Anton is living on, what planet Anton is living on. I don't know if he lives on the third rock from the sun, Earth 616, but apparently Anton is living in an alternate universe where there is no anti-blackness, no white supremacy. That's all excuses. That's all stuff that black people are making up. And Anton starts to speak about black people in victim mentality talk and not victimhood talk. Once again, Anton, we are on Earth 616. We are on the third rock from the sun. We're not in a multiverse, and you are not on a separate Earth where white hegemonic rule is not a thing, and white colonialization never happened. Yeah, I see you're doing your best rendition of the Z. Anyway, I see what you're doing, Anton. Nice, Anton. You do realize that there's been use for over a century, and it either doesn't end well for those that went down your route, excuse me, or you just kind of fall off, right? Y'all gives you a second. Car's telling me that it's Miami and Miami, or well, it's South Florida and South Florida. Better yet, because Mr. Z is not in Miami right now. It is South Florida and South Florida. That's what that was. Thank you, Car. Thank you. Continuing. So with that, let's address the video. The young lady pretty much tells black women to stay in their lane. I also want to stress this to the young lady and to Anton. We don't count dates. We count marriage. That's when black women get their feelings hurt. We don't count dating. We count marriage. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. We don't count dating. We count marriage. Everyone in America could do whatever they want to do legally with every other adult in America. That don't count. Does the person have access to your assets? That's the question. Are you married? Did that woman take on your last name? Does she live in the home with you? Does she bear your children? Does she go to family events? Does he go to family events? Do the children have his last name, his surname? If not, it don't count. You're just exchanging bodily fluids. That's what you're doing. Why, Z? Why? Because everybody talks about who they would date, who they're dating. It don't count. Are you married? Can you get married to that same person? Particularly, Mr. Z is talking to black people right now, mainly. I don't want to hear from no black people about who they dated, especially not no black woman. Don't tell me who you dated. Did they marry you? No? Okay, it don't count. Now to the young lady, white young lady. Everyone knows, white men know that there's white women getting out here and doing something strange for some change with black men. It's not about dating. Anton, it's not about dating. It's about marriage. It's about marriage. Do they have access to your assets? Because black women are getting in with white dudes and Latino guys and Arab guys. And if they are lucky enough, East or South Asian guy, maybe a Southeast Asian guy. Are those guys marrying black women in any significant number? No. Then black women get to come back to the black community after they failed to secure the ring from the non-black guy and claim loyalty. Absolutely not. Not on Mr. Z's watch. So we got to stress that. Continue. I said the war was coming. This economy is putting its foot in people's rear end. Inflation is ridiculous. Home prices are stupid. New car and used car prices are ridiculous. Now people are financing the goddamn fast food. Not to mention the tariffs. And so white women are going to go look at it, and it won't be exclusively for white men, not all. And it's going to put black women in a compromised position. Black women, you say you're not fighting for black men? Them white girls and Latinas gonna make you mean that. Even an Asian woman here or there, they're gonna make you mean that. Black men ain't ish. Non-black women gonna mean that. You could pull any man you want. You might have to exercise that. You might have to try. You want to keep your cool and look good and look like you're not desperate? Hope it works for you. Right? Because that's what we are now. The struggle is real, and you're going to watch as non-black women say, F all that, I'm going for someone that I can make something happen with. And dear black women, it may be a black man. And hopefully you could do the same with a non-black man for your sake. Right? For your sake. Right? So, and I'm sorry about that, y'all. A little borderline traffic jam that says you just got into. Okay, moving along. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yep. In the way. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Just in the way, y'all. Just moseying along. Nowhere to go, nowhere fast. All right. I'm covering this because, as I said before, the war was coming. The environment is now dictating that women start taking their knives out, start taking out their daggers, right? And sniping at each other, stabbing at each other, street fight with the knives out, with the daggers out, right? Grab your sharpest tool, no guns allowed. Grab your sharpest tool, no guns allowed. And the ladies are gonna be, oh, they beefing now. Because the environment is dictating that. No more trying to play it cool. And yes, those white women are going to come for black men. Huh? Giggity. And the Latinas. And hopefully for black women, they can at least get the mixed kid out the deal with whatever non-black man they got. Because last time I checked, every study we've ever seen coming from white men, they're not interested. It's called white hegemonic rule. That's called white patriarchy. I want white sons that look like me. That's what that's called. Hopefully it works for you, black women. Same thing with the Latinos, goddamn. So y'all seen the clip, and I'm Mrs. Did not have the time to clip it out. I'll do that, and we'll keep it, archived. We'll play it on a different stream. But yeah, the white girl, and let's be very clear. One thing Anton is correct on. Black women in particular, because white men have always let black men know that if they mess with a black woman, don't say anything. But to be fair, black men really ain't saying nothing. We know that most likely Brad gonna toss. We know. Not to mention, if you're not that type of white guy, you don't want to be levying threats because your teeth might be anyway. Moving on. With that, it's gonna be fascinating to see where black women go here. For all the invest in your friendships, in your platonic relationships. Don't discount your friendships. All that Dr. Sabrina Strings talk and all that Dr. Chris Marsh talk. Hey, these white girls are gonna make you mean it. White women are gonna make you mean it. Latinas are gonna make you mean it. You want black women to invest in their friendships and their platonic relationships and stop discounting their friendships with their girlfriends? White women and Latina women are gonna make you mean that. Because yes, you better believe they're gonna take black men. I want to be very clear what Mr. Z is saying. I'm not talking about the elites. I'm saying Latina women and white women are going to take black men from the top, from the middle, and from the bottom. Huh? That lady, Panaman said, damn it, read your chat, Z. I'm sorry, y'all. I was on the expressway. Mr. Z, unless you want Mr. Z to die. Right? Huh. But as you can see, the white women are starting to record themselves kind of taunting black women. Now, let's call it what it is. They're low-key taunting, high-key taunting black women. Huh? Now, why would they be doing that? Why would they be engaged in that? Huh? They're taunting black women because, number one, you can't really stop adults from doing what they want to do consensually. Right? Consenting adults, better yet, doing what they want to do. There you go, Z, said it better. Number one. Number two, the white women already know about what's going on in the black community. They may not know the details. They're not black. They're not on the quote-unquote black side of Twitter, but some of them are. They have a good idea of what's going on in the black community. You're not going to stop, right? You're not going to stop these white women from attempting to put their bid in for black men and making fun of you and mocking you in the process. Right? And for all the black women that say, we don't care who you date, just don't talk about us. Hey, be careful what you wish for, because that will happen. Right? And y'all gives you a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. Give me a second, y'all. And we're back for a minute or two. But yeah, so I'm covering this because, as I said before, they're going to start fighting. And no, Mr. Z did not forget about his prediction of a black woman walking into a barbershop and airing it out. And I say that in those words for a reason, because YouTube algorithm and whatnot. And yeah, not trying to get sanctioned here. But for those of you that get it, get it. And yeah, why do we think black women wouldn't respond? And yes, Anton is correct. Those black women who have just a little less pride and ego, just a smidge, just a teeny tiny bit, they will attempt to insult the white woman, mock the black man, make fun of the white woman, make fun of the black man, without actually admitting why. So Anton, you are right. It is because black women already feel like there's a shortage of quote unquote eligible black men. The black men that many women want or find desirable, and just a shortage of black men writ large. So yes, for every black man that is not with a black woman, that is one less black man for a black woman. With that, I would say if that's black women's concern, then black women should be willing to compete for black men writ large, particularly black men who are socially, economically, in better positions than the average. But their ego and their pride won't let them, right? Their ego and their pride won't let them. And so I say, struggle then, starve then, go munch on another woman then, go be the sexual plaything for your non-black coworkers then. Y'all give me a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back for a minute or two. Yeah, no, black women can hold on to their pride. They can hold on to their pride, and they can wait until they're starving to aggressive beg, right?
Niggas be so quick to let me take you on a trip. Let me take you on a trip. Pay a fucking bill. Pay a bill. Pay a goddamn bill.
Always begging. Damn.
Can we get on the phone? No, get on the phone with billing. Don't talk to me. Talk to billing.
And that's them at the end. That is black women at the end, after they've given black men the middle finger, after they've been in their little brunches with other black women saying how black men ain't ish, how they could go get them any non-black man. I could get me a white man, I could get me an Asian man, I could get me a Latino man, and that. And that's them at the end.
Do y'all like black women still? Do y'all like black women still? What do we do? Because I know I ain't did no bad stuff to black men. Like, I love black men. I ain't never even dated a white man before. I'm so loyal.
Huh? That's them at the end. Do y'all like black women still? Do y'all like yawn? Huh? Y'all gives you a second. And Indigo Flow says, and thank you for the super chat, Mr. Z is back. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. I said thank you for the super chat. I'm over here about to read Indigo Flow. I'm comment over here saying this. Anyway, Indigo says, are y'all likable? Indigo, that is the question. You know, we hear this from women writ large. This is not a black woman thing. That, you know, y'all gonna have to, essentially they're saying we're gonna have to deal with them now because men are not likable and men have been allowed to not be likable. I love the way these people speak about their fathers, their grandfathers, and their great grandfathers. For decades and centuries, men have not had to be likable, and men just had to come in with the resources. They act like acquiring resources and finding other men to keep your resources was cakewalk and easy. Okay, fine. Men just could do the bare minimum, walk in the door with the resources, and men didn't have to feel the distractions and the pausing and all this. My apologies. Moving along. Yes, women act and speak as if men are these almost irredeemable, unlikable characters, and the only way for you to redeem yourself is to worship at the almighty vulva, right? Worship at the altar of women, right? And just to make sure, you have to insult and be snarky and dismissive of men, right? You got to laugh at other men. You got to mock other men. You have to insult other men. I'm looking at you consciously, right? I'm looking at you, foreign, huh? You got to talk about other men like they're a disease, right? Because men are not likable. And so we got to let them know that they're not likable by mocking them. Okay, yeah, that's it. Let me know how that worked for your sons. When you catch your sons listening to Andrew Tate. Oh, my son's not like that. We'll see. When you catch your sons listening to Fresh and Fit, I raised him better than that. We'll see. Wait until he get that first heartbreak from that a-hole young lady that he's go to school with. Wait till you find out that she was talking to other dudes behind his back. Oh, man. Huh? Yikes. Huh? So men are not likable. Women are insanely likable. Women have personality, right? Isn't that what we're told? Men have to now develop personality. Men have to now be likable, and men just don't know how to be likable without misogynistic jokes. Everything about men is misogyny. Women, on the other hand, are infallible, particularly in the black community. Oh, you better believe it. Black women are infallible. Men, on the other hand, oh, no, absolutely not. Huh? Yikes. So, are women likable? This is a question. Shout out to Indigo Flow. This is the question that it's assumed yes. It's never asked. This is a question that never gets posed because it's just assumed it's a yes. That women are likable. By default, women are likable. Men, on the other hand, are not. Right? Men are not to be trusted. Men are not likable. Men around other men. That's either a group of LGBTQ men or a group of men making misogynistic jokes. Men are not likable. Never mind the fact that you go left and you go right. It's a whole lot of women who can't keep a friend, another female friend, for more than 5 and 6 years, especially in the black community. Huh? Oh, man. So, continuing. White girls are going white. No, let's not even do white girls. Let's call it what it is. White women and Latina women are going to come from black men. Pun intended. Right? Now that the stigma has largely dissipated, not all the way. We already know. Let's not forget that we are living in America. We appreciate it. We know what these people's parents and families are saying behind our backs. We know. Right? With that, enough and a number of Latinas, white women, even an Asian woman here or there will be in relationships with black men, will possibly marry black men. And for every black man who's not in a relationship with a black woman, that's one more black man who's not in a relationship with black women. Huh? Huh. So yes, white lady, yes, the black women find it difficult to stay in their own lane in general, but definitely concerning black men, because number one, black men belong to them, but it's not the other way around. They don't think they have to be likable. Black men have to be likable. In other words, worship at the altar of the black gynocracy. And you and other non-black women make it real difficult for black women. You and other non-black women make it difficult for black women because black men are not trapped in the black community with black women. Black men can exercise options outside of the black community. Black men can see the black gynocracy and say, you know what? I don't have to travel out of the country. I can date non-black women who do not subscribe to this. Now we understand Western society and America and how difficult it is for men writ large with American women writ large, right? For black men specifically with American women writ large. That's white, black, Latina, Asian, or otherwise. So we get that. With that, right? With that, there's just a special and more exaggerated version of this gynocracy that's going on in the black community, right? And because of that, black men they probably will, seek opportunities outside of the black community, right? And that is something that black women are going to have to deal with and see what they can make work with black men and non-black men to make up for, well, not having enough black men. So black women are going to be out here, as Mr. Z said before, they're going to be out here in the cold, right? Y'all already know. They're going to be doing their Golden Girls thing, investing in their friendships, their platonic friendships, right? They're going to be out here with the rose toy. Y'all already know that, right? Y'all have heard Z say that a million times, huh? And they're going to be out here with the rose toy. And all of this is to make up for not being in relationship with black men. And we've heard enough from black women that say they don't want to be in relationship with black men. It ain't all that, huh? Black men are a headache. Black men don't value them. Black men are colorist, featurist, texturist, right? Fat phobic. Yeah. Wow. And Kunguru says, and thank you for the super chat, black men often earn admiration. Yeah, black men often earn admiration for their relationship style, while black women are sometimes seen as difficult, creating a contrast that other groups quietly take note of. Jack Morgan RLP, who I told y'all about, he literally said that. Kunguru, this is a white guy in South Florida, traveled to the West Coast, been in multiple states, multiple locations, has quote unquote dated, according to him, 3 different black women. So he smashed 3 different black women, right? And he literally said the same thing you said. And he jabbed at black women, and he said, you see why black men ain't dealing with them? I have it downloaded. I'll clip that part out and play it eventually. I already told y'all what it is. It's black women resenting everyone for not making them white women. And so you'll have black women who engage in LGBTQ. This is their middle finger to everyone for not making them white women. You'll have black women say, to hell with it. If any man deal with me, he got to worship at the altar of me and other black women. All of this is their response to not being politically and socially white women. You'll have black women who say, you know what? I'm going to double and triple and quadruple down with the materialism. And any man who wants to engage with me has to be willing to spend exorbitantly, because this is how I make up for not being a white woman. This is that black women in luxury talk, right? All of that. And y'all gives you a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And Ross says, it's not any mansy, it's just us. They'll happily ride the bus with Brad. Yes and no. Yes and no. Some black women. Some black women. Not all. Right? Yes and no. White skin does pay in dividends. This is true. But some black women are like, yeah, look, why would I even? I've literally heard a black woman say that. I've heard black women say that in person, and I've heard black women say that online. Which is, why would I even deal with a white man if I'm not leveling up, right? So yeah, no, that's the thing. Yes, absolutely, there are black women. Yes, you're 100% right. Who are not messing with no white man. Period. Then there's other black women that they'll mess with the white man, but he got to be a level up. Then there are other black women who they'll deal with any white man. Those are the ones you're talking about, and that does exist. Yes, you are absolutely right. Right? Yes, you are absolutely there. That does exist, but it's not all. Now, whether it's most or not, that's debatable. You might have Z on that one, right? You might have Z on that one. Huh? But absolutely. Huh? Maybe I'll give you a second, actually. And we're back. My apologies, everyone. Y'all already know it is a reckless streams. It is a reckless streams now. That it is. Okay, but we're still gonna continue. So we're gonna play these next clips, and let me see what did y'all say while I was gone. Just a second. No, it's not. No, not yet. Not yet. Anyway, not yet. And Vince says, background music while Z munching. LOL. No, not yet. Not yet. Not yet. Right. Oh, we got a BGS sighting. So black men pay apparently for dating black women. I'm a little lost on that comment, but I'm gonna let y'all. Yes, babe, I got something to eat. I got something to eat. Shout out to Miss Z. Shout out to Miss Z. Right? Y'all see that? Asking me if I ate something. You know, that's signs that you're in a relationship. That's sign that you care about your man and whether he ate or not. Yeah, maybe that's why she in a relationship. Anyway, moving along. Yeah, so we're gonna play these clips and shout out to Anton. As I said before, I don't know where Anton is getting this kind of talk from. I don't know what Earth he's in. Apparently, he's not on Earth 616. He's on an Earth where there was no white supremacy. There's no white colonialization. Right? No white hegemonic rule on planet Earth. No white folks in white dread and white existential crisis because their power is slipping and pretty much has slipped. But yeah, apparently Anton doesn't live on that Earth. Yeah, see, Anton lives on a different Earth with different people. So yeah, I really should start doing this. I glanced down, I saw Chief Rocka's super chat. Shout out to you, Chief Rock. I'll read this one now. And Chief Rock says, reckless stream donation, hysterical, and thank you because it is reckless, and we're gonna be reckless for a little while. Oh boy. And thank you for the super chat. It is reckless. And thank you for the super chat. Yeah, so that's what I will say to what Anton was saying. Once again, link is in the description box for those of you who didn't see it. Anton plays a clip with a young white woman sitting in her car. Yeah, she got the super short shorts on. The shirt is nice and tight, right? And she's essentially telling black folks, black women, to stay in their lane, right? Stay in their lane, right? So why do black women have an issue with black men and white women? So we already seen the videos from other white women who are somewhat mocking black women, who are saying, hey, this is what we're gonna do, and you can't stop us, right? It is not just about dating black men, it's about marrying. Right, so we already know there are definitely white women who have dated black men. I've never bought into that. Once you go black, you never go back. Not true. Even as a child, Mr. Z just never bought into that. It just sounds like black people coping. Go ask your random around the way white man. You'll see how many of them have had quote unquote relations with black women and they're married to their garbage sex having ass white wife. So that once you go black, you never go back. It's not true. It's not even true for white women. There's a number of white women, particularly small hat white women. Hey, small hat white women, I'm talking to you about right now. Definitely small hat white women who have had their fair share of black men up in high school and in college, and yet now they're married to Mr. Small Hat White Guy. So this, once you go black, you never go back. It's not true. That's why we count marriage. That's exactly why we count marriage. Don't tell me about who you dated. Tell me about who married you. Once again, does that person have access to your assets? Right? Does that person have access to your assets? Huh. That is the question. And Mr. Tallbird says, for some hookah and crab legs. That's hysterical. Miss Z, she might eat some crab legs. She don't really care for hookah. We not that. That's hysterical. Ain't that like That's standard issue hood activities right there, right now. That's standard issue going out clubbing hood activities. Hookah and crab legs. That's I don't even know if there's a seafood place that also serves hookah. That's hysterical. Not seafood and crab legs. What type of combination? I said seafood and crab legs. Sorry, not crab legs and hookah. Hookah and crab legs. Oh man, that I don't know about that combination, Mr. Tolbert. That's hysterical, by the way. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And Shrell says, Z Munch Fun. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat, right? And Naga says, Anton does ride that fence. Yeah, it's cringy, bro. It's cringy. It's cringy listening to black folks. If you look, you voted for who you voted for. Y'all already see, y'all know where Z aligns politically. I don't necessarily chastise or mock or make fun of whoever voted for whoever they voted for. But as a black person, when you rah with the pom poms and the flag and you riding for whatever side you're associated with, politically, it's real cringe. And like with the enthusiasm and the fact that you swear by this, it's real cringe. Like last time I checked, Anton was a short, dark-skinned, frumpy black dude. And yet he sounded like your standard issue that was born and raised in Detroit, if I'm not mistaken. And yet he sounded like your standard issue, like white conservative from like the rural South. Huh? Like, how does this work? You do realize you could vote for someone and not agree with them on everything and express that you disagree with this or that. You realize you don't have to fall on your sword for everything that they say or do, lest you be told, hey, you voted for him because, right now he making you look stupid. Yeah, we might say that because it's true. With that, you could disavow certain things. You do realize you could do that, right, Anton? You do realize you don't have to make yourself look like a fool for writing out with everything. You do realize that, right? Y'all come off less Republican and more Trumpers. And I'm not saying that he's not a Republican, but still. Oh, I have a picture of Tunnel Report. Tunnel Report. I have a picture of what you said. And let's read this comment. And Tunnel Runner, I said Tunnel Report. Tunnel Runner says, Z, I'm here for the tacos. Report, give me information, Z. So I was meaning to actually put a picture up. My lady was looking at me crazy when I took a picture, looking like one of these booty call ass broads. But yeah, no, I took a picture. I'll post it I'll post it. I took a picture of the food, like a basic B. I took a picture, right? Yeah. No, the tacos were good. The tacos were good. I had better, but the tacos were still good. They were good. Right? Oh man. Thank you for that. Right? And T-Rex says nutrition fund. More John, less Popeyes. More John and less Popeyes. LOL. Yeah. We got to slow down on the Popeyes. I ain't gonna tell you I got leftover Popeyes in the fridge right now, but we gotta slow down on Popeyes. I'm not eating it as often as I used to. For exactly what you're saying, Mr. Z is approaching 40 years old, slowly but surely. And yeah, I don't want to be that guy, right? So yeah, between the lack of sleep and the diet, oh dope, we can't do that. So yeah, I am slowing down on the Popeyes because when Mr. Z first got stable, Popeyes used to see Mr. Z face maybe like 3 times a week. It was ridiculous. But no, we slowed down. We're not even doing 1 time a week. We're maybe once every other week type thing. So yeah, and yeah, I'm slowing down and definitely We working on making that maybe once a month, and then maybe not so often. Once in a blue moon. And when I say Popeyes, I'm speaking about Popeyes and in like Wingstop, all the fatty stuff. I've actually done pretty good on Wingstop too. Right now, Wingstop is like maybe once a week, once every other week type thing. There's a there's a barbecue spot around me. I slowed down on that. Yeah, no, we realize we a stone throw away from 40, and we got to slow the hell down, right? So yeah. Trust his dry ass biscuits. Look, y'all gonna stop hating on Popeye's biscuits. And yes, for those of you that don't know, and all of you that are new here, yes, Mr. Z eats his biscuits with nothing on it. Yes, Mr. Z eats Popeye's biscuits with no jelly, no honey, just like that. But it gotta be warm though. I ain't eating no cold biscuit. That's death. But yeah, no. So we eat our biscuits with nothing on it, right? Nothing. So there's that. And shout out to Better You, who said y'all can't waterboard Z, not after eating dry ass Popeyes biscuits. That's hysterical. But yeah. So let me see what else we got here. And Kunguru also says Anton taps like he was in the streets and was dropping panties. That ninja is Captain Planet Cap. Look, it I get it, right? Like you have an idea, political affiliation, whoever you voted for, whatever party you are affiliated with. I get it. Y'all know Mr. Z. I'm more left of center. Y'all see my politics. I rep it, right? With that, I don't minimize when leftists start sounding anti-black. I don't minimize the low expectation racism or paternalistic anti-blackness that tends to come more from the left than the right. The right wants to do the whole hyper accountability thing, like we're gonna rig the game against you, and we know how you're gonna probably react to that, and then we're gonna ban you on the other side because that's what we wanted to do anyway. But it's not racist though. So that's what the right does. The left, on the other hand, paralyzes you with paternalistic anti-blackness, right? And I can acknowledge that. When you look at the other side, what makes them fools is that they can't, right? Like the anti-blackness has to be cartoonish level before they acknowledge that, oh crap, this is anti-black. What this person is saying, right? Huh. Detro. That's hysterical. And Detro says, I absolutely raw dog my Popeye's biscuits too. Hysterical. Now raw dog. Raw dog. Oh, that's hysterical. Oh, that's funny. That's funny. That's funny. Eric Denman says, I know you lying. It's not possible. He says, it's not possible to eat a Popeye's biscuits dry. No, sir, not possible. I promise y'all. Don't make Z take a picture. Don't make Z. You can ask Missy if she's still listening. You can ask her. You can ask her. No jelly, no honey. Right? Don't make me if she's not listening, don't make me text her to say it in the comments. I promise y'all. Spainman says dry ass biscuits gang. Look, they don't know, man, the beauty of being able to down the Popeye's biscuits with no help, with no lube. Hysterical. No lube Popeye's biscuits. That's what we're gonna call it. Right? Being able to down a Popeye's biscuit with no lube separates the boys from the men. Huh? Vince says that's how Z stomach the feminist content. Maybe that's how I'm able to. That's how I'm able to do it. Panda Man says blasphemy, Z. Oh, y'all killed me right now. Oh man. Exactly. Detro says fresh Popeye's biscuits are magnifique. Right? Exactly. They don't know. Better You says make sure you got drink. Better You. Oh, I'll be this one. Y'all gonna be like, hell no. I could eat a Popeye's biscuit without drinking anything. I promise you, I'm not joking. I'm not joking. right? Now, of course, I'll have the drink on the side, and of course, but I can down a Popeyes biscuits without drinking. Honestly, I think I could down two Popeyes biscuits without drinking anything. Right? But yeah, so that was my issue with Anton and his coverage of this. Once again, the link is in the description box. Shout out to Anton, brother. I get it. I know you're gonna ride for Trump until the wheels fall off. I get it. But could you try to at least pretend that you're being kind of even-handed? Could you at least pretend, bro? You're not even pretending, right? It's cringy. It's cringy, bro. Is it just Z? So yeah, let's do this, and I'll put this, and y'all let me know what y'all think about what I covered. Hopefully, yeah. Um, but yeah, look, white women and Latina women, a couple of Asian women, as the environment gets harsher, you're gonna see them try to expand out. It was inevitable. We might have reached the cap of this particular version of feminism, antagonistic feminism. I don't need no man feminism. And I'm gonna link that. I'm planning on doing a stream about not postmodernism, but meta modernism, because I find this kind of thing, this developing thing, fascinating, where you don't completely disavow the old and you try to combine them. And I think that's the next step. I think we have a number of women that realize that they went too far in that men are boys are what boys have the cootie stole rocks at them type of thing. They went too far in that direction and they end up with nothing, or they watch their older sisters or their girl cousins go too far in that direction, and they realize those women have middle management jobs, entry level luxury cars, condos they can't afford, and that's it. No man, no kids, and trying to piece together quote unquote situationships and their platonic relationships with their girlfriends, and it's not enough. I think you're dealing with women now, millennials, Gen Z, maybe an X or two, but millennials and Gen Z who are looking at their girlfriends and who are looking at their sisters and girl cousins and saying, I'm not going to be her. I'm not going to put my career first and not have a man or children. I'm not going to try to invest in my platonic friendships with other women and try to make that make up for not having this. I'm not going to be Tracy Ellis Ross, right? You have a number of women, I would argue, who will. I'm not saying they're not still feminists to a certain extent, right? Who will try to straddle the fence, right? And y'all gives you a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. Okay, so I'll put a link in the chat already. I'll put another one. There y'all go. Okay, here y'all go. And yeah, so it's you're gonna see people, women, try to straddle the fence. They will be still feminist, um, but they realize they can't carry this by themselves. How many women can afford that $2,000+ apartment by themselves? That 22, 23, 24, 25, $2,600 a month apartment by themselves? How many women can afford it even if they split it with another woman? Right? How many of them can do it? And that's the thing, that this is putting a real strain on people's finances. And to tell women to do this by themselves or to do it with other girlfriends, and we're talking about platonic, it's too much. Because once you put her side of that apartment and her car, she's already at over $2,000. If that apartment is going for $2,200 and $2,300 a month, even if she has the 1,000, she doesn't have the master bedroom, she has the 1,000, and she has that car payment for $500, she's already at 15. You tack on car insurance, you tack on student loan debt, she's at over 2,000. You tack on cell phone bill, the toiletries and all the womanly goods that she may need, she's easily touching $2,500 a month. And she's supposed to eat that with no man. Yeah, the ladies they're gonna make a U-turn because the struggle is real. And you know how we know the struggle is real? Because they sound, Mr. Z, get it together. Get it together, Z. They sound like this.
Niggas be so quick to let me take you on a trip. Let me take you on a trip. Pay a fucking bill. Pay a bill. Pay a goddamn bill.
Always begging. Damn.
Can we get on the phone? No, get on the phone with billing. Don't talk to me. Talk to billing.
I need a bag of rolls.
Oh, roll it back.
Garbage bag. Like regular garbage bag.
Okay. Go ahead, y'all.
Bruh, I came up here to jump on your ass, and specifically your ass only, Mr. Z. What you talking about? Separate the men from the boys with straight up dry eating biscuits. Man, if you don't leave all these homosexual, gay ass, undercurrent ass
Hysterical.
out your goddamn commentary, bro.
Hysterical.
Nobody need to hear that on a Sunday afternoon, for real, bro. Shit.
Wait, it's Sunday. Is Sunday the Sabbath? Sunday is not the Sabbath.
Okay, yeah, to all you other believers, but guess what? To the normal Christians that practice Christianity, the Sabbath is a rest day for us. I don't know about y'all.
Look. I can eat Popeye's biscuits dry. That's all I'm saying.
Between you and these other hooligans up here making all these innuendos about eating it dry, this, that, the third. Hey, if you eat it dry, you eat it dry. You put honey on it, you put honey on it. What the hell? You ain't got to make everything a sexual innuendo. Oh my God.
Absolutely. If I'm not using profanity, there's going to be spice around here somewhere.
Oh my goodness.
Ain't gonna be spice. Hey, look, Mr. Z ain't say I was NPR. We ain't NPR over here.
Okay, if you need some spice, brother, go drink on some of that plum wine, bro. Go drink on some of that plum wine. Okay. Dip your biscuit in some plum wine. Do that, bro.
I don't know how that would. You know what? I don't know how
look
that
at look at this fool. The Chinese fool talking about, you know what? He really thought about it. He really thought about doing it.
Yeah, you know what?
I'm done with you, bro.
That might be the sacrament. That's what you just described right there. That's the body and that's the flesh and the blood right there. That's what you just described.
A dry biscuit and some plum wine. Oh my God!
A dry biscuit and some plum wine. Literally, that's the body. That's the body in the blood. That's the flesh and the blood right there. Yep. That's what you just described.
I can't with you, Florida men. Because y'all are tripping.
I mean, literally, is it okay? So when you go get communion, what are you doing?
Exactly what you just said, but I still can't with you. I still can't.
You walked into the hand on Sunday. You know what? Fine, then. If you said it's the Sabbath, then it's the Sabbath. And so if I put my dry ass Popeye's biscuit in some goddamn plum wine, then that is me.
Okay. Next Sunday on the live breakfast stream, we want you to start out with a dry ass biscuit and some plum wine. All right, that's what you gonna do.
Well, that shit gonna taste nasty as hell, but I might do it. I might try to tough it out. Oh man, what's going on, y'all? What's going on, everybody else?
Hey, what's going on? I got one for you, Z. If you want to pull it up, man, that goes right along with what you're saying.
Okay, give me 1 second. Oh, we're already ready. There we go.
Okay.
I got you. Go ahead.
What you said again, Ma? That's not how you said it. That's not how you said it. How you said it? I gave you head for $5. You gave me head for $5? You sure? All right, I don't got 5. Would you take like $3? Oh, you want a cash app? Cash? I only got quarters though. You want quarters? Yeah, it's $3. All right, get in the car.
Damn. Down bad. Hey, Z, you need the evil.
What you said again?
You need the future evil world.
God damn! Not head for $3 in quarters. Not $3 in quarters for head.
Coffee girls are real.
Not $3 in quarters. She ain't all that, but she not super hideous neither. She not super hideous.
Coffee girls are
God.
Hey.
Hey, bro, $3 in quarters, bro.
Y'all was clowning me.
What they
4
say,
or 5
BGS
years
is
ago
right.
about coffee girls. Okay,
BGS is right yet again. Damn. What did he say, Z? Did he say $3?
$3.
He said $3. He said shit. He used to say 3 chicken wings. Actually, it was 3 chicken wings.
She said 5. She said 5. She said all I got is 3. She said, will you take quarters?
Bless their heart, BGS. Hey, this was but on some real shit. This was stepping over body is gonna really look like. It's just the beginning, though, man.
Yeah.
The look on her face, though. The look on her face was, damn. I gotta take this $3.
Hey, you ain't got no choice.
Hey, it's real out here.
I gotta go put something in my mouth for $3.
I saw another one where a sister was walking and the brother was talking to her and she was like low key kind of gloating about being a streetwalker and not going into the club and not being like a stripper or something like that, or not having like a pimp or whatever. I'm gonna splice it out for y'all. I'm gonna find a way to get it. But yeah.
No,
I just watched that.
That's the black pill part of it. You watch Soft White Underbelly enough, you start realizing like a lot of them chicks be having they be getting a kick out of that shit for more than the money. It'd be some dark.
It comes. A lot of that shit comes from childhood. But the thing is that most times, okay, in normal times, that's childhood. They broken chicks, right? But when you get into financial stress like this, they're not broken. Okay, this is just straight up survival now, and that's what you're seeing. Like that chick's that's not her being broken. That's survival right there.
Yeah, shit.
But the coffee girls are real, man. It's gonna get worse because you're gonna see a whole lot of bodies get dumped on the street after Donald Trump gets through, man. Whole bunch.
Damn.
Right.
Hey, you see
again, man.
You ain't on Section 8 and that kind of stuff already, man. You might as well forget it, man. You ain't getting on it. You ain't on it now.
It's all voluntary.
Real quick, y'all. Real quick. Y'all remember? Goddamn! Don't lose your train of thought. I lost it. Go ahead, y'all. Damn, I'm trying to get out. Go ahead.
I was saying that it's voluntary. No woman has to subject herself to that if she gets in a guy's program.
Well, I was gonna say that's one way.
Ain't enough guys to go around, man.
You can have a harem. You can make it work. You did it in the past.
Ain't enough guys to go around, man.
And on top of that,
you can make it work. You can around.
I'm telling you, ain't enough guys to go around now.
Listen, you can make it. You can make deals.
Listen to me, okay? Listen to me, okay? The guys that used to have it like that are getting their jobs taken too. Ain't enough guys to go around, man.
On top of that though, Socrates, this ain't. They think. Damn, I just lost my frame of thought. Damn, go ahead, BG.
That's contagious, apparently. I remember what I was gonna say real quick.
I mean, when I said coffee girls was coming, man, everybody said you full of shit. It's never gonna blah blah blah. I've been doing this shit way too fucking long, man.
No, I remember now. No, Socrates. On top of what you right, BGS. You know you right. But on top of that, this shit ain't a light. Being useful to a man ain't a light switch. You can't just flick that. These bitches have not been raised to be useful to men. So even if it was enough to go around, this is not a movie. I mean, this is real life. You can't become useful. They don't know how to do nothing but do what Shorty was doing in the video, damn near. It's transaction, they sex.
Yeah.
And so
I actually agree with Compassion on this.
Even the big time alpha males, I mean, you know, they doing shit to Shannon Sharp and people like that, man. They big time alpha males that do got it gonna start cutting down, man. They'll start protecting themselves.
And let me say this. So if y'all remember when UPS got that big ass raise and they were able to negotiate, they just slashed 20,000 jobs.
Well, you know what, that has a lot to do with the tariffs and stuff like that, and the trade agreements getting broken down because ain't no goods coming in. You ain't shipping shit. So if you ain't shipping shit, what you need the people for?
Not just people, be just people that's making over 100.
Well, you know the thing. Okay, there's the thing is that it's complex. You know, it's trying to explain this shit, man, in like 5 minutes is almost impossible, right? Because your economics and your trade and stuff that's all intertwined, man. It's trying to parse it out, piece it out. It's kind of almost everything depends on everything else. That's when they went to the time model back in the 80s, and it's expanded. You miss one piece, just like during COVID, man. All them cars set up in the lot. Remember all them cars sitting in the lot? Okay, because the little chips that need to go into those cars were in China. They weren't being made because the factories were shut down, right? So so those 40, 50, $60,000 cars had to sit in the lot because they couldn't complete them. And that's what you're going to start seeing. Little bits and pieces like that people that push paperwork, okay? Like people that do taxes and accounting and all the kind of crap that make 100K, something like that, man. AI is gonna come and start taking them, slashing them jobs. Okay. So the thing is, it's not gonna be dudes. They're gonna be dudes. The thing is, okay, if inflation is kicking my ass and I'm a dude making the average dude is making 50 grand, okay, he can't afford to take on those 3 chicks. He can barely afford to take on 1.
Yep.
And you know, so getting on a program is not, you know, it is really not going to work. You're gonna have a whole bunch of chicks jump on the street, okay? Because I was saying that years ago, man, if you go back and look at the shit I was talking about when I was talking about what happened to Greece and stuff like that, in America, as far as prostitutes, it's never more than it's less than 1% of the streets being prostitutes, okay? Less than 1%. So if you know, back then I said they counted the number of male and female prostitutes, might be less than 1 million people, right? Which is like 0.3% of the population. Okay, what happens when that increases to 10?
Lord.
Okay, what happens when it increases to 10? When you dump 10%
dollar girls?
Or what you see, $3 girls right there.
And like you said, what second order effects does that have on the institutions around it, the marriage? I mean, because having 10% of any, like you said, you can't even really fathom having 10%.
No, it's never happened before, so we don't know.
So everything will break down in other places.
Why you think it's not men that closed down brothels and prostitution and shit like that? It was women closed down because it cheapens marriage.
Yes,
just like prohibition. Yeah, that was
that was women. Yeah, because the men were in the bars and men were in the whole houses. Okay, and they went at home. They're spending money there, so that's why they closed it down. So, imagine what it's gonna do if all of a sudden sex is dumped on the street. Basically, it's cheaper to get you a $5 girl, okay, once or twice a week than it is to have a woman at home.
Yeah. What's that gonna do to male productivity when you just got an abundance, the oversupply of access to sex because 10% of bitches is a prostitute?
Basically, this is what he called the third order effect. Is that man, men work harder. You work harder when you have a wife. You have responsibilities with wife and kids at home. So instead of working, whatever job that you have that pays your bills, okay? Because 80% of you got to remember, for a married man or a man that has a family, 85% of what you earn goes into the household. That doesn't go to you, okay?
Exactly.
So if you cut that down, basically a man can cut down his cost, order of like 60% just by not having a family.
Yeah. When you relieve that sexual pressure to that extent on the average man, he ain't gonna be incentivized to marry anybody then that has the economy starts to
with 20-25% of your marriages, you have dead bedrooms.
Yeah, that's unacceptable.
That's a fact.
That's a fact. Probably more than that. Just this was reported. Like there's anywhere from 20 to 30% of the of marriages are non-sexual.
Jesus Christ.
So yeah. So and that's why you have preachers like Reeves and what's his name that out there trying to go against the manosphere because in fact I got to do that video because a lot of stuff they were saying it was exactly what the manosphere was saying. It held back in the blogs, okay? A lot of stuff, the 80-20 rule, that's not people. They just sound taught about that. That was talked about in the blogs back in 2007 when I started reading them, okay?
And by the way, that's for heterosexual relationships, BGS.
Yes.
Lesbian relationships, they really ain't doing nothing in them. Ain't it that boy? That been dry as a bone. No, for real.
I saw that study.
Yeah. Basically, the male loneliness shit. That was basically that was what they called MGTOWs back in 2011, 2012, man. And basically, that was less than 1% of the population.
True forced loneliness and all that stuff.
Oh no, true forced loneliness is different. Those are true. What I call true incels. Okay, they have psychological problems. Okay, they can't deal with women at all because they got issues. Okay, but those are so rare that you can't even count them. Those are the real incels. Okay, most of those cats are not. They call themselves incels and not incels. Okay, they just don't want to. I call them fell blue pillars. I want a certain looking kind of girl and certain kind of relationship to love me. Blah blah blah. If I can't get that, I'll hold my hands. Those are not incels. Okay, those are really what they call MGTOWs. I'm gonna be into myself. I'm gonna play my games. I'm gonna work when I need to and enjoy my life without all this pressure. Those. Okay, which were a small percentage of the population back in 2012, right? Now it's dominant. Okay.
Yeah.
And you can't.
What happens when men don't? Go ahead.
You finna take it out take the words out of my mouth. I'm saying you can't have a stable hierarchy when most of the men are MGTOW, can you?
There's always going to be a hierarchy. Anytime you have a society, there's going to be a hierarchy.
Well, I shouldn't have said hierarchy, but can you have a stable society when the men essentially function like MGTOWs would?
It has to reorder itself into whatever a functioning society is supposed to look like. But the society that we have, probably not. Okay, probably not.
Men that don't overproduce. If men are not overproducing, then you get what you have now.
Yeah. Or we have to get a true egalitarian society. Okay, then women have to.
The women don't want that, bro.
They'll have to want it, otherwise they'll starve to death. They have to want it.
Yeah, let a few of them starve to death. They'll suddenly get enthusiastic about overproducing.
You go to most places in the world. Women work their asses off.
They
don't play around with this stuff. They work 14, 15 hours a day. They don't complain. Because if not, they have to get out and they have to break their backs like the men. They don't want to do that shit. Okay. Women complain about being in the house and have to take care of the kids, that kind of stuff. But yeah.
So here's the ultimate question then, BGS. What happens to the myth of white womanhood? And I'm not just talking about black women. I'm talking about everybody who's not an elite white woman. So working class white women, black women, Latinas, Asian. What happens to the myth of white womanhood when the struggle hits?
The myth of white women will never go away because there will always be elite white women. Okay. That's where the myth of white womanhood comes because of the black maids working in the upper middle class, and upper class white woman's house and seeing how she ran her house. That's what she wanted. Okay, because the poor cracker that was like on the other side of the road doing the same shit you were doing, she can't afford no maid. She can't afford no 3-bedroom house in a maid's quarter. She can't afford that.
So you saying for white women, it's not a myth. It is actually womanhood. When we say the myth of white womanhood, that's really referring to non-white.
Yeah. For the myth of what non-black women or non-white women saw when they were working for those upper class white women. Okay, because I was reading literature all the time, man. That they start working as a maid for this chick that's out in the suburbs, and she's got this big ass house and home, and her man is some kind of white collar professional. Okay, and that's where the myth comes from, and that's really what they want. They don't want the working class redneck man in the trailer park home. They don't want that. That's not white womanhood to them.
Mm-hmm.
They may end up with him though. Oops.
Yeah,
They may
they can't
end
do
up with
nothing
him.
else. Yeah. Worst come to worst, as long as they ain't got to settle for a nigga, that they'll take the white trailer park.
You know, genetics for the baby. I'm serious. You think I'm lying?
No, we know you're serious. That's why it's funny. We know you're serious. That's why it's funny. Look, I get the man, but at least I got the baby.
The trifecta is for real, man.
And then your son come out J. Cole and it's no trifecta. He just look like a light-skinned brother with dreads.
Ain't shit. Ain't shit, Z.
But even that's better than a nigga. So,
but man, J. Cole, don't. You can't even tell J. Cole got a white parent. That's just not even super light too. He's just you can't even tell. Look, man, like, and he's not even super light neither. He's just a lighter than a brown paper bag brother.
So his daddy's white, basically.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
It doesn't. It could go either way. It could go either way. Yeah, that's why I wanted to come up, you know, because I saw what you're saying, and so soon you open. I said, let me show this to Z real quick, because somebody sent it to me and said the coffee.
$3 in quarters.
Yes.
Quarters.
Yeah,
crazy word.
Yeah, I don't think that was a skit. I think that's real.
No, that was real.
You know what? That doesn't even fill up your goddamn cup holder in the center console. God damn! Like that's not even. Oh my God! Yeah.
I mean, if you know, it adds up. If you,
you petty as hell.
It adds up if you.
He really is.
Get enough customers, man.
Get a pocket full of quarters.
Yeah.
Types. Yeah.
Hey, you can't do nothing with that after. You can't do nothing with her after that, bro. She's not salvageable after that, bro. She for the streets forever. Not even the streets. She's for the roadways. She's for the terminals. She for the train tracks. She for the expressway.
Yeah, too far down in the trench.
And the way she,
God damn,
the way she acted, she didn't pick this, man. This is what she had. The streets had to break her like this. She didn't go up that way.
And really, that's the sad part. That's what I was meaning by it's not a lot like black women, younger black women's mothers have failed them at such a scale that they don't have any laurels to fall back on. So this gonna be the reality for a lot of way more chicks than most men are comfortable accepting.
I said that. I said that to Dr. T a lot because he said it's never gonna happen. Blah blah. I said a lot of men. I was sitting. You say this all the time, man, about cuts and this kind of stuff and the winter coming, that kind of crap. I said a lot of black men are not gonna like it when they actually see this stuff come to reality.
No.
Okay?
No, I agree with that. I as much as niggas talk shit.
Yeah.
Go ahead, bitch. No, but we saying the same thing. So as much as niggas talk shit, y'all, some of y'all gonna put them capes on. Y'all gonna put them capes on. Y'all gonna try at least.
I mean, when you see a woman and her babies out there in a tent, man, you ain't gonna like to see that shit.
No, I'll make it real. I'll make it realer for niggas. I'll make it way realer. When you see your little cousin or your niece or your sister or your daughter that don't listen to your ass, out here with no options.
Yeah. Okay. We go see it. We go see it. We not gonna like it, but that still doesn't mean we still not gonna walk right on by.
Well, a lot of men ain't.
They
put themselves in that position. They put themselves in that position.
Yeah, what I'm saying is a lot of brothers were cheering for this 3, 4, 5, 10 years ago. They were cheering for it. I want to see this. I want this to come. I kept saying, y'all are not gonna like seeing this stuff when it actually happens. Okay.
No.
Facts.
No.
I'm black pill like you, BJ. So it really doesn't matter to me. I don't care. So for all the other guys, I can understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but
let me read this.
But you're not rooting for this, are you, AL?
Actually, I am.
Well, there you go. He said corrections. He said correction.
I'm never gonna stop. They put themselves in this position. The last of the love of my life, she's gone. She left in 2016. After that, I said, fuck it. I'm through caring about what they think and how they feel. Because they start everything with how I feel. And it never equates to a fucking hill of beans. Sorry.
You put chicks like that, women like that, and kids on the street like that, man. It fucks up the whole community. Okay.
Yeah.
It's time for the ecosystem to get fucked up so it can get straight.
Yeah, everybody says that until it happens. Okay, all right.
I was about to say
I'm not going to argue with you because
let me say it though, BGS. Everybody's an accelerationist until we start putting the foot to the gas. Exactly. Everybody's an accelerationist and be like, okay, let's hasten the fuck up so we can get on the other side. Everybody's until you start putting your foot to the gas.
Everybody's cool at 160, but you get up to 125, all of a sudden people's your guts starts to shake a little bit. There's a little bit too much speed here.
Niggas don't play out to the logical conclusion to this, which is some Book of Eli shit. And Book of Eli don't look fun. That's what niggas don't play the simulation out to the furthest extent. If like you said, once you get 20% of your society, your women are prostitutes.
It don't even got to be that.
It'll disintegrate everything, every part of civilized society.
I agree.
If you get 10% of your women out there on the streets like that, you have
that's too much too.
Prostitution 30 times. Okay, you're talking about 30 million women on the fucking streets, man.
Hey, what they said about the tail wagging the dog, BGS, when Clinton was in office? That's the tail wagging the dog. Once you start, to me, honestly, once you creep past 5%, it's a wrap.
Yeah,
and it only got to be 10 or 20. Once you creep past 5%, honestly, I don't even think it should get that close. But once you creep past 5%, that's too much. Remember, America is 340 some odd million. 5% is millions.
Yes,
that's millions.
That's millions of people
right
on the street. Yeah. Don't take that many to bring a whole. Don't take that many prostitutes to bring a whole neighborhood down.
You see what I'm saying?
We need to put that on the T-shirt, BG.
What's that?
It don't take many prostitutes to bring a society down.
No, it takes a village to raise a child, and it only takes a few prostitutes to bring a whole area down. That's true.
It takes 10,000 men to bring a society down, and only 100 prostitutes.
Okay.
I seen it during the crack era, man. It's not a pretty sight.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Compassionate, Z and BGS. I hear you all loud and clear.
Mm-hmm. You're Borgen.
Okay, this is not what you want to see, and this is not what you want. But guess what? This is a $64,000 question. How are you going to reverse it, gentlemen? How are you going to reverse
it? You know what? Can it be softened? Yes. Can it be reversed? No. It's Biden put the nails in the coffin for that. It can't be reversed. Okay. Trump at best, and Trump are trying to do is slow it down. If they can.
And social engineering isn't it takes a while for these things to
2 generations.
Like you said, what BGS be trying to explain is like when we slip past a certain point, like on some mouse utopia shit.
Yeah.
Like it starts to it can reverse itself, but then like the population crashes to a ridiculous low.
Because me and Nameless have been taught about this for the last 7 years and documenting this with other countries, other populations. Man, you can see it's some real stuff. It's not it's not pretend. Okay, it's not just the West. It's
wait. Go ahead, finish it with that, BGS, and then if you don't mind reading this comment from him, okay. He's on your side of the country. That's why I want you to read it.
He said, facts. I'm in the Bay. Vallejo ain't no joke. Oh, Vallejo, yeah, Vallejo is horrible, man. Everywhere have prostitutes on the block. It's straight pitiful and depressing. Yep.
Depressing. Yep.
Vallejo is it's tanked, man. Because what's his name? The guy, forget his name, man. He goes and he documents closed buildings and closed shops and stuff. Closed. What's his name? Metal Leo. Yeah. Yeah. And he went to Vallejo, man. Oh man, Vallejo is the only thing probably worse than Vallejo is probably Appalachia. That's how
Yeah,
bad.
the Rust Belt. Yeah, the
bad.
abandoned.
Compared
Yeah.
it to
like the abandoned coal mine areas. Yeah.
Yeah, when you get compared to Appalachia, your shit is cooked.
Yeah.
At that point.
Yeah.
God damn. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
all
I mean, like,
games.
but
Like you said, when you start seeing niggas start seeing their sisters and they daughters and shit, and people they care about on that type of shit, then it's not fun and games.
Yeah. Before it was drugs. You know, the last time it was drugs, but this time it's it's even worse because drugs. Drugs affects a small minority of people. But the thing is, when it comes down to your economy doing it, the whole swaths of people is going to happen to. And the thing is, with the last time we had a depression, most people lived on the land. Okay, they could grow their own food. They were actually used to surviving without this big apparatus we call modern society. Right? People like we don't have that no more. How people gonna survive? Okay, especially women. Women are vulnerable out there like that. So that's what they got to do, man. When push comes to shove, what do they have left?
And they go back to the light switch analogy. This type of shit ain't a light switch. All right, fall back on the farming and agrarian society. No, we weren't trained for that shit at all.
Nope.
Yeah.
Let me read this from Illica. And Illica says, downtown Oakland and East Oakland look like 80s RoboCop movie. God damn.
Yeah. What happened is they tried to turn these things into smart cities. Okay, they moved all this money in, and all of a sudden the price of housing jumped way up, and now people. What happened is if you still need people to work there. Okay, if you can have people work there, but they can't. They're living in their cars. They're living in wherever, right? So they're surviving, right? And after a while, anybody that's a working class person, the same worker, they're gonna move someplace else. That's what's happening.
What the fuck? What are the social designers designing? Because this shit don't sound like they thought ahead of how this like.
That's a good question.
COVID.
I swear they wanted this to happen. They wanted a collapse. This is the perfect recipe.
Either incompetent or you in on it.
I know, right?
Some was incompetence, and some of it, your environment, right? COVID screwed up a lot of stuff, and then they screwed up the supply chain.
Wait a minute.
Then Trump did shit that he shouldn't have done, which is put a ban on Huawei. Huawei sold 85% of the 5G
stuff. Yeah.
Without the 5G chips, you can't have a smart city. So all this stuff you put into building smart cities and stuff like that, it's gone. Okay, and then you sold out sold your real estate to your hedge funds.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like what the fuck?
Let me say this. What's the point of having technocrats that went to the most premier institutions on the planet that are in America, some in the UK, and you are incompetent? What's the point of you going to Harvard or Yale or Princeton or Oxford or wherever the hell, King's College or wherever the hell?
They're human, just like they're human people. The problem is with people in the what I call quote unquote the lower classes. They think these people are geniuses and these people are infallible, and they fuck up all the time. Okay.
Yeah. That's what's clear. Yeah. Me and you was talking about it the other day. We were saying me and you can't be putting these ideas together better than the PhD. But I mean, the sad answer might be that the society then got to a point where, you might be putting it like you said. Like how can the social designers or the technocrats not see have a trade about where we're not producing any of your biggest competitor is producing all your microchips that you need. Nobody saw that as a problem.
Who thought that was that was smart?
It basically they started shipping that stuff out back in the early 70s because it was too dirty to produce here. Okay, that's why they did it back then. Okay, they can't see the future any better than anybody else.
Yeah, but
couldn't
you look at trends?
Wait! I want us to stick with what BGS just said.
Okay, the trends.
They can't see the future better than anybody else.
Okay, the trends.
The trends, for instance, like South Korea. Like you can look at the birth rates, you can look at the exports, look at the GDP, look at the economy, and you can see the trend. The trend is towards a complete collapse of population falls. The rural areas are going to die out. Everyone's going to move to the cities, and eventually the entire country will collapse
It's
because the
called
replacement value is not going to be there.
it's called mouse utopia, okay? And sometimes it was actually any other theory, okay? Some people believe in it wholeheartedly, and a lot of people don't, okay?
Mm.
What theory do you believe in until the experiment is run, okay? And then how you fix it after the experiment is run, you figure out that you're wrong.
And I mean,
let me read this.
Go
Let me
ahead.
read this real quick. And Telescope says the FO find out part of fuck around and find out is gonna be uglier than most niggas can imagine. I always say that, like when people are like, oh, fuck around and find out, I'm like, no. Millennials
Yeah.
and Gen Z are definitely in the find out era of fuck around and find out. Ain't no fuck around no more. We need to find out.
People, because I just was listening to Big J Triple X and said, how come you don't talk about the cheerful side of it? Okay, of the things. I said, I talk about the problems so that people can be aware of them. So maybe, just maybe, at some point when you see the stuff come up, you can find a solution to fix it.
But BGS, why aren't you talking about how the aristocrats are gonna live? Why are you talking about the peasants and the merchants and everybody else? Why can't you just talk about how the kings and the queens and the aristocracy are living?
Okay, I said, but have anybody been down to, say, like a developing country? Okay, say
Yes.
especially Latin America, right? Okay, how do the rich people drive around? Do they walk around in the street?
No. They're in their Land Cruisers.
Yep.
They're in their right. They're in their Land Cruiser, exactly. And they drive
with bodyguards, right?
Yeah, well, no, if you really, that's all the way up. Yes, absolutely. Yes, it's a car in front and a car in back, and they're driving. Or if they're not in the car, being chauffeured.
So in this society, okay, he might get not accosted, but he's gonna get approached. Is Musk can actually gets ride free the subway if he wants to, right? Okay, without really fearing for his life. Okay, you can't do that in Mexico. You can't do that in Guatemala. You can't do that in Colombia if you're a billionaire. Can't do that. Okay. In Africa, you really can't. You can't walk if you're a billionaire in Africa. You can't walk around like that. Okay, in a developing country, you got to have people with you. Okay, and the thing is, the elite here, okay, they are comfortable is because society is such that most of the society, believe it or not, is fairly comfortable. Otherwise, you see some real shit.
It'd be a lot more Luigi's.
Like a lot more Luigi. And Luigi was not a poor guy.
Nope.
Yeah, but this is the mouse. I mean, it's the product. This the product of affluence, and like you said, having that surplus for so long.
Yeah,
it left us the social designers, the people in charge of the structure, are post-structuralists now.
Yes.
So they're not even making calculus based off of like Mearsheimer, who Mearsheimer could have predicted if you allow China to mass produce all your manufacture everything, after a while they'll get leverage over you.
The thing is, okay, and this is something, and I'm put on my tinfoil hat for a second, okay, just for a second, right? This is tinfoil hat time, right? This is the 90s, right? They was getting ready to move, the elite getting ready to move their asses to China and leave you behind.
The white elite,
the white and black elite, everybody. That's why they moved all that shit to China. Said, okay, well, you know what? It works better over there. So why don't we just leave these people over here, okay, to their own devices, and we move our operations to China, okay? That was their plan. If you listen to Catherine Austin Fitz, in fact, I did play it, okay, where they moved in the 90s, they moved some $7 or $8 trillion to China.
Do you think they still trying to carry that plan out? Maybe
they can't. They can't. No. Why? You know why they can't do it? Because China says you can't come. You ain't coming over here running shit.
But you don't think the Chinese? You don't think the Chinese would submit to the white supremacy? No, they got. You think they got the numbers? The numbers won't allow.
What did I just say, you sir? Why you think we got a trade? We had a trade war going on with China for the last 30 years. Why do you think Trump picked Bessent? Do you know?
No.
Did anybody know? Bueller? Anybody? Before I get talking, so I always have smart asses who give me a butt. Did anybody know why you pick Bessent?
No, go ahead.
Okay, remember a certain thing called the Asian currency crisis against the Asian currencies in China back in '97.
Vaguely, yeah.
Look it up. Besant ran that under the Soros group. He attacked the Chinese economy and the Asian economies back in '97. So if you're trying to oppose China economically, who would you pick to be your Treasury Secretary?
Besant.
This is so you're saying when you zoom out, you can see there's been a Cold War.
It's called connect the dots.
Right.
Okay. Let me play this for. Okay, go ahead and finish with that, BJ. No.
Go ahead.
Okay, Piz, I know you might have sent this to me too, but a friend sent it to me on IG also. So let me play this real quick. I'm pretty sure you've seen it. Here we go.
Jack Ma, so he created Alibaba, which is the Amazon of Asia. He sees it clear as day. For 3 decades, the United States corporations raked in obscene amount of cash. So let's listen to Jack Ma. Let's listen to what he says.
We just want to control the IP. We just want to have technology.
So he's saying that's what the United States said. We just want to control the technology and the IP.
Want the brand to leave the lower end jobs for the world. Great strategy. Past 30 years, IBM, Cisco, Microsoft, they made tons of money. The profit they made are much more than the 4 largest banks in China. But where the money?
So the American corporations made tons of cash, made way more money than all the banks in China. Where'd all that money go? Where'd it go?
There you go. Past 30 years, the American had 13 wars, spending $14.2 trillion. The money going there. What if they spend a part of that money on building up the infrastructure, helping the white collars and blue collars? No matter how strategy good it is, you're supposed to spend money on your own people. And the other money, which I'm curious about, is that when I was young, I heard America is bad. Ford and Boeing, those big manufacturing companies. The last 10, 20 years, I heard about is Silicon Valley and Wall Street.
That's it.
The money go to the Wall Street. And what happened? Year 2008. The financial crisis wiped out $19.2 trillion USA alone. They wiped out all the white collars and destroyed 34 million jobs globally. So what if the money is not Wall Street? What if the money spent on the Middle East, Midwest of the United States, developing the industry there? That could be changed a lot. So it's not the other countries steal jobs from you guys. It is your strategy.
So this was America's strategy. China didn't steal our jobs. This was American corporations' big idea. It wasn't China's idea that America would take our manufacturing and send it to them. That was our idea. Why? Because it would increase corporate profits, because they could make their products cheaper. And then the corporations could get richer, and then they could buy jets, and they could buy yachts, and they could buy golf courses. But they didn't invest any of that money back in the Midwest. They put all that money into that stuff, or they put it into bombs for the Middle East.
All the bombs in the Middle East, and this is something that
fair use. Go ahead, BJ. Go ahead.
I'm actually going to pay. I think his name is Rev Fucus. I think that's his name. Okay, he actually said it, and what they have tried over the past 30 years is to contain China. Okay, to contain China.
You mean Varoufakis, the Greek?
Yeah.
Varoufakis. Yeah. The former Greek finance minister.
I think that's who it was. And he was saying that what's going on right now, especially even with the Ukraine, right? It's the last attempt for the West to actually hold on to the rest of the world that they had hold up for the last 500 years. They're trying to hold their place. That's what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what the last. Why they spend trillions of dollars on bombs and planes and wars and stuff like that. Well, I think he's under counting. It's more like $20 trillion they spent on the wars. Okay.
Yeah.
God damn.
To contain China, because most of the wars they spent since 97 is to contain China.
When I was speaking one time and I said the U.S. couldn't account for some $5 trillion between Iraq and Afghanistan, and AB was like, nah, Z, it's more than that. Shout out to AB Media. AB was like, nah, it's more than that, Z. God damn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the thing is they don't want to tell the public the accounting of it. Just like nobody told until Trump came in, nobody told told anybody what the Biden administration spent on 3 years fighting the Ukraine war. Okay, we thought it was less than 100 billion. It was 350 billion and counting, right? But nobody would say anything. Which is the only reason I would really like Trump is because at least Trump, and he's not doing it completely, but at least he's willing to dig in and actually pull some of this stuff out so the public can actually see this crap.
Yeah.
And let me read this real quick. And Gil Gabby says something worse happened to Greek women post-crisis. He's talking about the 08 crisis. Yes, I've seen the documentary.
Yeah, basically the 08 crisis. What happened was Greece got put into austerity. Okay,
austerity,
which is what we're in right now. Basically,
yes,
stagflation is austerity. Okay,
I said this a little while ago, so okay, if you know what happened to Europe, not even really since about the 80s, but like BGS was saying, really 08, they just put it on turbo boosters. But if you know that, then you know that this was austerity. Because that's what I was calling it too. Yeah, that this is austerity, American austerity.
This version of American austerity you saw in the 70s. This is exactly for all you millennials and Zs. We're talking about what the boomers went through in the 1970s. This is what you're going through right now. This is exactly what you're going through. A lack of jobs being shipped out, yada yada yada.
Let me ask you this though, BJ.
Where you can't afford it. Go ahead.
How old were y'all? How old were y'all when it happened in the 70s?
Basically, it depends. Some boomers are in their 20s. With me, I'm probably a late boomer. Mm-hmm. So the last cohort, so I was like maybe 12, 13 when the stuff started happening.
So y'all were relatively young. See, the difference gonna be we getting that kick in the ass at like 40 and like 30 something.
Yeah. Well, you got the silent generation. They got it in their 40s. Okay. I mean, I don't. This we're talking about something else. I don't want to go into the whole boring.
Yeah, I get you.
Economic shit. But the thing is,
wait, who said it's boring? You forgot who channel you on?
Well, the thing is, sometimes when it say when I'm talking to like cousin T-Talk, right? We get into these real highly technical, esoteric conversations, and like only 3 or 4 people can actually understand what we're talking about right now. I tell them, hey man, you know what? We're zoning people out, so we need to bring it back down.
No, BGS, we sit and listen. Even if we don't get it fully, we sit and listen.
The only thing that got the United States out of austerity was Reagan in '83. Okay, and what he did, I think the Social Security Trust Fund, what he did, borrowed.
You got muffled a little bit. You repeat that part again.
Okay. Hold on, man. Let me check, because when I start talking about crap like this, man, they
cut you.
They cut me. So let me check my mic.
While you're doing that, let's get Leon's joke in. And Leon said BGS old ass was like 60 years old in the 70s. Leon's stupid.
If Jesus was my big homie, man, we'd be kicking it all the time.
Hysterical.
You wouldn't be surprised if BGS was like 350 years old.
Like Morgan Freeman over here. BGS is like Morgan Freeman over here. I swear Morgan Freeman came out the womb looking exactly how he looks. Morgan Freeman aged in like 70-some, 80 years.
What I'm saying is the thing that got us out of austerity, because I think when Reagan got in office, I think the interest rates peaked at like 23%, something like that. For 30 years, I think that 30-year bond was peaked at 23%. Okay, and the only thing that got us out of austerity is that Reagan borrowed $4 trillion out of the Social Security Trust Fund, and then shit started to go back to normal.
But what does normal look like after that? What's quote unquote normal after 23% interest?
You went back. Normal interest rates in a modern era is between 5 and 8. Okay, and really, depend. 12 is kind of, 12 is on the high side, but normally it's between 5 and 8. So really, you have pretty much normal interest rates. Okay, but like I think Trump pushed it back down to 5 or 6%, something like that.
Let me read this. And B Rain says, and we can buy $100 TVs, $100 TVs, bro. I think that era gonna come to an end. If China ain't making it for the cheap, bro, then you ain't getting your 70. You saw what I was saying on the other stream. Yo 70. Oh yeah, I actually so B Rain, check my community chat. Either the most recent or the second most recent thing that I posted was Trump saying exactly what me and Black Rule said, which is him pretty much saying, "Hey, bro, maybe you don't get $30, maybe you get two." And me and Black Rule just had this conversation a few weeks ago, BGS, when I did that nighttime stream when I was playing the breaking points and everything. Me and Black Rule just said, so it's So now the question is, what's the trade-off? So if they're telling you you don't get your $700, your $500 75-inch screen TV no more, okay, cool. What's the trade-off? Do you get union jobs back? Do you get your wife back? Oh goddamn. Do you get the institutions back? So if they're just going to take away the cheap TVs and not give you the institutions, then goddamn, go ahead, BGS.
You get to rent everything. That's what Berkshire Hathaway say. You get to rent it all. You're gonna get to rent it.
If you can rent it, people can't even rent it anymore.
Exactly, BGS.
Look at Vallejo and look at Oakland and look at San Francisco. You can't even rent anymore, right? Because your hedge funds have bought everything out and charged so much money to make profit. You can't live there. Okay. The thing is, will millennials and Z's rise up and say we want to import cheaper housing? Okay, this is unacceptable.
They would have to. We got to.
I don't know. We got to.
Saying y'all got to, y'all doing it two different things. Okay, cheap butter biscuits with the $10 says women had access to Hooters before they made the waitresses wear tops. Let alone the economic crisis y'all went through. Oh no, I got a 25 cents for my house now. No,
I told you. Hey, and wait, real quick, compassionate. It's funny because I was going to actually read it because I see that he was mentioning boomers #1. I told you, BGS, you can't convince me that y'all didn't get your houses for a handshake and 2 nickels. Y'all was saying McMansions for a handshake and 2 nickels. You can't convince me otherwise.
If you can get a house for a handshake and 2 nickels, you might not want to be in that economy.
Yeah, but see the problem, the lesson to learn from the Mouse Utopia experiment, which is probably what I think, I don't know what phase millennials would be in that experiment, but
no, you guys, the explosive phase was boomers, okay? And so basically, you guys are on the decline phase.
Exactly. And
I posted something, compassion, real quick. I posted something from Savvy Stabs. Did I post it? I want to say I did. It's in my community chat where she said, it's going to be 2 dips this year for 18-year-olds. This year is the last part of the upswing. We go about to crash down, and then by she said 2039 or 2035 or 2038, something like that. It's about to be another crash down. So pretty much, remember Gen Z are Xers. Go ahead.
Crash down of what?
Oh no, she's saying like the birth rate, like the 18-year-olds. She was talking about the 18-year-olds. So remember, Gen Z is Gen X kids. Gen X is that first generation with like the insane, like they're the ones that the boomers and the silent generation feminists were looking at, like, you gonna be the ones, right? So they had less kids, they got less married. Go ahead.
The last count, I was just looking at it. The last count of the birth rate was 2023, and it's the lowest in history in the United States history.
Yeah, she was. That's so. Savvy Stabs was saying that she was like this generation of 8. She said, "Get ready for your schools to be closing crazy." Some of my colleges.
They already did.
She was like, "Get ready, all of that." She said, "It's about to be."
Well, that's my point.
Pandemonium.
Under the Z's, you can anybody right now can. Any open school, okay, you can drive by and look at the playground. When I was a kid under boomers, right, there were so many kids. They had to have this big ass playground, right? You could drive around any playground. It's not even half full.
Yeah, but what the darker part to me is, because after what you learn from the Mouse, what I learned from the Mouse Utopia experiment is after a couple generations of essentially a corrupted social hierarchy. For any species, there is no like turning point where they get it together and stand up and demand a different type of environment. They actually just continue to slip further, like Z just cited. The birth rate due to collapse, and you can stare. I mean, some of the mice can be aware of what's going on, but the experiment, and I think they did that shit like 60 times or something. So
He did it. He did it 26 times.
right, yeah.
Okay.
Well, it was Universe 54. I read. So was it 54? I assumed it was different for 54. Maybe you're talking about
He said Universe 26
was
because
it 26?
he wanted to actually fund it again. They wouldn't fund it again.
Yeah, because they didn't want to see that shit. Because that would have
Well,
been
they already knew.
Yeah.
First 26 times, the same shit happened. Okay, we're convinced.
Human
Now, what do we do?
societies didn't evolve to have this type of affluence.
Or no, you got to give people something to do. You got to give them a greater calling. There was one universe that actually didn't have the worst ending, and it was the one where you gave the mice and the mouse playgrounds and just stuff to do. So even if they were affluent with the food and stuff, you gave them stuff to do.
What experiment? Which experiment was that one?
Yeah, I didn't read that one.
I'll send it to you because there was one universe where it actually didn't go. From my understanding, it didn't go that bad. So it's always, and even they're playing around with addiction and how addiction works too with the mice. So the mice that have go ahead.
What I read, he ran it 26 times. All the results.
Yeah, that's what I read. All them bitches come
I'll send it to y'all because I watched this too. Go ahead.
No, what I read from what Calhoun did, he ran it 26 times, right? It all turned out to be the same. He was trying to figure out a way for it not to. Okay.
Yeah. That's what I read. There was essentially maybe at a certain scale you can pull off, playgrounds and shit. But then if you get a certain number, a certain size
population,
it doesn't stabilize even with the infinite amount of playgrounds.
Because there's too many people and they're too close, and the thing is and basically they get used to not doing anything to actually survive.
Maybe if you accept this for inevitable with the species, you recognize maybe you got to do some transhuman, then you add technology to it.
That's what they'll have to do.
Yeah, because you can't have industrialized human societies at the scales we want to have them, and they stabilize. We ain't figured out how to do that.
I think well, if you look at it, if you look at the way the arc is, right? Okay. Over the past, I said they did it over the past 1,000 years, right? Okay, this little 100 years is like a big anomaly.
Yeah.
It's an anomaly. It's not. It's basically it's starting to correct itself. So what they're saying in about maybe 50 years, it'll go back to where the population was maybe back in the 1900s or the 1800s.
18.
According to their projections.
Shit.
Talking about Moskitopia, Stuff Butter Biscuit says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe to the super chat. And he says, now BGS, I'm the outlier. I have nerves of steel to watch this society burn. Watch as my mom stub her toe. BGS, wait, turn it off.
That sounds like AL.
Exactly. I don't want to see it. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I don't want to see
it. AL sitting on the sidelines, with
his popcorn.
No. He's got the charcoal fuel lighter. He's spraying it on the flames.
I'm like, hey, guess what? It's gonna go from a 5 to a 5. I promise you. I promise you. I'm gonna burn it all up. So when y'all get the crime, why? I'm that motherfucker that got the man.
Them coals look like they getting kind of cool. Let me spray a little lighter fluid on that bad boy, okay?
Yeah, it's starting to come to embers. I need it back up on the wood.
Gil Gami, I know. I was kind of trying to link that too, and Gil Gami says that was a different experiment dealing with addiction and despair. Yeah, I saw that one too. I was kind of trying to link it, but I saw that one.
That wasn't the Calhoun.
It's not the same. Yeah, that's not the Calhoun one. I was referring to something else too.
Yeah,
but no, that one is the same. It was kind of the same situation where because they had different mice there too, and pretty much like I was saying, a higher calling. But I'll look up what I was talking about to send it to you, Compassionate and BGS.
But did the experiment go through all the 4 stages, demographic stages?
What do you mean, the Calhoun one I'm talking about?
No, the one that you're talking about. Did it go through the whole?
Oh, the one with the addiction?
Yeah.
I don't recall. I don't think they mentioned that in the clip that I saw.
In other words, with the Monstropia, what we're talking about is it lines up with the demographic stages of human beings. Okay.
Yeah.
And so, in other words, you have to get basically where we're in post-industrial decline. That's where we're in right now.
And BGS Leon asked Z, can I get the link to that video BGS was showing? BGS, if you don't mind putting that link in the chat,
Oh, okay.
if you don't
Hold on.
mind. Yeah, because people want to show these ladies
What
that they're gonna
city?
be out here for $3 quarters.
What city was that, y'all think?
I have no idea, man. That's just
I couldn't tell by the accents.
Well, black accents. It's kind of hard to trace black accents because
yeah, we became accent neutral for the most part. I think we're accent neutral.
Yeah, increasingly. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because people come from all over the place, so it's kind of hard to tell because it depends where your parents came from.
Yeah, I wonder what impact social media, listening to a bunch of different people from around the world constantly has on accents.
We'll start to blend them. Yeah. They'll start to bleed over.
People know. Very few people think I'm from South Florida. Very few people think I was born and raised in Dade County.
Yeah, because you have a West Coast, what they call CNN accent. I mean,
people think I'm from New York and LA. That's funny because it's true.
Because just like called received protocol accents in the UK. Well, you sound like you're
tonight on Channel 7 News.
yeah. Which is what they teach in schools. Okay. I mean,
compassionate backhands an Arab after trying his wife.
Yeah, because most black people have to try to sound like they sound. Okay, they have to try to sound because it's not taught in schools.
Yeah, so that's one thing. I never put on a voice in front of white folks, but they still be crowding around me when I speak about shit. But yeah, I never put on a voice. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I've seen my friends code switch, and I don't have to.
Yeah, we don't have quite the white inflection. Okay, that white people have. But the thing is,
I don't know where the fuck I got that from.
What?
That what you're saying, because my sisters don't have that. Mom doesn't. Clearly, dad has a super heavy accent, so he doesn't. Yeah. That's,
I mean, you have to run in the circles where they speak like that. That's number one. Number two, you have to intentionally want to sound like that because that's not what they teach in school.
I'm trying to go back in the way back machine to see. Did I make myself sound like it? Was it a conscious thought?
No. You're taught. You're taught. You have to consciously regress because most people that sound hood consciously regress because they won't sound cool.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Because most black kids, if you put them in the environment, a corporate environment, they'll start to lose it.
Yeah.
Because you have to intentionally want to sound like that. Because I've heard people code switch. If you can code switch, that means okay. Then you can have a different way of speaking. You have to intentionally decide that this is the way I want to sound.
That's a fact. And Leon says I was talking about the China video. That real quick and go ahead, Better You. He was talking about the China video, BGS.
The China. Okay, which one? I'm not sure.
Which one, Leon? Go ahead, Better You.
Well, I was actually gonna say there's a really good movie by Boots Riley called "Sorry to Bother You." That's about code switching in corporate.
Oh yeah.
It gets a little weird at the end, but it's pretty good.
Yeah, because I went to white schools most of my life, I had to code switch in reverse. Because I worked in black environments, so I had to code switch. I had to learn how to code switch in the opposite way.
That's the thing. That's the thing, especially. But your neighborhood was different.
Oh yeah, at home we spoke one way. In school we spoke another way.
I can get that because like my father's side of the family is Gullah, but my mom really proper, really prim. So when I would get around my father's side of the family, a lot of times they would tease me a little bit because I would sound funny to them. And I'm like, man, all y'all talking funny. After a while, it's kind of like, okay. So, you get around certain people, like it. I started kind of picking up a little bit of their geeky twang.
Yeah, that's code switching. I do with AL and I do with Jesse sometimes, so I'll code switch.
He sure will.
That was baby sister Z calling Z to say you was right. Anyway,
No,
look, I'm the BGS in my group. I'm the Z was right in my circle. I'm the yeah. It happens. I told her I'm gonna call her back, but yeah. So you ain't gonna call me back. I'm gonna call you back. but she know I stream. Like I sent it to people. People doubt me. I've sent some of my stuff I've sent some of my stuff that Passport OG cleans up. I've sent some of my stuff to Mama Z, and what she always says is, "All right, now be careful. You know how black women are." I'm like, because she knows. Fucking, she knows. It's crazy. Like, yeah, it's not even. She don't even tell me I'm wrong. She tell me you know how they are.
Oh yeah,
which says everything.
Oh yeah. That's how they are.
That's crazy. Give me a second. Tunnel runner wants the link. But yeah, BJ. So I was covering white women out here about ready to street fight black women and say you can't tell us to not date black men.
Every woman for a chair is a chair. It doesn't matter whether it's white, black, or brown.
Rest in peace, Luther Vandross. I'm gonna clip it.
And white women think they're at the top of the heap. Well, I will take what I want. Okay.
See, black women got to understand all is fair in love and war.
Love and war, exactly.
So they the only ones that don't play like it's playing. Women play for, especially in a time with economic contraction like this. They're gonna play for keeps.
Yep. When
they playing to win.
When the music stops, you have a chair.
Yeah. A chair is a chair. Rest in peace, Luther Vandross. Yeah, a chair is just a chair.
You see white women
don't remember too clearly. You fellas don't remember too clearly. These are the same females who refuse to play that musical chair game.
You know what? You're right.
Well, they could afford.
They are right about that.
They refuse to play this game as a kid. But guess what? They don't understand it as adults.
Yeah, no,
but Compassion got something to say. Go ahead and do that, Compassion, because I see where you was going.
That was in an environment where you didn't starve because you refused to play. Now it's gonna be an environment where you're gonna be selling pussy for $3. That's a whole different type. Starvation tends to change.
Oh wait! Better you didn't see the clip.
Hey, you making me giggle like a little girl.
you making BJ giggle like me. But BJ, if you don't mind bringing up the clip again, because better you didn't see it. He don't get the reference. We gonna play it for you. Better you give us a second.
Hold up.
That's what y'all got to watch out for. It's gonna change it. You know, the environment. BGS said it a long time. The environment gonna dictate a lot. Environment dictate the humans' worldview. So a lot of bitches gonna get a sudden occurrence of logic is
that act right about to hit them.
Yeah, starvation, it hurts. When your stomach empty, it hurts. So, look, that's
all right. Here you go. Better you.
What you said again, Mo? That's not how you said it. How you said it? You gave me a head for $5? You sure? All right, I don't got $5. Would you take like $3? Oh, you want a cash out? Cash? I only got quarters though. You want quarters? Yeah, it's $3.
Look, he wrote the window down all the way.
Time out. He said I only got quarters though.
Yeah, I told you.
No.
I ain't heard that right.
You didn't hear him correctly. He started with 5, went down to 3, then told her he only had $3 in quarters. Would you either take Cash App, Venmo, whatever, PayPal?
Cash App put $3.
It's $3, and she said she want cash, so that's the $3. You have to come in quarters.
And by the way, it's a real thing because there's a brother walking around like Metro Atlanta area, interviewing like streetwalkers, and they be going. They be going, and it's crazy. It's crazy. I kind of binge watched a bunch of his stuff once upon a time, and not even once upon a time. This is like a month ago. And I was like, oh crap! This is a thing.
That big screen you bought at Walmart for $300, you sell for $55,000. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I say a lot of the guys I can tell ain't been in a big city or grew up in bigger cities because desperation prostitution is pathetic. Y'all used to this fun and games prostitution, trying to get this sugar baby type of prostitution. Nah, but bitches prostituting for food is it don't turn you on the same as what y'all think it will.
No,
trust me.
No, it doesn't. Y'all gonna see it, man. I told y'all gonna see it. You guys, you want to be like boomers. Y'all gonna see the same shit. Okay.
Hey, Compassion and BGS taking it light on y'all. They're not trying to make y'all throw up. But you know what? I'm a spare y'all what it's actually gonna be out there, because I ain't gonna tell you. I'm gonna do it. It ain't gonna be just women out there neither.
Ooh,
I think
don't go there.
I think the roughest story I ever heard from my homegirl was of a homegirl we used to work with.
Mm-hmm.
She said she gave a dude some neck for a double cheeseburger from McDonald's.
And was dead ass serious.
And she asked her, she was like, "Yo, you wasn't thirsty? Just a burger?" Said, "I was so fucking hungry, I wasn't even worried about the drink." I said, "Yo."
God damn.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm here for all the
dark and ugly day. Look at AL.
I'm here for all the shenanigans. I can't wait. Hey, I already told the Lord, look at
AL
here.
said he had enough to hear with these
gas lighter. You need to make me the official gas lighter. All these motherfuckers going to hell because I'm filling their hair with gasoline drawers on. I promise you. I'm here with popcorn in my hand. It's all buttery and greasy on my face.
AL is sitting on the Game of Thrones the Game of Thrones chair next to Ostefco in hell waiting.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be a scary sight, man. It's gonna be a scary sight out here, man.
Yeah, it is. It is what it is, man.
Trying to sober you boys up for this so y'all can be prepared.
No, that's the only. I mean, being initiated in this space, you can at least know what you're seeing. Mm-hmm. Most people not gonna know what they seeing, and that's gonna be breaking. That's what's gonna further break society down. It's gonna traumatize a lot of people because they're not gonna anticipate none of this. People think it's.
I think we good for right now. We'll know that we really, really in trouble when they start giving neck for Popeye's biscuits.
Hey, I don't think we far from that, dog.
No, we ain't far from that at all. Okay.
A Popeye's biscuit is like $2, damn near $2 now with this.
Yeah, it is. It is. Thank you.
So, and Shorty just said she would get a neck for $3.
So
we ain't far. We ain't far from there. We might be there. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, shit, hide your kids, hide your wife, bundle up, suit up, and lace your boots up, man.
Yeah, I told you, tighten that belt, man. It's getting happened. And the what is it? What do they call him? Is he the Ice King? What do they call him? The Winter King? What do they call it?
Snow King.
The Snow King. The Snow King is here. Okay. Make winter great again.
Hey, hey, if they need the Popeyes biscuits, I got them. Don't worry about it. I got
and these women will not become under some leadership. They will not follow anybody's leadership. They still want to be independent.
No, they will.
Even though
enough of them ain't starved yet.
It don't even matter no more.
The independency, that liberty that they want, they still want it, even with the bad situations. I don't see it changing because they don't want to be under anybody else's control.
They're gonna change, man. You don't do. There's a difference between you being under the bridge and starving to death and you being in a house warm and cozy and with a belly full is you being under the leadership.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah. No,
well, if you're warm and cozy at the crib, your belly gonna be full, but it may not be full of food only. Anyway, moving along.
It don't matter. That's just the price.
Anyway,
but Z, I forgot to tell you about my breakfast. You know,
look! Every single time. AL, could you get the door, please? Could you get the door? Please get the door. Because we're about AL, get the door because we got just turn on.
No, sir, I don't want to.
Sorry. Go ahead, turn on. Go ahead.
With some coconut and we got some Canadian maple syrup.
Listen to this. Every single time, bragging. Like I'm about to. Look, when I get this Z back on the road, Tunnel Runner, I'm gonna do a donut right in your grass, right in the lawn in front of the house. I'm gonna do a donut right in the lawn in front of your house. Right? Just peel out.
Z, get ready to take me to the movies to go see Sinners. And so you can practice on my English.
Is she taking you to movies with her money? Look, I'm doing a donut right on the lawn in front of the house.
How's the English coming for her, Tunnel Runner?
Hey, and she's surprising me. She's doing very good. I mean, it might be too good. I need to keep her away from some of these brothers.
Let me read this. In Excalibur says, correction, BGS, the Night King. That is the Night King. Yeah, not the Snow King, it's the Night King. Night King. And thank you, Excalibur. From Game of Thrones.
Like you said.
They said Tunnel Runner got his reparations already.
For real. Hey, let Terrence Malone tell it.
BJ. When BGS. When the guys at the gym would say, start trying to talk to her, she says, I do not understand. I would love it.
Yeah. No, but I say,
but now she might be understanding. So, hey, it is what it is.
With the coming environment, those of us that are lucky enough to understand what's going on, Black men need to stay on their mission. Get on a mission if you're not on one. Get on your purpose. And it's gonna be a lot of women. It's gonna be a lot of very, enthusiastic, cooperative women you can plug into a situation and benefit from in some type of way into your mission. You're gonna suddenly have a lot more amicable women because the environment gonna be different. But just understand, like I understand sentiment of AL. They kind of brought this shit on themselves. So you understand not to, we got to be fairly ruthless and be completely self-centered about the value proposition they're gonna add, and be very clear because it's gonna be a different environment.
You don't have a choice, man. The thing is, are you willing to risk your survival over a feeling? You're not. Okay, ain't about her survival; it's about your survival.
Z, she does her math. She knows her math. She knows that there's girls out here doing worse than her. She's doing very well, and it's thanks to me. So she appreciates what she's getting. She's getting some, So she's doing something.
Tunnel Runner, you ain't have to say nothing else. My jealousy come from the word appreciate. You said appreciate. There you go, right there.
That's what you're looking for.
You don't even gotta get the breakfast. Shout out to Ms. Z. I get the appreciation too. I'm just saying.
You ain't gotta appreciate. Just you ain't gotta even appreciate it. Act like you do.
Right?
Yeah.
Act like you do. I don't care. I never loved you. I don't give a shit. Act like you do.
Hey, BJS, you'll see some of these guys go. The girl's bad. The girl is no good for the guy. But just because she treats them nicely, they don't even know how to act. She could be a streetwalker. She could be, she could be bad news. But because she's nice to them, these guys don't even know how to act. They just go crazy sometimes. You be like, hey, brother, let me tell you, don't make a whole housewife.
if they're getting what they want, let them have it, okay? We try to warn, there's a downside to it. You let them know what the downside is. Is it worth what you're getting ready to go through with this chick? If it is, man, go for it. Get what you want.
Yeah, because, they never got appreciated. Somebody just trying to watch them. Cook for them, eat for them, pat them on the head. That stuff lose their mind.
Yeah, of course. Hey, we got a man right here that did it. Okay, lost his mind. Watched him, appreciated him. Okay, you lost your mind, didn't you, Tunnel Runner?
I don't know. I kept my mind, but she's doing a good job. What she's supposed to do.
You lost your mind. Hey, Tunnel Runner got to put your mama on the phone. All right.
Exactly. Definitely got.
Put
that's
your
what Black
mama
men.
on the phone.
I ain't never coming back. I ain't never coming back. I promise you. Put it on the phone. I ain't never coming back.
Sunshine.
AL got to be the face for I Ain't Scared.
Black men definitely got to accept we got a blind spot for that.
So is your wife's name Sunshine?
No, I'm saying that movie. When he said Sunshine, I ain't coming back home. Sunshine came up to him. He said, honey, I ain't never coming home.
Tunnel Runner got down there, man, got in heaven, said, put your mama on the phone.
I ain't mad at you, Tunnel Runner. I ain't mad at you at all.
I am. every single time.
Hey, Z, she might drive me too.
I think I'm gonna take
Look
that
at
clip.
this.
I think I'm gonna take that clip, man. Put that, as part of his passport, bros. Right? Put your mama on the phone. That little clip.
Yeah, but black men, we gotta charge more for black manhood. I mean, because we got a validation sink.
Well,
Most black men,
isn't that the whole point? Compassionate, the psych out. They psych you out as a kid. They psych you out as an adolescent, so that when you finally do get someone that's not even necessarily nice, just not a complete asshole, you don't know what to do with yourself. Oh my God, you like me? Isn't that the whole point?
Oh, no, until you go to an environment where they're all like that. And they say,
exactly. And that's why they don't want you messing with the white girls. The white girls mess up their whole game. The Latinas mess up their whole game.
Even the white girls don't want you to go down to like Latin America or outside the United States.
Oh yeah. True.
And don't tell nobody when you go down there that what it's like either. You don't fuck up the whole game.
And let me play this real quick. This is what I'm talking about, y'all, with Anton. Let's do this first. Fair use. Anton, don't strike me, Anton. And here we go, y'all.
And he don't strike nobody, man.
He won't. All right.
No.
Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Here we go.
Should black men date white women? That's the TikTok I just saw. So this girl was talking about how she was approached by a lady or a young girl and her group of friends, and the girl asked, do you have a problem with black men dating white women? And some of them were like, yeah, some of them said no. And then she went on to say, well, my bigger question would be, why do the white women feel like they need to date black men? And then
I noticed that she made sure she got that full body shot because she want to show you what she's working with. She trying to substantiate her argument by making sure that you show her.
I agree with that. It looked like she's tucking in her tummy too.
Communication is more than just whatever it is that you're saying out of your mouth. So while people may get distracted, Tom Dog is not distracted. Let's go ahead and get into what she was saying.
she went on to say, well, my bigger question would be, why do the white women feel like they need to date black men? And then she went and explained, like, oh, it's because the kids, and they want them to look, the kids to look a certain way. Not sure I agree with that, but still we're moving on, because the point of this of this lady's video is she gets to the end and she says, we need to have more conversations like this because they're not being had anymore. It's called staying in your own lane. Stay the fuck in your own lane. If you don't like to date outside of your race, that's great. I love that for you. Stay the fuck in your own lane. If you are a black girl that wants to date a white man, go for it. If you're a black girl that wants to date a Hispanic man, go for it. If you're a white woman that wants to date a black man, go for it. You get the point, correct?
Yeah. She's going to catch a lot of flack for this one, because let me tell you something. The one
deregulated dating market.
There you go. Hey. This is a thing. First of all, the stay in your own fucking lane. Y'all heard her. Stay in your own lane. She talking to black women there. Number one. To the white lady, she already know what it is. I hate when they do this shit. You know, if you're a black woman who wants to date a white man, just do that. Yawn. You already know what it is. You know your brother ain't checking, lady. Stop it. So that's all that is. That's all that is.
Hey.
Go ahead.
Survival of the fittest, man.
It is now.
And that's all it is.
It is.
So that's three white girls straight up saying back to back that they coming for black men. That's three white girls.
And the white women are saying we ain't trying to keep black men contained for you anymore. Okay, it's wide open.
And this is what I'm saying. Exactly what BGS just said. When you have this on the market, when you have this, once again, if the market is deregulated, I don't think they really appreciate what that means. You will be regulated to dating other black women. You will be regulated to dating other black women as a black woman.
You got to get out there and compete.
And if you don't want to compete, and there's a reason why I'm saying that. I'm glad that you said that. There's so many studies that speak about how non-black men see black women. So if you're not holding on to black men for dear life, non-black men, let's be very clear, there's going to be a couple of sisters we know, the white guys that have a thing for a black woman. Okay, they take you off the market, cool. But a sizable, majority of black women, if you don't get your black man, you don't get a man. So you will, and non-black women that's on the lesbo thing, they ain't checking for black women like that neither. So that regulates black women to situationships and situations with other black women. That's what you regulate it to.
That's what you're saying with 25% of Z's or women under 30 being identifying as bisexual. That's going to.
This is exactly why I bring it up. That's exactly why I bring it up. Because if you, this is the thing. If you're honest, you got to get out of your ego to be honest with yourself. When you're honest with yourself and you get out of your ego, you tell yourself the truth about where you fit in society. It's not about how you can make yourself feel better when you look in the mirror. No. You're honest with yourself about where you and your demographic fits in the larger scheme of things, and then you move accordingly. What sisters are doing is they throwing a goddamn temper tantrum and they're not moving accordingly. As a matter of fact, what they really want to do is burn everything to the ground and be like, look, now aren't we all equal? Right? This is what that partnership crap is about. If I burn it to the ground and there's no white womanhood, then we're all equal. Fuck out of here, bro. Fuck out of here. That's what that's about. They want to burn everything, partnership everything. That way there's no more myth of white womanhood. Because this is what I think what black women realized probably by the 80s was there is no climbing up. So they said, fuck it, we'll burn everything then. And if there's no myth of white womanhood and we're just partners and everybody's freestyling and doing their own thing, then we're all equal and I don't gotta feel bad. No, but you still gonna feel bad.
It ain't about feeling no more right now. Feeling was 5 years ago. Ain't nobody supposed to.
Oh man. Hey, and the white girls coming. Pun intended. The Latinas and the white girls said they'll go.
Hey, I have a question. Did anybody bring up the fact that tomorrow those default payments and garnishments is going into effect?
Oh, talking about for the student loans?
Yeah.
Hey, that white girl needs somebody to help her pay them student loans. She coming.
She coming. What did Donald Trump say?
Patriarchy?
Donald Trump said, "Bitch, better have my money."
No, you saw what the lady was saying. His press secretary. Press secretary was not joking. She said, "Hey, we pay our debts in America. You know, these people need to pay their debts, and we will resume." She said we're 36, 38 trillion. I can't remember. In debt, and we do pay our debts in America, and these people are gonna have to pay their debts. We're resuming it. And she was like adamant. It wasn't like with a mellow tone. No, she was aggressive with it. Oh, all right, women, and we know what 2/3 of student loan debt is women.
Yes.
Hey, but look, though, what if it's not patriarchy? What if it's just a helping hand?
I got you. I'll play it right now. Here you go.
In honor of me graduating college this week, I was like, you know what? We're going to rip the Band-Aid off. We're going to check our student loan debt. And I, kind of at a ballpark range, like I knew how much I owed, not down to like the exact dollar amount. I'm the type of person who gets nervous to check their bank account after a weekend out. So I took a look. I took a hard gander at exactly how much money I owe. I'm going to die with it. Like I can confidently say there wasn't even like a panic. It was just like my heart sank to my I'm going to die with it. Like I don't know any way I'm going to be able to pay that off other than selling my organs on the black market. This is why I don't understand why people shit on sugar babies, because like I could get this all paid off tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow, but you know what I mean, like within the year. If I just found a rich man and everyone's like, patriarchy, don't work for them. Ask not what you can do for the patriarchy, but what the patriarchy can do for you. If it benefits me, then maybe it's not the patriarchy, maybe it's just a helping hand.
And when you have white women that think like that, what the hell are black women are saying? I'm not getting. Real quick. Ayo, you got it right after this. If that's how the white woman sounds and the black woman sounds like this,
niggas be so quick to let me take you on a trip. Let me take you on a trip. Pay a fucking bill. Pay a bill. Pay a goddamn bill.
Always begging. Damn.
Can we get on the phone? No, get on the phone with billing. Don't talk to me. Talk to billing.
if they're both in need, need, and the white girl sound like that and the black girl sound like that, where do you think most men are gonna go? Go ahead, Ayo.
Her heart sank to her ass, but it did.
What else?
You show the very disparity between her and the black woman, and the black woman telling that, no, go pay a bill. Why would I pay a bill if you a student? No, I wish the fuck I would. That's a you problem, helper. You chose to go to college before you take all that money to student loans and spend it on lavish clothes, jewelry, cars. Nope, I don't care. I do not care.
Yeah, but this is the thing for me. What and I see what you're saying, Al. By the way, you sound muffled. Something's over your mic, but the what I'm doing is giving the juxtaposition. Both of them are in need, but when you look at how the white girl came up to us, yeah, she gonna play some tricks, but you see what she said. If I just find me a rich man, and she already getting into her feminine, she already getting that demure voice, and you already see she gonna try to soft talk whatever man she sees, excuse me, that she sees as her target. She's gonna soft talk him. The sister over here with the
AV.
aggressive and not even she's trying to frame it like she's doing you a favor. No, pay a bill. Pay a fucking bill. Go ahead, Vince.
AV. You need to stop
Mm-hmm.
playing those side by side from time to time. And,
Right, I do. Yep.
And showing the difference between the approach
Mm-hmm.
of feminism and things like that in that regard, because that those approaches are starkly contrastically, if I'm making up words right now, different.
They are different, and once again, they're both in need. But the young lady, the young black lady, and the young white lady are both asking. They're both in need, but they're both going about it two different ways. And we know these are stereotypes. We understand like not all black women sound like that, and not all white women sound like that. But with that,
That's a
using the
fact.
stereotypes, the black woman is aggressive, and she's trying to do it like she's doing you a favor. And the white girl, she's already using her manipulation skills to be like, well, if I just find me a rich man, don't ask what the patriarchy can do, what you can do for the patriarchy, but what the patriarchy can do for you. And you see how she's like, okay, fine, I'll play this game. The black girl, the black young lady is like, screw that, pay a bill. So she's walking up to you pretty much. So you find, let's say you find her attractive, you hit on her, and by the second or third date, she already on some pay a bill type thing. And I don't even think it'll
Serve
take that long.
me.
Yeah.
Break yourself, nigga.
Serious though, right?
She gorilla pimping out this bitch.
Yeah, she really is. And you see the way that to me is the fascinating part. It's the way she's speaking. That once again, you're the one in need. You are the one in need. You're not even just crazy. Go ahead.
She's like a growth system.
Let me read this from Too Watchful. And Too Watchful says, Tunnel Runner ain't shit tax. Tunnel Runner, you hear that? Hate, Tunnel Runner. It's hate. It's hate. Oh man, Tunnel Runner ain't shit. Every single time Tunnel Runner come up here, it's brag time. Tunnel Runner be telling us about his beautiful ass relationship and then how happy he is and what he ate for breakfast, lunch, or dinner. And now his lady going to take him to go see Sinners, and she paying.
That nigga.
And she cooked breakfast. My lady cooked breakfast today. Thank you, baby. But yeah,
nigga.
look right. Like, who's that nigga on that nag? For real. Tunnel Runner is definitely that nigga on that nag.
That nigga getting benefits.
Right? Wait, what you said, better you?
I said, notice how relaxed he be sounding.
He really do. He in his zen place. He's in his zen place. Tunnel Runner come up here. He tell you what he had for breakfast. He tell you what he had for lunch, for dinner. Now he going to see Sinners on her dime, and they just going to chill out. Meanwhile, the dating scene got pee in it, and the women are the ones peeing in America. So the dating scene has pee in it. Then stop peeing in the pool, ass clown.
Nah, it had hot doodle water.
Oh Lord. Every day Tunnel Runner wake up, he like, oh thank God, life is good.
Life in Paradise brought to you by Tunnel Runner, for real. Better you said before. Life in Paradise brought to you by Tunnel Runner. Today, commercial break. Life in Paradise brought to you by Tunnel Runner. Have a problem with American women? Have a problem with black women? Have a problem with American women? Then sign up for our Tunnel Runner subscription, where we bring you easy access to foreign women who are kind, cooperative to submissive, get on your program, don't talk too much, cook, pay bills too, pay for a movie here and there. That crazy. Fecal water, for real. Trell said the dating scene got fecal water in it. Exactly. And the women are the ones pooping in the pool. Real. And that's what it is. That's what it is. But yeah, so they pooping in the water, talking crap. But yeah, so that like I wanted to play that from Anton because I think you're going to keep on seeing more. You're going to keep on seeing more of that. You're going to. Oh, you know what I did not play? The homegirl that was on the college campus. How did I forget that one? The homegirl that was on the college campus. There's a clip. There's a clip on when I played sometimes where they're on the college campus. The last girl, the white girl that was like, essentially she said the same thing. Mind your business. He wasn't gonna date you anyway. So yeah. So white women are starting to get annoyed with black women on this shit, right? And that was a young lady, but she was on the college campus. What white women are starting to get annoyed with this shit, and I just want to be very clear to black women. Yeah, eventually, I just want black women to know you ain't gonna be able to pull Lonnie Love off of the reel. Eventually, y'all gonna be on brunch with your little Benetton ad of homegirls, and you gonna start talking shit about black men, and then white girls gonna check your ass, and you ain't gonna be able to scare them aloud. Talking about, I'm letting y'all know, hey, them white girls, they might be a little bit more timid. Pull that shit with some of them Latinas. Y'all gonna be throwing hands outside in that parking lot. In South Florida, y'all definitely would be throwing hands in that parking lot. I'm gonna let you know. So shout out to all the sisters in South Florida. Talk shit about black men with a Latina who got a black boyfriend or baby daddy or husband, and see if y'all not throwing hands in the parking lot. And that don't mean you gonna win. I'm just saying. Anyway, I met them Latinas. Wait, you broke up whoever that is speaking.
Nah, I said the white girl's gonna be like, leave Terrell alone.
Well, they know what it is. They don't know what it is very in the details, but they have a good idea of what it is. They like this is the thing, black women. We are black. Black men are black. Just in case you didn't know, just in case you didn't get the memo. And when you go in on black men, when you insult black men, when you belittle black men, and then you try to shame white women for being in the defense of maybe a man that she's in a relationship with, or black men in general because she's in a relationship with a black man, and you try to do the whole, well, you wouldn't get it. They treat you better. Right? Like that might slide with certain women, certain leftist liberal women, maybe a conservative here or there, doubt it. But nah, people getting tired of that shit, bro. People getting tired of that. And I always, real quick, I'm gonna end out in 20 seconds. I always want black people to be careful about how you weaponize non-black people in this conversation. And I think black women in particular, and some black men to be fair, have been way too reckless with weaponizing non-black people against black people in this gender conversation. And it's stupid. Because you weaponizing white men against black men, and you're trying to shame white women, and it's not smart, because you have to appreciate the power dynamic here. You know, that's the reason why you'd be trying to fuck with the white men. You forgot? So when you weaponize white men, and when you insult black men in the presence of non-black women, understand they don't have, many of them don't have that same idea about black men that you do. So yeah, you'll have, like, I played that the clip of the white girl growling practically at the camera, talking crazy about men. Yeah, white women like that, maybe they won't fuck with black men. But there are a number of white women who will hear black women complaining, and then be like, yeah, that's you. I'm gonna go. I'll go. And hey, it's not smart. Go ahead, Vince.
Wait, you saying that like we're the same? Like us and black women, we're the same. Like we're like same,
I'm
but
saying we're
different.
attached by the hip. And same but different. Exactly. Same but different. I'm saying to black women that it's not wise what they're doing for their own good. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's not wise what they're doing for their own good. And we're living in an era now where we might have reached the market cap for peak feminism. And that doesn't mean it's going to go away. I'm not being dumb here. We're not being naive. But it does mean that black women, Latinas, white women, Asian women are going to have to move different. Middle Eastern and in all different variations are going to have to move different.
And
And it
guess
looks
what?
like black women are going to be the most stubborn to
Well,
move
what
differently, and they're going to
what they
suffer.
also
Mhm, mhm.
what they
Go ahead, Black
also
man.
fail to recognize is that they have been, up until just recently, their relationships with other people were or are a function of their relationships or proximity to black men. So the further they get away from black men, the further they try to or create their own separation from black men, the less protected they are. The less because what they don't know is what happens to them invariably is a function of the perceived threat of retribution of Black men, either directly, overtly, or indirectly. The extent to which others will perceive having vengeance, the possibility of vengeance visited upon them by virtue of Black men, is going to influence their relationships with other people. But they have made such a public showing of representing themselves as being enemies or adversaries of Black men that is emboldening their critics, including and especially white women, who are romantically involved with Black men, who may even have half Black, I guess, sons and other relatives. So to some degree, what they're experiencing is women who might be closely associated with Black men being insulted by their collective mistreatment of Black men. You know, I think, although they're entertaining, I think Black women are going to realize that one of the worst things to happen to them in the current environment, one of the worst things that for them to actively and gleefully participate in are these pop the balloon shows. These pop the balloon shows are showing a banality, a mercenary, a vanity and haughtiness of Black women that is becoming so it's becoming infuriating to watch. It's becoming, you watch these shows sometimes, in the behavior of these women, the arrogance, the vanity is so outsized and so repeatedly reflective of Black women that they're going to regret this particular kind of media, because it is making it easy for other people, including white women who might be involved with Black men, or other non-Black people who are friendly towards Black men. It's making it easier for them to think and to behave in some very negative ways towards Black women.
I'm sorry. Real quick with that. No, you're good. Kim Foster even made a comment about, like, and I wanted her to go into that more, but she probably saved it for Patreon or something, members only. That how Pop the Balloon is making Black women look. So that's how bad it is. If Kim Foster's like, okay, wait, that's number one. Number two, I keep on bringing this up. I'm gonna have to snip it out. Go ahead. Go ahead, Black.
And if you're a white girl, white girls who like Black men, may even prefer Black men, think that Black men, in comparison to their own men, are pretty good and decent guys. At a certain point, you're going to become kind of insulted by what you see, repeatedly see represented in that media.
Yes. Yeah. It's good. It eventually, this is what I'm saying. My fear is, and maybe if I could find like a different version of Gypsy, the house music song, for those of us that know, I'm gonna use. Oh crap! Goddamn, Obsidian uses it. Damn it! I can't use it. Obsidian already using it. But like, no, but like, my fear for Black women is as a class, not women like your daughters, right? Your oldest is already married. Not women like my younger sister or my older sister, but as a class of women, Black women will be seen as the gypsies of America. And like, that is a real fear of mine. As women who are my sisters and my girl cousins and women I went to high school with and college with, my fear is that they will be seen as the gypsies, the mystic weirdo, very, very gynocratic group of people in America who live off in the outskirts of the city, with their children and just them and maybe one or two men. That's a horrible thought, and I think that's what they're going to regulate themselves to with this type of imagery. Go ahead.
I think it's,
and then we got to get Vince after. Go ahead.
I think it's actually a bit worse. A lot of the non-Black guys that I interact with, they really see black girls as a good time and not much more. And they'll talk the PC language and all that stuff, but I mean the marriage rate it speaks for itself. Like, so yeah, you know, if I met a good black, like, Thomas, chill, bro. Just chill.
Yeah, I'm off work today.
Go.
Okay, so it's two things. I didn't know we was going to turn the corner and go there, like at this moment, right? But like another way to look at it, right?
Real quick, Vince. Yeah, Black Uru, you were coming in and out a little bit while you were speaking earlier. We could still make out what you were saying, but you were kind of clicking in and out. Better yet, that's the better way to say it. Clicking in and out. But yeah, go ahead, Vince.
Okay. All right. So
Thanks for letting me.
So I want to just end with what I was going to say to Uru, that it's to me what you're describing is what I call vaginal arrogance. They're displaying vaginal arrogance on top of the balloon with like not really thinking about the way that they're actually participating in something cultural and what is going to be like interpreted through the lens and eyes of other cultures. Secondly, I didn't know we was going to turn the corner and go to the gypsy. The idea of the looking at the gypsy kind of point of view, whereas like I had my own encounter with talking to someone from another culture, race, or whatever like that. And we got to that level of conversation. Mind you, I'm young. I don't really have, I'm in a majority, black area. So having these conversations on this level with someone else, like not as frequent
Vince,
as
you got to clarify
guys.
for people. Vince is in the DMV area, arguably some of the most educated, home owning ass, upperly mobile ass black women in the country, outside of maybe New York and Chicago, right? And yeah, go ahead.
And don't get me wrong, it's women here who got their mind right, but there's some that's not. It's a reasonable amount of women who don't got their mind right. Like, ooh, everything that says it is sustained, right? But we know who we talking about in our conversations and stuff like that, right? But anyway, like, talking to this one dude, and he pretty much was like, he regard black women as exotic, and I was like, yo, you just said that, and it goes into what you're saying about, like, based on the trajectory of how the culture is being shaped and formed. Because, when we make, content, art, and things like that, we're shaping and contouring the culture. So, if that group of women end up looking to be like the gypsy group of people, it's already in an aspect where they're already looked at as quote unquote exotic, and not in a good way. Not in a good way exotic, not like a baddie exotic. It's kind of like bone and nose or septum ring.
So they looked at like what Bell Hooks said in the book
time
to the upper society or the global society. Exactly what Bell Hooks said. They're looked at as sexual objects, sexual gains of experience for their XP until they're ready to engage with a white woman. So
sound about right.
It's sad. Like I said, when I listen to those people, and whether it's defeating patriarchy or whatever else, it's like all you're doing is eating up the bottom. You're not affecting anybody that bought their house in 1990 or people that make 100K or more. You're destroying the bottom, and it's just rising. It's like a disease, pretty much, and it's just like. I sent you videos of girls prostituting in New York and everywhere else, and it's like they're decriminalizing it without decriminalizing it, and it's like my friends out here, I got military friends. We tell them all the time before you hit a club or a bar, go to that back page or whatever else, and look at all the females before you engage with any damn female in this area.
Background.
You go on there, scroll down, and when you go out, you end up talking to a chick. Oh, she's on the page. Yeah, I've seen guys fall for that, and they end up having babies with S workers, and then they find out afterwards. And I just think guys are gonna see what the world is. It's gonna be sad. I'm gonna hand some kid some chips. Fuck his mom. I'm gonna keep on moving. So it's gonna get dark. I talked to my mom about it too, and she watched those videos and she was laughing about it. She's like, yeah, she's doing it from her experience, but she says everything that's going on with our on her side of the family, that one tree, not my grandfather's, they're poor, and they've been living amongst each other. So I see how they do it, and they got vegetables in the backyard and all that, but still, it's gonna get real interesting for women. Guys, you're just gonna fall in line wherever you can make a dollar here or there, and if you take on the responsibility, that's your fault. That's how I'm gonna see it when we're under this type of economic pressure. If you take on the responsibility, let it check, and that's your fault. Whatever takes place.
Yeah, if I can, real quick, are you done, Lee?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. Sorry about earlier. The baby girls woke up, but they've concubinized themselves. A lot of non-black guys only see them as a good time. Like even the attitude and everything else. Like it's one of those things that for some of them it's enticing. It gives them a bit of a thrill and a rush, and it's like they've made themselves an experience.
It's something to conquer. It's like damn, they're murking a lion.
Exactly. It's something to cross off the bucket list, but I do not want any of that in my romantic spouse. And that's the thing that I don't think that they've really realized yet. And when you put in how they've kind of intersectionized religion as well, and going back, even when trying to go back to traditional faiths like Ifa and different things like that, a lot of folks that I've encountered who come from the continent are like, oh, nah, y'all ain't even doing it right. It's like,
But better you, that's such a sex negative way of looking at things. You're not being sex positive.
Fuck that. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I think they've concubinized themselves, and I don't know how you turn the ship around at this point.
You have to normalize it, apparently.
This is like why I make the argument about 1920s. I wish there were still brothels, because my frustration really isn't totally about women. It's about that they intertwine themselves with women that are S workers. Like I talked to a chick, two of her friends are S workers, and I'm like, you're an accountant. like I know y'all watched Insecure and Girlfriends and all these shows and Five Friends of different classes, but the reality, when you look, that's not how the world really operates. So it's like you're intertwining your culture with this, and I want the shit separated. I want to walk down to a brothel, after I get off work, then go home. I don't care to say it, but I sent Mr. Z a video of Dr. Leon, and he was talking to another media guy that moved to Brazil, and he sounded the same as any other passport bro. He's like, they just need to escape. He's like, this life in America is not what you're being lied to.
Let me say this real quick. So everybody, y'all already know Mr. Z being reckless. So I'm gonna mute up. I still can hear you guys. So just and I got my phone a little ways away from me. Beautiful technology, wireless headphones. Yeah. So yeah. So y'all go ahead. I'm still listening. I'm gonna still make my comments here and there, but y'all go ahead.
Did you watch the Dr. Leon video I sent you?
No, but was it you that sent me the one with the white girl? Not the white girl, the sister that was street walking and got interviewed.
Yes, yeah, I sent you that too.
Yeah. I saw that one. I watched that one. Yeah. That's the one I was talking. I was making reference to it earlier. I'm gonna download that one too. God, that's crazy, Leon. That's crazy. And she didn't want to go to a strip club. She didn't want to pimp. She didn't want none of that. She just wanted to do what she was doing. Yeah.
She's like, I make $350 a day, bare minimum, and it's like I have sex twice and I hit a hotel and go to sleep.
Hey, no lie. I mean, if you ain't paid $350 a day, no taxes.
Yeah, bare minimum, bare minimum. She
Yeah,
like people
bare minimum. I'm
fly,
like, no, but I'm going off
for
of
the
that. Let's
train,
say that
bus,
is bare
whatever.
minimum. That's a worst case scenario, right? That's 700 every 2 days.
Yeah.
Ugh. Yeah, I mean, hey, bro. I mean, she clearing? She making some. She making a little bit.
Yeah, she making
But
50K a
once again,
year.
what are you doing? But look at what you're doing to achieve that. I guess you retire from the game eventually, and then move into a city where you never did this stuff and act like nothing happened.
Well, see, she already has a child, and her baby daddy. She was like, oh, he's in jail. He ain't shit. He doesn't do anything for my kid.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like,
No, no,
nigga's
no,
in
no.
jail.
Stay it the way she said it. She said he's in jail getting piped.
Oh yeah, she did that. Yeah, she
Yeah,
did slip that in. She's like,
yeah,
he's getting piped in jail. He
yeah.
must be happy in jail.
She's,
You
by the
know,
way,
not
she
to
said it
be.
way more vulgar and way more offensive than that.
Yeah,
Me and Leon giving y'all the Reader's Digest version of that.
yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah. I'm watering it down. Yeah.
Go ahead,
Man,
y'all.
y'all,
Like, share,
y'all acting
subscribe, hit the
too
super
dead.
chat. Yeah, everybody,
Y'all,
everybody
wait,
getting sleep.
y'all
Everybody getting
can't be
sleepy
acting
on me.
dead.
Yeah,
Y'all can't be acting dead on the day that I'm off work, and I'm the one tired for some reason. You know, I'm low on energy. Drinking some coffee right now.
no, I'm in here being a dusty graduate student.
Nah, I feel you.
I mean, you was trying
My
something. My bad.
oh, my cousin, my younger cousin, he just finished. He finishes law school in 2 weeks in Mississippi. So,
Oh, he gonna be a
I'm
dusty
happy about
lawyer?
that. I guess. I just if he is, I just hope he moves out of Mississippi to attempt to make some money. But who knows? Then my brother, he's about to graduate in I think a month or two from Morgan in Maryland. So
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
happy about
Baltimore.
that shit.
As crazy as Baltimore is, they have a lot of good schools out there. It's about what 4 or
Oh
5
yeah.
HBCUs over there.
Oh, they've already gentrified a lot of Baltimore, man. It's more of a college town now. It's like they have like the places that young people hang out at is gated off, and like the I don't want to say poor people, but the lower class people know when they see those little gates, don't come in with the shit.
Nah, they go in there with
But
the shit anyway.
yeah, they try to like my cousin, my brother's school had a shooting right across the street, and 2 bullets came in. They didn't report it on the news or anything.
Right.
So then you know, I'm just hoping both of them, my younger cousin and my brother, leave where they are at, because Maryland for him starting off his career is going to be a little tough, and my cousin, like I don't see a lot of growth in Mississippi, and I think he has a look that he can work for a firm or anything, or I figure something out. But yeah, I'm just hoping.
Man, you had me thinking, but I thought you was about to say, old girl had her IRA and everything, and that she was ready to step out of the game, and this was a responsible hotel.
Oh, for the girl, the New York girl. Let me see if I think I saved the video, but I can't stream from here. Let's see. Better you can stream a video, right?
I have no idea.
No, we would need somebody with a laptop. As a matter of fact, let me see, because let me check my email and let me see if I could. Let me see if I could pull a rabbit out the hat. Give me a second.
You came back quick for them biscuits, boy.
Yeah, and you know when I listen to that New York video, this is like the only time I bring up my job is when I'm talking about when the social worker and the other lady be asking me questions about stuff because they know I'm just gonna tell them the truth because she's sitting down like she's like, you know, I'm doing paperwork and it's like I can't get these people approved. And I'm like, for assistance? She's like, yeah, I said they're male. And she looked at me, she's like, yeah. And I said the women are illegals, right? And they're approving their health assistants, right? She said, yeah. I said they can have babies.
Yeah, I remember you saying that. I remember you saying that.
Yeah. And she just looked at me like, this is so wrong. And I'm like, well, you know, if you go back to like 2000, women walk in the hospital pregnant and the hospital pays for the baby to be born. I was like, now when you look at paperwork, after their insurance, they're spending $4,000 to $6,000 to have a baby, bare minimum. I was like, that 20,000.
It's ready, Leon. Let me play it. It's ready. Here y'all go. This is the video me and Leon are referring to. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Here y'all go.
A kid, and I just like, I can't do this. Like, I'm not getting help from no government assistance. I don't get help from the kid's dad. He's in jail being a getting in the ass, and it's just like, bro, I gotta do this shit all by myself. I know I'm brain smart, but like my mouth works better. So it's just like, so I made me a little Twitter. It wasn't enough, so I started traveling.
So wait, you travel all over the country doing this? You're not just in New York?
No, I go state to state. I get flew out.
So you fly around the world just selling?
Yeah.
Wow. So
it's called road running.
So you're a worldwide.
Yes, international.
You don't see yourself ever get into a different
I
careers?
see myself the right and making it out. What about you?
Our movement right now is to get people off the streets, help them get a job.
Where are you gonna give me a job at? Where am I gonna work? A massage parlor?
Nah,
giving jobs in the back for a fake 50? I'm cool. Like, I'm not, no. You can't save me. I don't even want to be saved.
So your tricks pay your hotel?
Basically, they pay for my whole lifestyle. I go out, stand on the corner, get 1 or 2 tricks, and then I'll go get my room for the night. Usually, I like to keep my hotels closed. I can easily just walk out the door and make my money and go run back in if I see the cops.
There y'all go. There you go.
I can't believe that. I know what I just saw.
Hey, you know why I believe it? Because real quick, let me tell you why I believe it. Because there were parts of it where her voice started cracking, and that's why I believe it. Her voice started cracking. You could tell she was about to tear up. There are multiple times where her voice started cracking and she started to tear up a little bit, and they cut it. So I believe it. Unless she got to be grade A actress. Well, she probably is a grade A actress. But yeah, no, she has to be grade A actress because her voice was cracking.
It's real. It's real.
No. I'm bullshit. I definitely believe it, but.
Wait, Black was speaking. Go ahead, Black.
Do they ask about her background, where she came from?
Ooh, I don't know because that's the clip that Leon sent me.
If I'm right, she's from New York, plus her voice on New York.
There's a reason. There's a reason why I'm asking the question. That girl sounds like she grew up in suburbs. Y'all hear her talk?
Yeah,
she's working class, middle class.
Her pronunciation, that was not the sound of a girl who grew up in a bad household. That was the sound of a girl who sounded like she might grow up in the suburbs.
Hey, run it again so we can just listen to her voice.
Okay, give me a
second. She didn't have no AAV. She had no AAVE.
African American vernacular. Okay, give me 1 second. Here we go.
A kid, and I just like, I can't do this. Like, I'm not getting help from no government assistance. I don't get help from the kid's dad. He's in jail being a getting in the ass, and it's just like, bro, I gotta do this shit all by myself. I know I'm brain smart, but like my mouth works better. So it's just like, so I made me a little Twitter. It wasn't enough, so I started traveling.
So wait, you travel all over the country doing this? You're not just in New York?
No, I go state to state. I get flew out.
So you fly around the world just selling?
Yeah.
Wow. So
it's called road running.
So you're a worldwide.
Yes, international.
You don't see yourself ever get into a different careers?
I see myself the right and making it out. What about you?
Our movement right now is to get people off the streets, help them get a job.
Where are you gonna give me a job at? Where am I gonna work? A massage parlor?
Nah,
giving jobs in the back for a fake 50? I'm cool. Like, I'm not, no. You can't save me. I don't even want to be saved.
So your tricks pay your hotel?
Basically, they pay for my whole lifestyle. I go out, stand on the corner, get 1 or 2 tricks, and then I'll go get my room for the night. Usually, I like to keep my hotels closed. I can easily just walk out the door and make my money and go run back in if I see the cops.
Y'all caught the delusion, right? Y'all caught the delusion of thinking she gonna suck the right peen and make it out the hood. Even when you street walking, you think so. Once again, that's that pretty woman crap, lady. You are not Julia Roberts.
Hold on, wait.
You don't want to
You know
be
I choose in my
saved.
algorithm.
But
No, she did say that. She did say that.
Her
Yeah, go ahead.
delusion, her delusion speaks to what I was attempting to highlight, and that is she does not sound like she has the background of someone who grew up in a crack household. She don't sound
No, I
like
agree.
that. So these interviews all, I wish sometimes some of these people who do these interviews, and God bless them, but take 1 or 2 interviewing and interrogation courses while you're doing this. Because I mean, I'm listening to this interview, I'm listening to her pronunciation, and I'm like, where does this girl come from? Well, what's her background? Because I just think there's a very interesting backstory there.
I think even when you see it with white girls, these are middle class white girls that are like, I could be a nurse or like a whatever, but this income, this income that I'm
There's a
making is
pun in
life
there.
changing,
Yeah. No, I
heard her say, I stand on the. I heard her say, I stand on the corner. I'm like,
yeah, her pronunciation was top notch. Yeah.
Black street walker.
Yeah. Hey, I think we're gonna keep on seeing these. It's disheartening. Yeah.
No, it's really sad. It really is. I mean,
Minion says Olivia lost and turned out. That's what it looked like. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Snaggletooth.
That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
But she don't know prostitution.
Somebody play Lost and Turned Out, please. Go ahead.
She don't know prostitution doesn't have a dental insurance plan though, right?
Clearly, or retirement plan. The retirement plan, I guess, for her is winning the lottery to her pretty woman ultimate end.
Wait,
and yeah,
even prostitutes are trying to manifest.
But bro, I truly believe, I don't care what nobody says, outside of like the staunchest, like rug munching, like feminists, I think all of them souls trying to manifest. I think all of them trying to manifest. I think all of them. I think we as men, especially black men, just have a way more understanding of reality and are forced to accept it in a way that doesn't make us delusional. And they get to play with the delusion a little bit, just a smidge, a lot.
But Z, what I didn't like was the audacity of that Negro. I'm here to try to save you. I'm trying to get you off the street.
Yeah, he did say that. He said that's what they do. It's not just her. He said that's what they do.
Man.
It's not just her. Hey, I'm about to blow a damn gasket. He like, hey, bro, don't save her. But she did say she don't want to be saved. She did say it.
Hey,
so.
yo, I'm bringing them all to the Nation of Islam to be saved, bro. Okay.
Good luck with that. Good luck with that.
I mean, 3-6 said it, boy.
Don't save her. She said she didn't want to be saved neither.
Project Pat in particular.
I think there's a dynamic.
You think
because
you can
there's
save me?
Right.
Well, no, when I hear that, what I'm seeing is like that, like the rapper lady that lives in her van, and it's like it would have to be something so extreme that they give up.
Wait, what rapper lady lives in her van? You're not talking about homegirl from.
She got some nice titties and
Wait, what rapper lady lives in her van? Who did I miss?
I think I sent you the clip.
The one with the
I missed that.
Is she selling her mixtape out the trunk?
Yeah, but it's in a nice
I missed
big
this.
van.
Oh no, I missed this one, y'all. Okay, so I missed something. Yeah, I missed that one. I'll check it. You said you sent me this in email? I'll go look for it.
I think I did. I think I sent you the day that girl, the fine one, got arrested in Chicago by the white cops. And the cop was like, "Hell, I got to get her number and all that type of stuff, her TikTok and everything, because she was speeding." I
No,
thought I
I
sent
missed
you
that
that.
too. Shit, I missed
Oh,
that
Oh,
too.
didn't she?
Okay, so I missed.
She
Wasn't
had.
she wearing like a? Wasn't she was a darker skinned girl? She was wearing like a
Yeah,
green outfit, like a green
it was
bodysuit.
like a
Yeah, she was.
aqua
She
green
was kind of
outfit.
nice. She was.
She was
And the
She was
and the
so
hot.
and the
nice.
white
Even
She
the
was
and,
cops were
hot.
looking like they was getting ready to.
and she was so nice. Even the white officer was like, "I need to get her number."
Yes,
Yeah,
yes, yes.
Yeah,
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 I
I
can see it.
remember that.
I'll
Yeah.
resend you it. I
I
got it right here because I sent
I
it to my
I
dad.
I got a couple of white partners, and they like them they like black women, and as a matter of fact, a couple of them are married to black women, and yeah, that's how they get down to. Yeah, that's hey, it's all coming together. Everything we've been saying for years, and like it's coming together. It, I think we reach the cap of
Hmm.
like just doing whatever you want with this loose money, and as that money tying up, and as they try to pay down this freaking debt and this interest, yeah, maybe the money don't isn't elusive anymore. Maybe you don't just go retail therapy anymore. All of that's changing. Maybe you got to take men a bit more seriously now, right? Yeah, yeah. Hey, putting the squeeze on your everyday person, your everyday woman. It's gonna be real. Well, not even gonna
Really?
be real. It's getting real. Go ahead.
I just sent you the video through email. Yeah, I would
Okay.
have broke some rules for her too, Mr. Z. I'm just gonna keep it 100.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna check it right now. Let's see if I can bring it up. One
I would
second.
have to find the whole video because it's like clip after clip. But yeah, he was impressed.
Okay.
I was impressed. You know what I'm saying? That's why I can't be a prison guard.
Well, like I said, if it the thing is, every once in a blue, super blue, it'll be like Prison Bait, right? Our version of Prison Bait. Every once in a blue, you'll find a woman that actually does end up being Pretty Woman. Every once in a blue, but it's not a thing. And once again, this is probability versus possibility. Women will see that it did happen and be like, "Well, look, it can happen, yeah, but is it going to happen?" Yeah, it's not going to let me download that the way I need to. Damn it. Yeah, it won't. My apologies, y'all. Can you hear me now? Hello.
Yo.
Okay, okay. I'm still here. All right, all right.
Can hear me
Yeah, no,
now.
yeah, my apologies. Yeah, because when I switched screens, that's when it muted me. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
yeah, no, she's cute, she's straight, but it won't let me download the way the way
yeah.
it's formatted. It won't let me download it. Leo.
I think I saw it on WorldStar, but okay.
Mhm.
I was about to ask you because I got the 25 Ultra 2. You can split the screen and search on the other one, but I keep on forgetting how to do it.
No, I do it by mistake every once in a blue moon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll figure it out, and I'll see if that'll let me do certain things that I need to do. That'll be dope. If that lets me just stream off of YouTube, oh, it's over. If I could
Yeah.
just stream instead of downloading the videos and then using StreamYard to play it, if I could just stream off of YouTube, oh, it's a wrap. Hey y'all, I'm making do. We what Kevin used to say, we build it as we fly. We build it as we fly. Right. So yeah. So that's the goal. I'm just gonna keep on bringing these things to y'all and just giving y'all the idea of what's going on out there for those of us that are not in the know, so that we can move correctly, especially the young folks. That like that. The last thing I want is young brothers to get caught up. The last thing I want is young brothers to get caught up with these chicks that are plotting on them, that their mamas raised them to plot on them. Right. That's the last thing I want. Is that ain't no point in having money and having success if being stable and above, if you gave your best. Women talk about their best years. If you gave your best years and your hardest working potential to some chick that don't fucking value you, and then she divorce your ass and take half on the way out the door.
Z, what are you talking about? You're supposed to give her all your money. That's love.
Exactly. Huh?
That's
Yeah.
love,
Exactly.
Z.
Yeah.
You're being
Yeah.
misogynistic, Z.
Yep. Hey, y'all, you notice something? They went super ham after Kamala lost. All of this, whether it's the adolescent movie, whether it's all of these articles and all this red pill content and fresh and fit and all these people, Andrew Tate, are destroying our sons. It's like, no, your daughters are. It's you and your daughters actually. If you really want to know, you and your daughters are actually the reason why your sons are listening to Andrew Tate. You can't change that. You could throw FD in there as much as you want. You could throw these pansy ass white boys with ponytails in there as much as you want. No, they're not moving the needle, bro. They're not
Tim
moving the needle.
Walz is so masculine.
Yeah,
I mean,
the fundamental issue is you're not acknowledging your son's experiences. That's the problem.
yeah,
You think you can manipulate the way he sees his experiences, but that's not you. It's, you know what it is. It's the best version of "Don't believe your lying eyes," and like nobody, like that shit never works.
It is a
Go ahead.
collective conspiracy to socially gaslight young boys and men.
Z, it's because he doesn't listen.
Yeah,
that's the problem. He doesn't listen.
yeah, and just like how they use. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. You good? No, you good. You good.
How they use the framework for guys, they didn't cross over into these fields and manufacturing was taken away, and it's like the cost of living is going up and y'all income hasn't risen that much. Y'all haven't caught us in any shape or form, so you're gonna suffer. Like what your privilege is knowing that there's a big population of men that you're financially better than, but the overall experience is that you're not having the experience. You know what I'm saying? It's just that one element.
Once again, the average income in America for black, but not even for black women, the average income for women in America is something like 52 and some change. The median income is more like 32 and some change. Right? That's number one. We know 2/3 of men never make more. It was 65 a few years ago, so let's round it up to 70 now. So if you're a woman making over 70, 75,000, excuse me, that's when you leave 2/3 of men behind. That's when you leave the majority of men behind. If you're not making that, which most women in America aren't, or nor would they ever, then shut the hell up. If you're not making $70,000 to $75,000 a year, and let's be honest, and you never will in your life, then shut the hell up. And by the way, I'm just talking money. I'm not talking about your weight and your diet. I'm not talking about your attitude. I'm not talking about whether you're coming to the relationship with other children already. I'm not saying any of that. I'm literally just talking the money. I'm just talking the money. Go ahead.
The money isn't beneficial because it's like, okay, like I said, early 2000s, women used to get pregnant, go to the hospital, have a baby, end up with no bill because they made $30K. Like when you see the cost of you having insurance every single month and you add it up, having this, having that, your student loan is, you make $30,000 at the end of the year. And then you say, hey, I want a baby, but this is the circumstance of this $70K that I'm making, and you end up with bills, you're in the same place.
By the way, Leon, let's make sure, real quick, Vince, let's make sure we add to everybody how much student loan right now collectively in the U.S. is somewhat 1.7, 1.8 trillion. So we're approaching $2 trillion, and 2/3 of that is held by women, give or take.
Yeah.
There you go.
It ain't about to be held because it's about to be garnished.
Yeah.
I wanted to also challenge this thought, right? Because when I think about that, and I do think about, being the fact I'm in the DMV, right? There are some women who do make that money, but it makes me also think of the fact that I am in a metropolitan area or metropolitan city, and there's a lot of places that's in America that's not metropolitan, things like that.
Well, it's not even that. You where you are earns the most income in America. It's what county is it again? You know what I'm talking about. In that DMV area,
that whole cluster, the DC, Prince George's County, Montgomery
Prince George's County, I think it was.
County.
One of them. They make the most in the U.S. on average. So of course, okay, you got women that earn that much. Hey, how are their dating and marriage life? I'm gonna tell you right now. Mr. Z used to work at a park in a cougar still was flirting with me for goddamn 2 hours. And she was telling me she's from down here in South Florida, but she moved to DC to help her daughter raise her children, so her grandchildren. And she was telling me, you need to move your ass to DC because they'll eat you up. Her words. Her
Z,
words.
what have I been telling you the whole time?
Let me tell you this though, because I want to
Go
respond to how you say how things are going.
Mhm.
The DMV is the ghosting capital of America.
What, the men ghost the women?
No, they ghost each other. But
okay, both of them. Okay.
For the most part, it's not like it how the woman goes to do. So that's also how it's going as far as the dating. Like dancing here is like hot garbage too. Like like how you say find a good woman and run for the hill.
Run for your life.
Nigga.
Yeah.
Run.
Like the friends that I see that are married in Virginia and Maryland are people that we went to middle school with. You know what I'm saying? Like we went to middle school, they broke up a few times, had other partners, and they got married and had kids. That's
because
the
they
majority
realize
of my
there's nothing out there.
Yeah, there's nothing really out there, you know. And then it comes down to like, who cares if she makes more money or he makes more money? They know there's nothing out there, and it's like, like when I lived out there, I had to stop. I asked my mom, I was like, we can go live in Maryland. She looked at me and was like, hell no. I know the bullshit you be on and your dad be on when y'all out there. Yeah, it's that's what I said. If for black guys that make it to 35 with a bachelor's in Maryland, it's like going to SeaWorld. You know what I'm saying? It literally is like going to SeaWorld. It's Candyland. Shit is crazy.
I really don't understand. I mean, you know, I'm not a woman, so I don't get why be successful, why be fit, why be educated, why be all of that and have no kids as a woman and never have been married possibly. What's the point then? To be attractive, to be fit, to be knowledgeable and educated, to have your little baby Benz in your little condo and like never be married. So you just gonna be the little pass around for your wife and let's be honest, some of them sisters they giving it to the brothers too. So you just gonna be the pass around for your coworkers?
I don't think the majority of them
being a
think like
wife.
that. Z, I think it's more about
You should
like I
think
say,
like
like
that. I'm not.
yeah,
I'm
they
talking
don't
about the
think.
final outcome because I'm agreeing with you that maybe they don't think like that. But if that's the way you live in, forget how you think, how you live in.
Being a
Yeah,
wife does not
it's
define who I am.
Go ahead.
I'm trying to say like so you're in education field, you know, early 20s. You got a boyfriend, you're happy that shit goes sideways because you're prioritizing other shit over him. I've had this experience, you know what I'm saying? And it's something to suffer through, you know. And if I was in the DMV, it's just like she's busy. I can go 30 minutes to Ocean City, have a girlfriend. I can go 30 minutes to this city, have another girlfriend. I have an older lady over here. And so it's just like people fall off. Then it's like you get to that 29 range. And like I always say, the best time to date is from 20 to 28. 29 to 38 is a red flag because you're only going to meet that woman on the surface. You're not going to get down to the core of her because, you know, she's thinking about kids. You might check out boxes. You know what I'm saying? But when you date
And that
40-year-old
enthusiasm
women,
is gone. Now it's about a checklist.
yeah, it's about a checklist and trying to hyper focus on having that outcome. And so it's hard to get under those layers dealing with 30-ish-year-old women. Because they bring up, I want kids, and you already feel the pressure.
It's crazy. They talk about, you know, men giving you their best representative. There you go, Z. The first few dates, as if they're not doing it too, because they're desperate for a baby and that wedding ring. God forbid.
Yeah.
And this is why those marriages only last 5 years because you got a version of her just enough to get you across the aisle, so she could at least say, "Hey, I was married, and you know, and then I had my kids in wedlock, and then I will see you over here saying kids. That birth rate for black people is 1.8. I had my kid in wedlock. There you go. Right? Like, yeah. Just so she could say that. That's not no, not me, not Z.
I don't think it's purposely. I just think it's like
it's hard to say it's not purposely, Leon, when we know when it's just continue to replicate. Oh, you see that you see that in the black community for at least a certain type of black women. We're not talking about the sister in the hood that was okay with having, you know, 3 different baby daddies. No, we're talking about the sister that maybe she comes from a more traditional family or something like that, and so she fakes like she gives it the old good college try, but in reality, maybe it's not the plan. But why is it that you see this replicated in so many different black women? Right, particularly out of that area of the country. Go ahead.
they're told to prioritize their education and prioritize trying to, go up in these corporations. And when you're in the DMV, it's like if you're talking about the definition of the majority of upward mobility for Black women, like come on, we already know they have the largest upward mobility out of any group. So it's like as soon as you feel that extra 10,000, you get another 15,000 raise, and you get a bonus, and now you're working to prove yourself for this corporation, this higher management team, and you become their wife, and then you hit a plateau where you actually touch middle or upper middle management, and it's like, yo,
Well, if you're talking about the DMV, I wouldn't necessarily talk about companies and corporations. I would talk more government.
Yeah,
How many
even
of
that
them
though,
work for
it's the same.
government or some type of NGO? Yeah.
Yeah, it's still the same. They have such a big upward mobility trend until they plateau. Because we all know we have to give away a certain amount of ourselves when we clock in to work.
Facts.
And now
But
you think
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no, go ahead. Now you think like when you hit management, like that's why I don't like being a manager. I declined it multiple times because I like talking shit, having fun. Can't do that.
But Leon, you sound so what's the word I want to use? Intimidated.
I'm not intimidated. I'll put it in the mouth, bro.
Hysterical. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Hysterical.
No, hey, I'm just all I'm doing is it's not necessarily challenging with being said, but it's important that we kind of like, not necessarily like I don't know how to really say it, but I'm challenging with being said for I think a significant reason. I hope it's a benefit to the dialogue, honestly. But
yeah. What's going on, Gil Gavin?
Hi, greetings, Mrs. I was just here for the splitting of the screen. Were you talking about the Galaxy S25? Yeah. Did you find a way to split the screen, or?
I'm watching a video right now.
I put it in the back chat. Okay, you have to put your fingers. I have the phone with me. You have to. You see the three symbols at the bottom. There was a square to go back to the initial screen.
Yes.
There's an arrow. You have to put your fingers. One finger on the right, in between the three lines and the middle sign, and another finger just beside the arrows. And then you maintain pressure on the screen, and then you move up all the way to half of the screen. You should split it in half.
Wait a minute. Share screen with live. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. Oh, can I do that with YouTube right now? Let me see something. Wait a minute. Before I even, because this is even a better way. Wait a minute.
Yeah. When you do it the first time, you can move to any application when you can split the screen. You can actually even have three screens at the same time. You can split it, for example, have two screens split and have a mini screen on top of the two.
Yep, it's working. No, that's what I was always wondering. I was actually able to do it, but I couldn't figure it out how I was doing it.
Let me see something.
It works.
I'm gonna start questioning.
Z, hit the three lines.
Oh, wait, 3 lines. Wait a minute. Okay.
Yeah, at the bottom. Now hold your finger down on any of those screens that you have open, and it's gonna split it.
Okay, boom. I got it. There you go. Got it. Okay. And then YouTube. Okay. So there we go. Yeah. And I got YouTube on one. So I want to know, how can I stream this? That's the thing. That's my goal. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, we still hear you.
Oh, okay. So y'all still hear me? Okay, that's good. So now, if I could find a way to stream this, that's all I gotta do.
Oh, it's over.
Background layouts aren't visible. Solo layout and solo layout. You can crop solo layout. No, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm gonna try to see how to do that. Wait a minute. Because that's my goal right now. If I could do that, we'd be cooking with grease. That would open up so much more space for me to stream, upload local recordings. See, that's local record. I don't need that. Banners. What's this? Use banners. No. Yeah. Thank you for that, Gilgami too, because you saved me with that one. If I could
You can
just
use
find
you
out.
up to 3 screens at the same time.
Yeah, that's dope.
Yeah, it works perfect.
I think you can even go all the way to 4 screens.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy work. Oh yeah, and then you could just adjust it. Okay, I just did that, and then adjust it to close out the screen. All right.
Yeah.
So I've done it by accident a couple of times, right? Like, but not on purpose. So now.
Yeah. I did multiple times per accident, and then I went to the Indian tutorial on YouTube, and then I found a way.
It's really be them. It be the Indians are always the ones giving up the game.
I'm watching. That's what I said. As soon as I disconnected, I came back in. Z was like, I went on mute because I was looking at that. I was literally about to ask you, and he's like, I don't know how to do it. So I was like, I'm gonna watch
Meaning of justice
video
is
on YouTube.
DMV equal Department of Defense, FBI, NSA, FDA, NIH, CIA, and various government contractors. Yep. Yeah. And you could be a black woman and you work for any one of those, making your good money, going on trips, living the best life. No man, no kids, cactus. Like that. What's the point? Like I don't know. Like the second I started getting stable, I was like, okay, this is fun. I'm doing my thing, dating, spend a whole lot of money. But like, you know, and then like Miss Z just kind of just found me and was like, yeah, you ain't going nowhere. And and there you go. It's like, nope, got you. Wait, you think you was just gonna be a bachelor out here enjoying life? Fuck no, dude.
AV, did she do you like the girl in Don't Be a Menace when he was in the truck? And she turned to a monster? Like, you ain't going nowhere.
No, not like that. It was way nicer and softer, but it was like, nope.
Oh, yeah, like,
I'm not gonna give you all them years of bachelor life. I'm not gonna let you just get out here and just enjoy your stability and your money just piping these hoes. No.
I did it. I looked at my woman and I was like, yeah, I'll see you in a few years. Have fun in college. Like we can go to the movies. She used me for sex like twice and left. I was like, you're not gonna even sleep over? She's like, I gotta study tomorrow. I was like, yo, fuck you, bye. I felt used.
Shout out to the women who act like they don't use men too. Exactly what Leon said. Shout out to the women who act like they don't use men also.
I've been used.
Hey, baby.
I've definitely been used.
I scared you. Hey, you remember that one time you used me when I was like 22?
Huh?
You remember that one time you used me when I was 22? She don't want to say nothing now. She's laughing. She knows exactly what I'm talking about. Twice. I thought like we were gonna snuggle.
She like, who?
No. I thought no, she knew what I'm talking about. She started laughing. I thought we were gonna snuggle, you know, in my bed, and it was just like I closed my eyes and she's like, I gotta go. I said, what the fuck?
Oh man. I just want to snuggle. Hysterical. But yeah, no, it's a thing, y'all. This is I don't know, man. Like this new normal that's going on, this weirdness going on in this society. This shit is not sustainable. I say it all the time because I mean it. I having career oriented people, that's cool. Having people with a little bit of money, that's cool. Highly educated people, that's cool. What's the point if they're not having kids? And I'm just gonna tell Trump this now and JD Vance this now. That little money y'all offering for these kids, it ain't enough. The women ain't going, bro. And try to make sure they know what time their cycle comes on. They know what time their cycle come on, bro. Y'all sound stupid. I'm just gonna say, JD Vance, if you listening, y'all that the women ain't going. Even white women ain't going. Just in case you want to know, they're not going.
That money doesn't mean nothing because it's like I said, you still have to pay your doctor costs for having the baby. It's literally like, especially if you're high risk, you're already in your 30s, like you're gonna spend $6,000.
The best way to say it, Leon, is like you can't have BlackRock buying up all the fucking houses and then expect these women to still want to have kids, bro. It ain't happening. They're not having kids with fucking $3,000+ mortgage prices, bro. It ain't happening. And if you live in an HOA, $3,200, $3,500, $3,600 a month, they're not going, bro. They're not going. So I don't know what y'all gonna do, but with this little $5,000 per kid, and we're gonna give you a chart to track your cycle. Get the fuck out of here. Get out
They
of
already
here.
have the chart. They already have the charts.
The
Women
women
know their
already know when their
cycle.
cycle. Come on, bro. Like, stop. It's just
They
fucking
know when they
juvenile.
ovulate.
But one of the things is, I believe it's like a little over half the kids born in America are born on Medicaid. I know my 2 kids were covered; their births were covered by Medicaid, and you cut Medicaid.
And then you want white women, arguably the most spoiled women on the face of the fucking earth over the past half millennium. You want those women to have more than one child, and you slash your Medicaid? Get the fuck out. Have fun with that. Let me know how it works when it doesn't. Let me know how that
That's
shit
what I'm
works.
saying. Not only, okay, this was the conversation. Okay, so you use EI, the government pays a certain portion of a corporation's income. So she makes 40, she's a woman, she's black, they give her 10,000, she makes 50,000 now from the taxpayer. That's generally what they were doing. People say, well, not exactly, but if you make these programs where they have these jobs, that means it's coming from taxpayers. And a corporation gets a tax cut for hiring them. That literally just simply means that if a corporation gives her 50,000, the government really gave her 10 to 20,000 in general, if they get a tax break.
Yeah. America. Let me put it this way: America gonna have to revamp. Shout out to you, Anton. I hear you. I got a couple of lefties up here. We could do a little lefty panel real quick, bro. Shout out to you, Anton, with the way you was talking on your stream. That shit sound nice. Capitalist society. Okay, all right. I hope you know exactly what that means. I hope you eat all of that shit. All these motherfuckers always do that shit. This is a capitalist society. All right, bitch. It's a capitalist society. That's why your working class and working poor and lower middle class folks ain't having kids like that no more. So where the fuck you supposed to get the capital from?
Where the fuck are you supposed to get your slaves from?
Thank you.
Especially as South America advances and people just cross country lines without passports. And they go from Brazil to working in Brazil to going to Colombia to go to Venezuela, make their money, then go back home. Like, and you're talking about putting a wall up to America? I'm like, okay, well, whatever.
It's just not sustainable, bro. It's just not. I'm listening to these people talk, and you look, man. These women are spoiled, bro. And I'm in the mindset that even because they were born and grew up a certain way, when you start taking those things away, it's not like they're gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna go home to the men and have 4 kids. No, they might go home to the men, but they still ain't gonna have them 3-4 kids for your ass. That part is still not gonna happen. Watch. And anybody that doubt me, give it a decade or 2. Watch.
I got a theory. And it's, there's different definitions of slavery. So if you go in a country, you can't buy a house because you're not a citizen and you're not married to somebody. That's a form of slavery, in my opinion. But my thing is, if these people can cross lines in the South and work in different places, okay, just open up our border. Let me open a business. Use those immigrants to make the prices cheap to produce something. And then let me sell it. You know what I'm saying? Because white people get to, use all the illegal immigrants they want to, but it's like, okay.
But that is what they were doing. I mean, that's what was going on over the past few decades, right? Not even a few decades, but let's emphasize the past few decades. That's exactly what was going on, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
you bring the immigrants in, they work for these different corporations and companies, these freaking meat packing plants and the factories and all that other shit on the low, right? And then the companies get to act like they don't know that those people are illegal. Everybody's playing dumb. Everybody's playing dumb in this motherfucker. So, right? So, yeah, when the shit hit the fan and when Trump come into office, then we act like the corporations aren't the problem. Like they didn't damn near have help wanted immigrants come in, illegal immigrants come in. Like they didn't practically have signs, neon lit signs on top of their damn buildings with the shit. So we all supposed to act like the immigrants were just coming in and bogarting their way into the factory floor. Yeah, that's what was happening.
It's not even that. Like every year, there's a story that comes out of somewhere in the backwoods of Georgia where it's literally slavery, where they've taken these illegal folks, or a lot of times it's visa workers or temporary visas, and they will take their passports and their documents, hold them hostage, and force them to work basically like all kinds of crazy stuff. Pack them in like little rooms like sardines and everything, and it's slavery.
And you want me to tell you what I told my coworkers?
It started. Oh, go ahead. I tell them where it started from.
It started with slavery. America is addicted to cheap and free labor. You started off wrong. You gonna end off wrong. You never gave up free and super cheap labor. That's another reason for going overseas. That's what the iPhone is about. That you started off with cheap and free labor, and you never made a real concerted effort to get off of that shit. And so what ends up happening is you always chasing that, and the final form is going to be the robots and the software systems that automate everything. Cool, but where are you going to generate? What are you going to be selling or doing, or is it just going to be some algorithm that plays with the stock market and just financializes everything? Wait a minute, we already got that shit. So,
I mean, it's capitalism.
How is this supposed to work? Yeah.
With capitalism. Capitalism, it basically is a race to the bottom, because as input costs, labor is an input cost. If I can minimize or eliminate that, I'm gonna do it. And the tricky thing of it becomes, all right, if everybody automates and everything like that, and basically, like an old boy said the other day, AI is going to automate all the jobs except for mine. He was a hedge fund.
Yeah. Andreessen. I saw that shit.
So it's like, all right, who's going to buy all this?
How convenient that you're the job, that your career and your job in which you do is the one that's not going to be automated. Okay, yeah.
So robot, I think it's Slavic, but robot means slave. It's been a word that's been around before robots were here. It means slave. And so what happened? Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia, and Louisiana. The prisoners that they kept on locking up were getting lazy, so they'd be outside smoking cigarettes and juggling apples and watermelons and shit, and they got tired of them. And my cousin was locked up for a long time. He was like, man, they scream at us, get mad, and they're saying we're lazy, and it's like, yo, we get to hit some sunlight and be outside in a field, and they think we're gonna work like slaves? No. And so Mississippi started using the immigrants and shipping them in. They built a town that was a trailer park, and they started having kids, and like, I guess some people got mad about it later, and so now that town is dead. And so they want to be able to ship the people in and ship them out for labor 24/7, because the prisoners just not doing it. They're not doing it. They go outside and smoke cigarettes, talk shit, laugh around, and by the end of the day, 10% of what the Mexican would do as a slave is produced. You know what I'm saying? Because that's who they use prison labor for the longest in those 3 states for agriculture.
Goddamn. Go ahead.
My frat brother's wife, his brother had got out like probably 7 years ago now, and I remember in conversations with him, like he worked in prison, and I remember he told me, he was like, yeah, when I left out, like I was making $1.86 doing some work for like a clothing line. Like they was basically like putting some stuff together, like preliminary for finished shirts and stuff like that. I was like, are you serious? He's like, yeah. Like $1.86 an hour.
Made in America, but they didn't tell you how it was made. That's crazy work.
Bruh. And the crazy thing about it was, like, I remember he was telling me, like, if they get, how, like, hey, you get sick or you're not feeling well, we call out. He was basically like, they couldn't call out. If they did try to call out, basically, they could lose their work privilege, which basically means that there ain't no money coming into their commissary. And Not only that, they might not be able to get another work assignment. So it's like, yo,
it's noodles and what the most basic stuff that they give in those prisons. And those prisons are nasty. When I saw my cousin's pictures, we were waiting for him to get out for so long. Those prisons are nasty. They're falling, the ceiling missing in some spots, all type of stuff. They're pretty nasty prisons from Louisiana, Georgia, Mississippi, and Alabama. The conditions are terrible.
Not all of them even have AC. Like there was a prison down here where they made the news last summer because like so many inmates were having heat strokes, but it was like there's no AC.
I remember this.
Yeah, but when you see how much those prisoners are worth to the taxpayers, those prisons charge $100K for each prisoner a year. This is a nasty game. It just tells you how fucking sick-minded white people are. Let's throw people in prison for 40K that turns into 100K, then privatize it, turns into 100K to 250K for the taxpayers. Plus, we're going to pay them $6 an hour from the taxpayers. Really, the corporation doesn't pay for it; the taxpayers do, and the corporation makes 100% profit. And you eliminate competition until it starts eating your society alive because you're paying for it. It's crazy,
bro.
And don't forget that you also take those people off the competition. You take them out of competition for legitimate work in the civilian world. Don't forget that part too. And then you could bring in the Indians and whatnot, but it's cheap on tech work instead of raising those mainly black and white young men to do that work. You bring in the Indian and pay them a third or half or maybe even at best maybe 2/3 of what you were going to pay the black and white boy if you would have raised them the right way. Go ahead, yo. Trell said it's not prison, it's prison, not an all-inclusive resort. True, but with that, Trell, like when your roof is falling, I mean, there's punishment and there's cruel and unusual punishment. And you know, they didn't say we were going to be torturing these people there. If the roof is falling apart and you got a leaky roof and all different type of things at the prison, then yeah, that's not a safe place to be. Right, and then if you wanted to execute them, then you should have did do that, right? If the goal was to execute them, then you should have did that, not torture them in prison with a leaky ass roof and elements. Elements.
And then it's privatized, and taxpayers pay for all the maintenance to the place. Like we pay for everything, even if it's privatized. This is what they call free market. It's not free market. It's y'all getting subsidies from the government. But then you look at the numbers. If you're locking somebody up, regardless of the crime, if they have 1 year and it's 100 to 120,000, like you're causing more harm to yourself, financially, economically, everything, to your state and everything. That's why most of the states don't own their cities anymore. You know.
Oh, don't forget the quota, Leon. Don't forget the quota that many of these prisons have it written in contract that they have to be full to a certain capacity, or they could turn around and sue your state or your local government for the empty beds.
Yeah, it's like, yo, y'all been gaslit into getting fucked over by capitalists. It's the same thing when we were talking about how they broke up the black conclaves and everything. You give it to the free market. And instead of the government dealing with it, then you take your hands out of it and blame the free market. You know, forces when you're giving them the funding and the banking.
Stop talking about Elon like that and Jeff Bezos like that.
Oh yeah. Like Elon Musk then got what, $500 billion from the American government? Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah,
for solar panels. like this is just like, this isn't real capitalism. This is socialism and communism for the wealthy and the rich, and and get your bootstraps for everybody else.
Bootstrap
Like
goes for
I
everybody.
proactively
Shout out to Dr.
say
Thunder.
that
Shout out to AB Media.
I proactively say that the upper classes practice communism. I don't care. It is communism what they practice.
I'll say
It's class
socialism, but I get
warfare.
your point either way. Yeah, go ahead.
It's class warfare. The plan is to eat the poor. They saw other places that actually did things somewhat equitably and sustainably, and it was like, you know what? I want them niggas to have nothing.
I don't think it was that. I think it was insidious. I don't think it was that. You know what I think? I think they saw Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged as a goddamn how-to guide. They just decided to commence with that. And I think that's what we're living. When you see the shrewdness of certain people in Trump's administration, and you see some of the comments they made, like the guy that was speaking about Social Security, he was like, my mother-in-law wouldn't even notice if her Social Security wasn't in there. You know, just if it was missing, did you just right? When you start hearing those type of comments, when you hear, and like I want these folks that have student loans, either we gonna take care of the student loans or they're gonna have to pay. Those extremes, right? This weird stuff of just keep on pushing it back, that's some weirdness. Either let the people stop confusing the people, tell them they either gonna pay their shit back, or take it away, but then don't just take it away and then so college educated folks could like skyrocket above everyone else. Take it away, but then bring some factories for the blue collar folks that's not college educated and have some type of balance. Okay, cool. But the shrewdness at which the press secretary was speaking about college student loan debt, I'm like, bro, y'all saw Atlas Shrugged, or y'all read Atlas Shrugged, and y'all thought that was a how-to guide. And like low key, that is how Ayn Rand wanted it to be. But yeah, this shit is not. This shit ain't sustainable.
If you think the economy's in trouble now, wait till they try to really impose those strictures on those students. Let's see if they really try to collect that student debt.
I think they will, Black Room.
I
don't think it's a bluff.
I am in wait and see mode. I'm in wait and see mode. I'm looking at just like a number of things that Trump has done over the last 100 or so days, where there's a lot of.
You think he'll retract that?
It's like, oh, you know what? Maybe we need to reconsider and maybe rescind this order. So I'm in wait and see mode on this. I look at this as kind of a lot of kind of maneuvering and dick measuring and that sort of thing. I think if you really do what they're proposing to do, you're gonna effectively tank this economy.
So I can't argue with that, but I do think he might try to pull it on the college student loan. We'll see, but yeah, so what's the point of bringing it up if you're not going to do it?
Here is what you're threatening. You're not only threatening what people own, etc., but okay, you got tens of thousands of universities in this country, right? So what's going to happen with enrollment in those universities and everything that's connected to that? See, it's not none of this, all this linear thinking. Well, we're just going to force them to repay this debt. Okay, well, first of all, can you actually really collect? Some of it you will, some of it you may not. Well, it's also going to impact consumer spending, because now all of a sudden, potentially several trillions of dollars, or at least hundreds of billions of dollars, is no longer available for consumer spending. Well, how much is that going to benefit the economy? And then now people are going to really start making some cost-benefit decisions about, whether they're going to attend colleges and universities and all the economy surrounded by that. I mean, I don't see it being, certainly the approach and the way to do it. They appear to be proposing doing it. I don't see that as being a cost beneficial approach, especially not in the very knee-jerk fashion and approach that they've made here. I don't see that.
I will say this, but anybody I don't think they get any of that money back. That's around $100,000+. You ain't getting that student loan money back. if that person owes $363,000 type shit, you ain't getting that money back. That shit's gone.
I believe that they get it back regardless, just because that person passes away, it goes into the system anyway, back into the system. So they can inflate prices. There's something that I'm happy about, because when you look at these universities, they own so much property outside of the university. The UCLA, all these
I heard that about,
universities.
was it NYU or Columbia? Whichever one.
All of them.
Yeah,
All of them.
Yeah.
They own so much property, and there's students that work for them. Like, they're saying, okay, y'all actually own this property, and basically we have enough food to eat while working for you. You know what I'm saying? And I want some level of pressure that even affects these people that own this property to sell it or do something with it. But if you sell it to out of the country person, they're just going to turn it into a empty place to inflate prices more. So I don't know. There's so many things that operate within this dumbass system that we utilize, and I just don't know. It's whatever.
I'm in agreement with Black people. Like, this shit ain't. Y'all know my phrase. Shit ain't sustainable. No, all of it. All of this shit is not sustainable. All of it is not sustainable. The greed has come. The greed is kicking everybody in the ass now, and I'm just loving to see how we reconcile this shit. That's what it is for me.
I mean, and to me, it's okay. So you're gonna, the country's in, close nearing 40 trillion in debt, but yet we're going hardcore on the student loan thing. I don't see this whole thing balancing out. Again, not any approach in which they appear to be a certain, because you're gonna have a certain percentage of people. What are you gonna turn people into debt slaves? Okay, $200,000, and so how do you effectively actually make that happen? And what's the plan for that? Because if you go real hardcore into this kind of thing, you're not really helping the government coffers, not really helping the U.S. economy by going really sort of hardcore at it. So I don't see, again, and I'm just basing this on, because we have really, here's the other thing too. This thing came out of the blue about a month or so ago, right? Or they made the announcement they're going to do this.
Yeah, she made it maybe a couple weeks ago.
Substantive, right? We heard very little substantive details about anything regarding amounts, rates, and payback period. We don't have any detail about that at all. So it's very. This is what happens when you have somebody who is really not a real politician and a real policy-making professional becoming president. There's real consequences. Of course, people should repay the debt, but when you're at a certain size and scale, the effects of this are just so much potentially greater than whether or not somebody must pay back their student loans. You got to have some kind of approach to doing this, where and you're doing this and you're doing terrorists and what the fuck, man? This is
Black Girl, I never heard you sound like that.
Black Girl, I'm so confused about everything right now, because I go on Amazon
to everybody and everything, and if you're very wealthy, maybe you survive because you can live just as easily in Milan or Paris as you can in New York or California or San Francisco. But I think people really need to start really thinking about how this shit is going to play out in the totality of everything that's happening all together. This shit is happening all together. The DEI, the terrorists. This is happening all together. How do you maintain and manage this shit, man? And we're
on top of that,
100 days in it, barely 100 days in it.
so on top of that, like, so the student loan debt is somewhere. Last time I checked, it was like 1.7, 1.8 trillion dollars collectively student loan debt, something like that. So
1.8.
yeah, no, I 1.8. Yeah, yeah. See, yeah, 1.8 trillion. And by the way, better you, I'm not missing that you said you're gonna work on that book. I really want to know about this unemployment book. But let me know, right? Let me know. I will buy that shit. I want an autographed copy of that shit. So right, so no, I exactly what Black Lou said. I don't really have anything to say to that.
A lot of those people who owe that student loan debt are people who are also in employment vectors that are in the consumer, in consumer industries. Well, if you're in the consumer industry and you're having a trade war with China, your chief supplier, so the people you're trying to force to pay the student debt are probably losing their jobs. I mean, come on, man. This shit don't make any sense what he's doing right now.
Black Rule, can you come back in because you're breaking up? You're breaking up
Yeah,
real bad.
you're still
saying shit that I want to hear.
We can hear you, but it's really bad. It's coming. You're coming in and out, or you're clicking in and out. Better yet.
You sound like Black Ruru. You sound like when I download a book to Word because I don't want to pay for the other program.
Yeah, you click it in and out a little bit. That's hysterical. That's a good reference. But yeah, you click it in and out a little bit of Black Ruru. But yeah,
can you hear me now or?
Yeah, but it's still doing the same thing.
Can you hear
it's
me
still
now?
doing the same thing. Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna switch over devices
okay.
or something.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, just give me a few moments. Maybe I'll try to switch devices.
Okay. Okay. But no, I agree with Black Uber. It's too much going on. There's definitely who was it that Steve Bannon flood the zone? Yeah, y'all doing it again, and it's just too much. But Mr. Z is keeping up. Don't get it twisted, y'all. Like, I'm still on my politics game. I'm still watching everything, right, as much as I can at least. And it's a lot. It's about shout out to all of you that when y'all send me something, I'll be like, I already seen it. Yeah. Like Leon will send me something, I'll be like, I already seen it. Better you'll send me, I already seen it. Shout out to Azriel. Azriel will send me something, I'll be like, I already seen it. Like, it's a lot, y'all. But my lady be like, how do you keep up? Because she knows here and there, but she's like, yo, I'm not keeping up with this shit. Like, I'm not gonna disturb my peace. Mr. Z, on the other hand, is I want problem always, right? And so yeah, no, I just want to know. I really just want to know.
Do I sound clearer now?
You definitely sound louder, but you clicked in and out a little bit. Yeah, we'll make do. We'll make do. Yeah, good. Yeah, but yes,
basically my argument is when you put all this together, it's very calamitous, and it's irresponsible. It's irresponsible to do all of these things together in the way and to shoehorn them and to force feed them and to push them past, your gatekeepers at the congressional level and everything, just going to bulldoze. It doesn't make sense. It's not a very smart and responsible way to manage, the federal government. It's not.
Let me play this for you, Black Guru, because I don't know if you saw this. It's real quickly and then we'll speak about this on the other side and you finish what you were gonna say. But I think you came in after I played this earlier, but this is Jimmy Dore covering something that Jack Ma said a little while ago, because we know we haven't seen Jack Ma in a couple of years. Shout out to Yuji. Here we go.
Jack Ma, so he created Alibaba, which is the Amazon of Asia. He sees it clear as day. For 3 decades, the United States corporations raked in obscene amount of cash. So let's listen to Jack Ma. Let's listen to what he says.
We just want to control the IP. We just want to technology.
So he's saying that's what the United States said. We just want to control the technology and the IP.
Want the brand to leave the lower end jobs for the world. Great strategy. Past 30 years, IBM, Cisco, Microsoft, they made tons of money. The profit they made are much more than the 4 largest banks in China. But where the money?
So the American corporations made tons of cash, made way more money than all the banks in China. Where'd all that money go? Where'd it go?
There you go. Past 30 years, the American had 13 wars, spending $14.2 trillion. The money going there. What if they spend a part of that money on building up the infrastructure, helping the white collars and the blue collars? No matter how strategy good it is, you're supposed to spend money on your own people. And the other money, which I'm curious about, is that when I was young, I heard America is bad. Ford and Boeing, those big manufacturing companies. The last 10, 20 years, I heard about is Silicon Valley and Wall Street.
That's it.
The money go to the Wall Street. And what happened? Year 2008. The financial crisis wiped out $19.2 trillion USA alone. They wiped out all the white collars and destroyed 34 million jobs globally. So what if the money is not Wall Street? What if the money spent on the Middle East, Midwest of the United States, developing the industry there? That could be changed a lot. So it's not the other countries steal jobs from you guys. It is your strategy.
So this was America's strategy. China didn't steal our jobs. This was American corporations' big idea. It wasn't China's idea that America would take our manufacturing and send it to them. That was our idea. Why? Because it would increase corporate profits, because they could make their products cheaper. And then the corporations could get richer, and then they could buy jets, and they could buy yachts, and they could buy golf courses. But they didn't invest any of that money back in the Midwest. They put all that money into that stuff, or they put it into bombs for the Middle East.
Yeah, that's the video. That's why I was asking the original video. He's talking to Bill Clinton, and he trashed him the whole time. Bill Clinton sitting on the left of him, and the girl, what's the iPhone guy, Apple guy? What's his name?
Steve Jobs. Tim Cook. Right now, Tim Cook is the one that's right now.
No, Steve Jobs. The girl that dresses like Steve Jobs.
Amy Holmes. Amy Holmes.
Yes,
the one that's
yes,
in trouble.
that's the video. Yeah, that's the video. So Bill Clinton, Holmes, and that Asian guy is the original video. I gotta find it.
So understand what you just did. Bill Clinton is the one that signed NAFTA, which and wasn't he the one that included China into it?
Yes.
Okay, so that's Bill Clinton. We already know Amy Holmes. We already know her situation. She in jail right now for fraud, right? And then Jack Ma, we haven't seen nor heard from this dude low key for the past few years because G said, nah, nigga.
There's nobody by the name of Jack Ma. See?
You're right. The fictitious character that was just on the screen. The figment of our imagination. Tech billionaire out of China.
When I
you said that last time I died. Go ahead.
When I say he cooked Bill Clinton, I mean he was saying, hey, y'all saying we make cheap goods. Because y'all went to war and y'all spent your money, and what we did was we just keep on saving our money and not being consumers like y'all, and then y'all get mad about your consumption, and that we put all our money in banks, and when times get hard, we pull money out our banks. We don't keep on spending like y'all do.
Or Bill we make our companies take on some of the issue, which is literally what China just did. They literally just did that shit.
What is his name? Let's see.
Who?
The Asian guy, because I'm gonna find that video.
Jack Ma.
Like Ma, like.
But remember, Betty, you told you he don't exist no more. Well, he never existed. Betty, not even existed no more. There's no person named Jack Ma. You kill me with that shit. But yeah, no. An Acoustic Ear Mining, great name. Acoustic Ear Mining said he just laid it out plain. You're supposed to spend money on your own people, infrastructure, white collar, blue collar. Exactly. And we are
his last name.
Everybody bought on to Reaganomics. You guys mentioned Clinton. Clinton did a lot of a lot of things happened. Terrible things happened during the Clinton presidencies. The fall of Glass-Steagall, which turned the banking into fucking casinos. The Telecommunication Act bill, which basically consolidated all of the television and radio and other major media. Now you got basically 4 or 5 corporations that own and run all of traditional media. A lot of you guys mentioned NAFTA, obviously. A lot of the sucking sound, which the Chinese gentleman was referring to. Ross Perot warned us of that going back to the early 90s, late 80s and early 90s. And he ran for the worst thing that in hindsight that happened to this country maybe was that Ross Perot was not elected president in 92. You know, so Clinton and George W. Bush, the villains of the last 50 odd years are William Clinton and George Bush Jr. Well, Reagan as their predecessor. Then certainly after them, Clinton and Bush Jr. Calamitous to this country.
But
Yeah, I found it.
I need I don't know if I'm gonna be able to. How long is it? Pause.
37 minutes. It's working.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, it's nasty.
So what I'll do, I might do a separate stream on that and bring BGS on if I can get like. I had a special guest for y'all, man, and I was emailing him, and y'all would have loved that, but our schedules could not connect, bro. And y'all would have loved to see him on my channel, man. I'm gonna try to get him on for this because I think he'll love this, right? So yeah, and I'll try to make it work. That person know who he is if he's listening. But yeah, man. But yeah, because I want to cover this with Black Guru, with a couple of others, BGS, and some of our PhDs. Because yeah, y'all know how the Black Manosphere go. We don't just talk about the Black women and their misbehavior, right? So yeah, no, with Jack Ma sit there. And he really did lay it out. He did. Shout out to Acoustic Era Mining. He really did lay it out perfectly. And when he said 19.2, I'm just saying, so really 20 and 20, probably $25 trillion. If you said 19, then you really meant 20 to 25. That's what you really meant. So that's what I'm gonna take it as. Yeah. It's just not.
Well, he basically said that you're a plutocrat, your highest class or caste of Americans sold out the rest of the country.
Yes.
That's what he basically said. Yep. And that's exactly what happened. The plutocrats, the masters of the universe, quote, they sold out the country. They have essentially, like I said, if you look back on what has happened the last 40, 50 odd years, it kind of looked like a going out of business sale. If you look at it in its totality, if you look at everything that has happened, you would conclude that they were going to go out of business soon. Let's consolidate, sell off as much as possible, get as much money from it as we can, accumulate as much debt because it don't really matter. We're not going to pay this shit anyway, and take out as much as we can before the whole damn thing collapses. That's what America looks like the last 40 odd years.
So a fire sale. That's a fire. That's a fire sale. Goddamn.
I like that. I've said a couple times now. I've compared it more so to private equity, and when they strip and get ready to jettison a company. But that's a really good one.
Yeah. Yeah. And Trail says all hoes must go. Hysterical.
Private equity is nasty.
Yeah.
What they did, they sit down and invest in a company to sell all their stuff, put them in debt. It's nasty work right there. It's,
how is that any different if you look at it? If you look at it in its totality, how's that any different from what we've seen the last 40 odd years?
It's the same thing.
I don't see a difference. I don't see a difference.
Since the president in 1919 said, hey, we're going to use birth certificates as a way to keep these people in perpetual debt through taxation. You know, it's interesting. I got to find that too and send it to you because it was in his written files. And he said, literally, we're going to make it to where we create the birth certificate to maintain people in debt. Perpetual debt until they die, regardless.
Yeah, we're here
So
now.
we're here now with them destroying their own country.
And so when you go back to what you were saying earlier, Leon, about them keep making sure they were holding on to the immigrant or the migrant women, that correlates exactly what we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. Migrant women will give you 3 babies and live in a trailer park. You know what I'm saying? 3 new slaves.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was gonna say. These people don't do nations though. The people we're talking about, they realize they were born in a nation, but they're super nations. They don't believe in countries and borders in lines because they have the ability to change. Literally, you know how rappers say, like, they could change seasons. They could jump on a
That's why
private
I
jet and change
said
seasons.
when you have enough money, you can live just as comfortably in Paris or Milan or fucking Timbuktu as you can in New York or Chicago or San Francisco.
That's our level of status. You know, their level of status is like, what the fuck are y'all even talking about in New York or these places?
Their level
That's
of
fine.
status is having bunkers built into Hawaii into the ground, just in case we decide to go Marie Antoinette headhunting, right? Their a level of access is the ability to hurry up, get to the airport, or get on the helicopter, get to the airport, get on the jet, and be out of here.
No, their level of status is that we don't even know who the fuck they are. Like,
Oh no, you're talking about the billionaires that's not on the list. Yeah.
Yeah. We know Jeff Bezos and all the entrepreneur wealthies, but come on. If we walk past one of those people, we wouldn't know. They look like just some old white guy and white woman to us for the most part.
That's all right. Super Mario will take them out for Luigi.
Right. Look, it is crazy because, like we say, like, Luigi doesn't even come from, working class or humble begins, right? Humble beginnings. Yeah, no, but so when I say not sustainable in this respect, I really mean that. You're seeing a convergence of things where your young folks are not being able to afford to hit those milestones. I've said this a while ago, right? There's milestones to adulting, right? There's your first car that you buy for yourself. There's your apartment that you can afford for yourself or you and a roommate. There's dating. And even with the dating, and if we're going to be very honest here, even with dating as men and as women, there's certain milestones that you have to hit to quote unquote be an effective adult to date and to have that type of situation. So whether it's a roommate you have and y'all sharing the rent or you have your own apartment, all that stuff that we see in movies and you hear in music and come over to my place. What my place if you're living at home with your parents at 29 years old, right? Like so all of these milestones, and most of them, let's be fair, are based on some type of money or access or some type of stability financially. All of these things that we took for granted, and not so much, I would say millennials and Gen Z, or maybe even the youngest of Xers, but all of these things that you see portrayed in mass media, we don't really have access to it like that no more for the masses of us. There are going to be some clearly that get to live that life, but the masses of us are not. We're watching vicariously, right? And we're watching these things and living them vicariously. What happens when you do have the 33-year-old, the 34, 35-year-old who still doesn't have a home for themselves, right? They don't have kids. They're not going to bring children into this world. You're asking them to just have faith. And that sounds nice. That sounds nice until they get hit with 20% inflation, right? And on the low end, right? That sounds nice. Their paycheck didn't rise 20% in a year, but inflation did, right? Like, so how's this supposed to work? Is what if I could sit down with the who's and the technocrats and be honest, are y'all doing this shit on purpose? Like, is this like how is this supposed to work? Right? Like, y'all haven't benefited enough. Like, aren't enough of y'all worth hundreds of millions and billions? And that's for those of you that we know. We're not even talking about like Leon was saying earlier, the no names, the people that's not on the list, that's not on Forbes. What the fuck? Go ahead, Leon.
Yeah, I think I like the crazy part. So I bought my house way before COVID. yay, like it's worth so much. But I have to do the damn paperwork every year to get the value of my house reappraised to make it lower because my taxes is stupid now. And it's like, yeah, my house is worth a lot of money, but if somebody comes in the neighborhood and they make the same money I have, they won't be able to afford a compact car if I sold my house to them. It's sick. So if they make the exact money I have, they still don't live the same lifestyle. So if I sell my house, then I'm still in the same position to get fucked.
Yes.
I'm a slave to my house now, even if I owned it.
And I'm glad you brought that up because that's another thing that I think doesn't get factored into the conversation when we speak about life and lifestyle. Is not just income, but something you said earlier. Yes, inflation will bite into that, number one. But number two, it's also that your whether you bought a home or not, if you bought a home earlier, your mortgage is cheaper and you make the same amount as lien on it, but you can't afford it now, right? Yeah, go ahead, yo.
Yeah. So I just think it's crazy. Like we know they hype up black women and all that kind of shit when it comes to houses, but they have just as many foreclosures. And as soon as something breaks, as soon as that first mortgage insurance renewal comes up, and it's $2,000 more a year, good luck. What are you gonna cut? And it's like this shit is just crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah. Keep going, yo. I don't know if that's Bruce on Wayne that just came out, but what's going on, bro?
Yeah, I'm all right, man. How you been doing?
Good. We just talking about the foolishness going on in the country and the fact that we're on this sinking ship, possibly sinking ship.
It's beautiful. I like it. I like the chaos.
Damn, Martin Luther King knew this.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm just enjoying it. It's beautiful how people can be poking holes in the sinking ship. The ship is sinking and still poking holes in. I'm like, wow, you're incredible, including the women.
So you saying?
Go ahead.
So you saying that we on the Titanic and it just hit the iceberg and the upper class people just locked the doors behind them so nobody could rise up higher?
Yeah,
I'll go one step further. I think people poking holes in the ship, knowing that they can't swim, but hoping you can't swim too.
Yeah, that's beautiful. and you got women now talking about, oh, we don't care about romance anymore. Like, oh, you don't want romance no more? Like, okay, nice. So you're gonna drop it for 40 now? Is that what you're gonna do? I'm still waiting.
Yeah, I separated the romance that they were talking about because there's the high class when you enter a nice restaurant or a ballroom or a place of status versus like the emotional, love driven, the guy saying the right things romance, So they don't want that romance anymore. They want the status driven in the room romance effect.
Okay.
Which
the
they're
video
locked
the
out
video
of.
was the video was funny though. The lady was about to give it up for $3. In quarters. In quarters. Can't forget the quarters. God, no. Is that bad, guys? Is it?
I mean, yeah. To me, it's kind of sad, and it speaks to our environment too.
I would say it's like that in Milwaukee, Philadelphia, Detroit, anywhere in the Midwest, New York, DMV.
I like it. I like it. I'm gonna get me some more for $3. That's cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
Now I would think about where her mouth has been if it's $3, bro. I want a high barrier to entry, bro. Pause. But I want a high barrier to entry, right? So I'm like, yeah, I can't. It can't be too cheap. Mean everybody getting it, bro. I want it expensive. If I don't want to look. There's a reason why. There's a reason why I want that shit to be expensive. I don't want everybody to have access to that shit. If anything, look, yeah, go ahead.
It ain't
What
fun if
Mrs.
the
Z is
homies ain't
saying
getting none.
is, what Mrs. Z is saying, he wants to be sold a dream like, hey, I eat organic food and drink
Bro,
alkaline
something like
water.
that. Something like that. Look, you got to go for a rack for me. For me, you got to go. You got to be going for a thousand of 15 2 racks. I need something on that level.
Are you crazy, Negro?
I want to be able to have to work for you. I want I don't want any old random freaking trailer park ass white boy or
It
fucking
ain't
bum
fun if
ass
the homies
nigga
ain't getting none. What are you
to be able
talking
to have
about?
access to you. I want them boys in the burbs, the ones in the burbs who wife get on their nerves and they still have to put a rack up to come see you to be the ones. Yeah.
It ain't fun if the homies ain't getting none, all right?
Nah, bro.
No,
Nah, bro.
$3 for me, man.
I don't want you to have to do three for 20, bro. Right, 5 for 20 type joint. I can't do the 5 for 20. The 4 for 20, 5 for 20 now, bro.
You're being very classist, but for me, I only got $40 in a bag of chips.
Trail $80 floor price.
The new 4 for 4,
Man, soon they're gonna be offering the BBJ for $80, yo. The BBJ, I know
Oh
what the
man,
BBJ is.
bro. I need to be. I need people to have to save to smash. Look, because I don't want the average dude to have access to you. Look,
dude, I got $40 in a bag of chips.
Average.
Mm-hmm. If you ain't going for at least 500, then I can't do it.
Ew, man, that's a. What you got between your legs? Gold? What are you talking about, my man?
Jason said dollar menu. I need you not to be a dollar menu chick, bro.
Man, they just need to
dollar
drop
menu is too much.
GTA 6. They just need to drop GTA 6 and women will find out the truth. Okay. That's why they're pushing it back. They're like, okay, these many guys of this age category is just waiting for this, and then they're not gonna be spending their time talking to women anymore. So we gotta push it back.
Real quickly on, and Indigo says, and rest in peace, Pac. And Indigo says, hate to sound sleazy, but tease me. I don't want it if it's that easy. Rest in peace, Pac. Exactly, bro. Like you can't be that cheap, bro. We can't anything under 100. I'm looking sideways. I'm not. As a matter of fact, I'm not looking. I'm not. As a matter of fact, I'm walking on the other side of the sidewalk. I'm gonna act like I don't see you if it's under 100. It definitely, even over 100, I'm still like, nah, I'm straight.
Yeah, wait for 40 for me, man. I'm a grimy old nigga. Nah, I'm a dirty nigga, man. 40. I got 40 in a bag of cheese, man. Come on, man. I can bargain. I got $40.
Better you mix the Dragon Ball Z reference. He says we had 5 minutes left on Namek levels of cooked. Hey, that's Goku and Frieza were destroying Namek when 5 minutes left. Remember, Frieza had already put what was the name of his attack where he threw the ball in the middle of the planet to destroy it?
Yeah.
Right.
Matter of fact, not the first time he said 5 minutes. The second time he said 5 minutes.
Oh man.
First time
We
was
super
still
cooked.
it was still all right. It was all right. We got a little
It
bit
wasn't
of time.
purple yet. It wasn't purple yet.
The second time he said 5 minutes, it's like, look, I think you might have 5 seconds left, bro. It's maybe about to
Y'all know
bust.
Dragon Ball Z. Y'all know Dragon Ball Z time is bad because they're moving at super speed, so they gotta,
Right. Oh man, look, he said 5 minutes on Namek, bro. We dead. We dead, about to be blown to smithereens.
Matter of fact, and nobody trying to make it to the spaceship either.
Right? And Trell says 5 minutes on Namek was like 15 episodes. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Bruh, Dragon Ball used to drive me crazy. I was a teen at the early teens, late pre-teens at this point, right? Like 12, 13, 14 type shit, 15 type shit. And you said, bro, Goku be charging that Frieza, and then they'll clip it right there. Next time on Dragon Ball Z, and then they get to the next one, and he throw one punch, and they talk for like 30 minutes, like 20, let's say 20 minutes, and then Frieza about to throw the other punch next time on Dragon Ball Z. So Trell is right. 5 minutes is 15 episodes.
That's literally why I told y'all I ran away to my grandfather's house. I got home from school. I used to go to my grandma's house, but she was my great grandma because she lives next to my great aunt. And I was staying with my great aunt while my mom was deployed when Tsunami first started. So they were on Namek, and the girls would not get off my auntie's TV. And my auntie said, "Let them watch the TV." I was like, "Oh, I'm out of here." I'm running away. Now, I'm talking about I walked 4 hours to my grandfather's house just because I was just tired of them fucking girls over
Next
Dragon
time
Ball
on
Z.
Leon's Life.
I was what? That was fourth grade, I think, because it had to be 1990 something when Toonami started airing the shows at like 4 o'clock, and they would
Final
start the
Flash was
series
a dope
over.
ass attack. Watching Vegeta get ready for Final Flash was dope, and Gallic Gun, yeah. But yeah, Final Flash is dope.
Yeah, how old are you?
37. Yeah, so Dragon Ball Z came on Toonami in the 90s. It
And
was
the
the
early
late
aughts.
mid 90s. Yeah. And if you missed the episode, you were just fucked because you couldn't, your parents wouldn't let you stay up to like 1 o'clock in the morning to catch it again. So you just screwed.
There we go.
So,
Like,
and I just
share,
wanted my
subscribe, hit the
30
super
minutes.
chat.
Man, and I'm in Mississippi. And I'm in Mississippi, though. I'm in Mississippi with my aunt, my grandfather, and family. And they just didn't get it because they're like, well, why are the kids outside doing this little Kamehameha shit? You know? It was funny as hell. A whole bunch of boys outside being Dragon Ball Z characters in Mississippi.
You name let's go with this. You name an attack from arguably one of the most famous characters in anime history behind a king of Hawaii.
Yep, King Kamehameha.
Just saying. Yeah. Yeah.
Mahana Loa Kakiaki. Damn, I don't remember a lot of Hawaiian.
Yeah.
You did it.
All right, I'm in
Leon.
and out because Z doesn't want me here. I go too hard, so I'm gonna head out once I drop this. Nah, no cooking. Z don't drop links for me no more. But I don't know if you can see this, Z. But if you could bring it up, it's kind of just a generalized Google AI overview, and that's it. And I'm gonna head out because Z don't like me here no more. I don't know why, but we got it for him. Can you see that, Z?
PK. I don't know what PK is talking about. Yeah, I got it.
All right, so this is the general AI overview. It's the truth, man. I asked for the link like a million times. I don't know what you're doing, but there you go. This is just the AI overview. This is what I typed in. I've looked this up before. It's also on ChatGPT. I could pull that up, but I'm not. So here you go. It talks about whether or not it's securitized. It is. This is the way. I've discussed it before, but it's been talked about in different places like Investopedia. It's not well-known knowledge, but these are securitized loans. When you take out student loans, the government itself, believe it or not, is securitizing that loan and sells it in the form of bonds, believe it or not, to the world. In different countries, when they buy bonds, they buy your loan. So what you've essentially done, if you've taken out student loans, even if they're by the government, you've been bought by the government, almost akin to like a U.S. soldier. Like you're owned at that point. Like you're a slave. You just don't realize it.
Yeah. And the higher you rise, the more you work.
So hopefully this kind of clears it up for some people. I've discussed it before. I don't understand all of it top to bottom, but I understand it well enough to know that this is how it works. I've read different articles and I read the legislation surrounding it, and this is indeed how it works. Not only the legislation, but how it's traded. So you got a serious issue when you talk about student debt from top to bottom, whether it's in the mainstream media. When people talk about how they're going to cancel the student debt, it just isn't. It's no longer possible. That 1.5 trillion figure that's constantly discussed isn't an accurate figure, because this takes into, it does not take into account the fluctuations of the market itself, as well as the bond rate, as well as the APR rate. There's a whole lot of moving pieces attached to that number that is not accounted for. That's just the raw number.
20 years of interest is not calculated.
Correct.
Let me
So that
let me
looks
say
a
this,
lot
and
different when someone pays that
let me
over a
say this.
lifetime or over 10,
And
20, however long.
yes, my bad. Sickle Cell Soldier says, how does being a secured party creditor come into play? Sickle Cell
So
Who
Soldier, do you actually
secured
have
the
sickle
debt?
cell? I hope you don't have sickle cell. Godspeed if you do. Go ahead, PK.
They have the debt security. That means
They
regardless,
get
they're
their
going to
money
get
back.
paid. They're getting their money because it's secure.
correct.
Either you die and the government pays what's left. That's why they're secure. That's why they don't care. They're going to get their money when you die.
Oh,
They're gonna
so that's what
they
you were
can take
saying
it from
earlier.
your
So
401k.
I didn't really
Yeah.
appreciate what you were saying earlier, Leon, which is so when you pass away, they take the assets to pay it off.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh
Yeah, they'll
shit!
take your shit, bro.
Oh
And
wow.
Student
most
loan
people,
debt is
that's
the
what I'm
one debt
saying.
in America that does not go away.
Yeah.
That's
So if
thanks in part to fuckboy Joe because he wrote the legislation that made it undismissible debt.
if you have stocks, if you have a 401k and you pass away and you try to pass
It's
it
all
down to your
gone.
kids, they're going to take it away. They're
It's
going to
all
take it.
gone.
It's
If it
gone.
doesn't, it's to secure the loan. Essentially, that's how it works. You're like I said, I don't know how else to explain this, but you're essentially, for
A
lack of a
slave.
better term, you're a slave.
Yeah. And so what you have to research is your social security number because it's been sold. and not only that, the insurance on it is as you rise economically, it increases. So they're gambling with our lives regardless. They're gonna profit.
The
That's what I'm
only
saying. It's
difference,
too many systems operating on one person.
and so the only
Yeah,
difference
I agree
that
with
I
that.
threw into this mix and kind of helped to break down is that actual number because of it being securitized is the variable that
Hmm.
is the amount itself. That changes depending on whether or not that person lives or dies. Literally.
Hmm.
That's the fluctuation. If that person lives, that number could become greater. If that person dies, then it's a flat number. So, for instance, if we killed, now I'm being hyperbolic, but we're going with an extreme to kind of get to the point. So, I'm not saying literally YouTube or Mr. Z. I'm saying, in a hypothetical
Say
situation.
Merklish or some bullshit.
Yeah,
Okay, if these people
Or delete.
deleted out of nowhere, hypothetically, then that number would be an actual number, that 1.5 trillion or however much. That would be an
1.8.
actual figure. They would take that out of all these people's assets and try to liquidate it to recoup as much of the losses as possible to essentially cover that securitized amount of money. If not, then that comes with interest. Okay.
Yep.
That looks a lot, that figure changes exponentially over
It
any
looks like
period of
$8
time.
trillion, man. It looks like $8 trillion. And that's only
Let
10
me
years.
let me say this. Eric Dedman says student loans have been scrutinized for a while now. I have worked in structured finance for 15 years. Those loans will not be forgiven. Goddamn. There you go. What PK is saying. I don't know, Black
So
Guru. Is Black Guru
So
still up here?
I'm gonna say,
No, he's not.
PK, I'm gonna say it in a different way. You're literally a house with a mortgage with a changing interest rate. Not only that, they sell it off to people, and it's like you're in a AAA folder that has a whole bunch of duds in it. Yet again,
yes, correct. Yeah. So the idea is that, and this is fucked, but this is just kind of the like a lot of people get mad at me because they think I'm being, uh black pill or doomer or whatever the fuck. I'm just explaining the world as it is, and it bothers people for some reason. And I don't know why that is,
How
but
you
that just is
sound?
the case.
You're explaining the world as it is, and it bothers people. People don't want to hear the dark shit. I thought we already established this in the Black Manosphere. I thought this is every time we come out and be like, "Hey, it ain't sunshine and daisies," they tell us, "Shut up, nigga, go back in the corner."
Yeah,
yes,
I don't get it.
that's why
It's
we're
like
here. That's
I'm
why
just
we're here,
explaining
bro.
it.
That's
I just
why we're
Exactly.
here.
I don't know. I mean, like, I don't. It makes it very difficult for me to speak for long periods of time for anything, really, on any topic. It's bothersome for a lot of people, most people, I'd say. But the thing is
Yes.
that the way that this works is that, unfortunately, you've got a situation where not only are you a house, but you're everything. Because you actually may not ever own a house. This could be whether or not you become an asset to the society, because they wanted to put. So here's what's fucked. All right, they wanted to put men on the hook for this. This was the intent.
Yeah, they have. That's okay. For DEI to work, you have to take it from the taxpayers, and the federal government uses the funds for jobs. So if
this is what I'm gonna say to that.
It's the same thing.
Real quick, Leon. Okay, if I this is my thing. I get the people that owe 60,000, 40, 20,000, 75,000. Okay, student loan debt. I don't know how you get the people that owe 250,000, 300, 400, 500,000. Where do you think you would get that money from?
It's the additional schooling. And the thing is that as long as the loan amount covers it either through a private lender or the government itself, it's securitized no matter what. A lot of people think that by virtue of the fact that they get it either through the government or through a private lender like a bank, that it isn't securitized, and it is. Unless you're literally having your loans paid for by virtue of what's the word?
Credit card.
Grants. No. Credit card is that's different. That's a whole different thing. But unless you're having your loan paid for either by grants or what's the word?
Scholarship.
You're on the hook for that. Period. You're on the hook for that. You could do it through credit cards, but you rack up a lot of credit card debt that way, and you'd have to go through you'd have to deal with that in another way, right? So, that's bankruptcy at that point. If you can do that, and I don't even think that's largely possible anymore. That's a different discussion.
Actually, that is possible. Technically that's the only way you could discharge a student loan via bankruptcy would be to consolidate it and move it to a different source of debt, and then discharge that debt via bankruptcy.
So you're saying take the money and flip it?
Yeah, basically you would take out a loan that covers the student loan, pay the student loan, then you would file bankruptcy because you're able to discharge that other debt. You cannot discharge federal student loan debt.
Yeah, but the way
so
America
that's how you would
works,
have to do it, and most people don't go through that process. They don't do that.
Because America, if you have a college education and they run your credit for a job, you can't get the job. So
that's right. Yeah, that's a whole other can of worms. Yeah, I mean, this shit is attached to so many different moving parts. It's actually it's a shit show. Really, a lot of people don't even realize it, and a lot of people are already dug into it. So, unfortunately, what we have is a case of is that people they had set up a scheme whereby they thought that they could get men on the hook to pay this. Essentially, that's what happened because they put women.
I think you're right, PK, because they owe 2/3 of the debt and we don't. So there's that.
That's right. So they expected that men would follow the same traditional patterns of marriage and family, and that men would be on the hook for this debt essentially by virtue of marriage. However, that hasn't come to fruition, and so this is essentially a house of cards that they set up attached to the U.S. dollar. And so this house of cards comes down the moment that they decide to either discharge it, which they won't and can't do by virtue of the fact that marriage rates are so low, or they decide to get men on a hook to pay it by virtue of marriage itself. And I don't think that's going to happen by virtue of the numbers. So we have a serious issue here. That's a debt bomb, but it's not being talked about because it isn't pressing right now. People haven't even realized it yet for the most part.
No, we realized it. People realize it. They just don't connect it. Guys have literally been saying for the last 8 years, you have $100,000 worth of debt and you want to get married. Who's going to pay? We even seen it on Kevin Samuels, but making the connection is what's missing. We've known.
But even to go in line with what PK was saying about the mess and the time bomb. They push women to go into the workforce, but the workforce that is not actually production based. It's more in the service. They don't actually bring it exactly, and then they push them to go into university and rack up debt. But they remove the places in the job market that men should have, including especially even black men. They give it to women who will not become productive, especially if they enter the workforce, especially if they even have children. But then they makes it so that women do not have the children to replenish the population necessary to sustain and further the economy. And to add up to that, they export the manufacturing contracts to external countries beyond the United States, which reduces the income increase that men could have, while at the same time decreasing the value of the monetary systems year by year. They shoot themselves in both feet, expecting to walk a marathon.
Right.
You're
I
technocrats,
agree with
everyone.
that,
You're
and
technocrats.
I appreciate the way that you explained it, because that's actually the way I wanted to explain it if I hadn't been drinking. So thank you. I appreciate that. So you did a good job there. The issue is that we have a multi-layered issue of shit on top of shit on top of shit that they expected to basically put in men's laps.
This is exactly what Black River was saying.
Placeholder.
This is exactly what Black River was saying. Like, it's too much. It's just too much. That's exactly what
Like
we're saying. It's just too much. Go ahead.
We've seen multiple videos of how do you expect to pay this debt? Well, I want to get married. So it's like in their mind, we've seen it, but I guess there's a disconnect, or we didn't connect it properly, that the women were engaging in the idea of my future husband is going to take on this debt.
No, Leon. That was exactly. They had it figured out, and I really believe that.
Wait, PK. I gotta pause you. I gotta pause you for 2 seconds. Let me play it. Let me play it for Leon and for you.
In honor of me graduating college this week, I was like, you know what? We're gonna rip the Band-Aid off. We're gonna check our student loan debt, and I kind of at a ballpark range. Like, I knew how much I owed. Not down to like the exact dollar amount. I'm the type of person who gets nervous to check their bank account after a weekend out. So I took a look. I took a hard gander at exactly how much money I owe. I'm gonna die with it. Like, I can confidently say there wasn't even like a panic. It was just like my heart sank to my I'm gonna die with it. Like, I don't know any way I'm gonna be able to pay that off other than selling my organs on the black market. This is why I don't understand why people shit on sugar babies, because like I could get this all paid off tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow, but you know what I mean, like within the year. If I just found a rich man and everyone's like, patriarchy, don't work for them. Ask not what you can do for the patriarchy, but what the patriarchy can do for you. If it benefits me, then maybe it's not the patriarchy, maybe it's just a helping hand.
There you go. Exactly what y'all was saying. Go ahead, PK.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're 100% right, and this woman kind of speaks to the issue is that I think this is what's fucked, and I mean, like, let me clean that up. I know you trying.
No, you're good. No, you're good. You're good. We already using profanity. We out there.
All right, cool. So here's the thing, man. It's really bad. The issue is that I believe that your plutocrats did exactly know what they knew exactly what they were doing, which is crazy to think about. But I think they did know from top to bottom that the plan that they wanted is that they knew women would act in a certain particular way. And they thought that as long as men followed the trajectory they were on, that men would go along with it as long as they married and continued to procreate and married the women that were in college. But the issue is that men and women didn't get married. That's the problem. That never happened.
Oh no, the issue is that women adjusted their standards as they rose in the economic market.
Correct. And because of that.
Go ahead, PK, finish up, because I want to play a sister pretty much saying the same thing. Go ahead.
And because of that, women are mad, and the country itself is in problematic territory or hot water financially because of that. That's not the only reason why, but that's a big problem. And that plays into every other economic market that we have, right? It isn't just limited to this one issue, but this is one of the issues. They set it up as a financial scheme in and of itself to put men on the hook for. They essentially tried to make the entire country, they tried to enslave the entire country. We just don't see it that way. They tried it. They really did. They got women on the hook. They expected to get men on the hook too.
Let me hit y'all upside the head with the like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Please and thank you. Okay, let me play. We going in some deep territory right now. And let me play this. Go into what PK was saying, and so y'all know it's not just the white lady. I played this one, but this one, the lady is just a bit more annoying. And here y'all go.
If you thought marrying for money was like an issue, wait till we look at the next 2 years, baby. That student loan, they real serious, ain't they? They haven't been saying they're going to report it to the credit bureaus, but now they are. And now people's payments are going way up. I just submitted my forbearance again. Hopefully they say yes, because where's the money gonna come from? And it's wild that they are literally about to start garnishing people's checks. Like, that's crazy. And you still expect me to talk to you without you sending me money first? Have you seen the price of eggs? Have you seen the price of groceries? Exactly, Salem, tell him. He's telling me to hurry up with his food, but hold on. You know, people used to literally look at me like I was crazy when I said that, like, love will never be enough for me. You are going to have money as well. Like, you need to fit all of my criteria and have enough money for savings and retirement and disposable income. Like, to be honest with you, I don't see the point of marriage if you're not making my life any better. There's no point to me, because everything you can get in a marriage, you can get outside of it. Prove me wrong. What can you not get inside of a marriage you can't get outside of marriage? Exactly. And technically true, I can still get money outside of marriage, but that's just that's my main big one that I will never, ever compromise on. People have been like, Destiny, no, you should stop. You're not gonna find anyone. Okay, well, great. Then I guess I don't ever find nobody, and I will be by myself. And I have to force now my 2 babies to make money for me. Maybe I start a little pet account. That might be cute. Yeah, but no. And you think I'm ever gonna change my purposes now? They're literally at my door asking for these bills that I don't have. You think I'm gonna date you and you make less than me? Goodbye. No, you got the wrong one. Wrong one. Try again.
Bro, who's the right one when you look like that? But anyway.
That's what I'm saying.
Let me say this real quick, y'all.
Z.
Let me say this real quick. The white girl was doing the manipulative begging, and the black girl was doing sassy begging. Either way, they both in struggle. And I shout out to all y'all with the cats comments. And Gil Gammy, I saw that comment. And Indigo with the comment. That's hysterical. And yes, ma'am, have fun with your cat. For real. All right, y'all, go ahead.
That's what I'll talk about when I say the separation between romance. It's the same thing. They're saying fuck love, fuck this broke guy. I need this to maintain. They don't want it anymore because it comes down to the market and money. It's literally all
part, yeah.
Yeah.
I think you've got to. I mean, we've talked about it here, especially here in Mr. Z's platform itself, is that a lot of this does come down to, you know, I mean, people don't like to believe that women are more, what's the word? Not economical. That is a part of the word, but that isn't what I'm trying to get at. But they're a lot more
calculated.
Yeah, calculated when it comes to these things. Men are more romantic when it comes to decisions involving romantic partners. Women are predators, truthfully. Overall, not all of them, but for the vast majority, women are predatory when it comes to discussions surrounding mating and sex and relationships. They just are. That's the bottom line. And we don't like to perceive it that way. Pragmatic. GDA, thank you. You got it. You're right. 100%. That's the word I was reaching for. They're a lot more pragmatic when it comes to these things. They're looking for the man, the best man that they can get to get these financial issues dealt with that they have, even if they look like Miss Piggy over there that he just showed, right? And unfortunately for Miss Piggy and women who happen to be in her category, they're not going to ever get what they qualify for, right? And they're reaching for something they'll never even attain, which makes it the worst.
No, wait, PK, I gotta correct you. No, they'll get what they qualify for. They'll refuse it. They won't get what they don't qualify for. Their goal is to get what they don't qualify for and get him to submit to them. You'll get the man on your level. The man that's on your level would be glad to be with you. You just don't want that nigga. What you want is the man above your level.
Well,
and you want to get that on your program. Go ahead.
You, at a certain point, I think men and women, and now women aren't going to do this because women, right? But men will do this, is that when you calculate what exactly it is that she would otherwise qualify for on just the basis that men judge by, not necessarily what women judge by, but what men judge by, unfortunately, her college degree doesn't qualify for her for the status that would annul her debts. It just doesn't. Unfortunately, she's going to work for the rest of her life. That is the case. She doesn't. She would never
Bro,
ever,
let me
even
tell
if
you.
she
Let me
were to
tell you
lose
what the
that
goal
weight,
is here.
get to where she
No,
wants to be financially.
let's call a thing a thing. What they're hoping is that they could get smashed out by Chisel Chin Chad, and eventually one of you niggas that's gonna be desperate on the other side of 35, maybe on the other side of 40, y'all will be desperate enough to marry her, and she could hit you with 10 tons of all of her her consumer debt, her student loan debt, and whatever. Have you have a kid for her, last minute emergency, one kid at least, maybe two, but more likely just one, and she could hit you with that debt and then divorce you in 5 years.
Wait.
So,
that's I'll go after him.
So
go
you're
ahead, Vincent, and y'all got it.
You saying that Snaggletooth and Chunky Monkey right there have the same aspirations?
Yeah, bro. They look. Women all have the fantasy. That's why I played the stripper chick. What she said. Hopefully, she'll suck the right peen, and that'll get her to be essentially be what's her name? Pretty Woman, right? Like they all have the prince. The prince is gonna save me from myself thing. I want you to be very clear. I'm purposely phrasing it like that. They all have the prince will save me from myself. He will save me from my debts. He will save me. That's why I mentioned it. I gotta go clip it out. Shout out to the brother AO. He does finance and he talks about that darker skinned brother. He interviewed a white woman years ago, for years and years ago, and she said it. She was like, while she was on her journey, in the back of her mind was a man that didn't do the business thing, didn't gamble with the business thing, and was in and it had a stable 9 to 5, and he would see her and save her. She fucking said it. It's not just white women. They all think that shit. They all hope that somebody gonna save them from themselves.
They're waiting for Richard Jesus.
Well,
bro, it really is. Go ahead.
Literally, think about this. Like, my mom raised me to pause when a girl asks me a question, always. And I make the joke that I called both of my grandmas. I talked to her mom, and they were like, "Oh hell no, she's working. She's not being a stay-at-home wife." And I was like, "Well, your mom said, and my grandma said you can work, and they're gonna take care of the children." And this is the thing. So you meet a girl with debt, you like her, and you subconsciously think about solving an issue, meaning like you're not directly.
I'm thinking it now.
That's natural.
You're not directly thinking of paying her debt, but you say, "Hey, I'm gonna pay the mortgage, and I'm gonna pay this, and I'm gonna pay the car insurance." You're paying her debt. Like you are.
When you let's slow that down because I know exactly what you're saying, Leon. You know the best way to say it. It's when you move back in with your parents. They don't have you paying the rent. They don't have you. So they are helping you in a way. Yeah, they may not be able to pay your student loan debt for you, but they're letting you live with them, and you only paying your cell phone and your car insurance. So whatever you would have paid for your part of rent or just rent by yourself in an apartment, you don't got to worry about that. That's a whole 800, 900, 1,000, $1,200 that you don't got to worry about. So they are helping you pay your debt.
Yes.
Well, it's not
they're indirectly paying it.
It's not limited to. I don't know how far I want to go down this branch.
Do it.
Because
Go ahead.
Nah, because it steps on.
Wait, before you do that. And Trell says no romance without finance. Exactly. No romance without finance. That's exactly what they're saying. And you know what? I'm okay with that. Unfortunately, your equality in the bit of gap that it closed, it means that you don't see no nigga as the nigga for finance, except for the top 10%. Have fun with that. Get smashed out by the tall chisel chin niggas. Let's see.
Hey man.
Go ahead.
Before he goes, go ahead. I guess okay, put it like this. Before women were allowed to own debt and take out debt through banks, if they did, it was illegal to come after them. You could go after her dad, her husband, her brother, but you couldn't go after her. So women fought to have access to this, but her husband was paying for it afterwards. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah.
There was a difference. I can't go into this publicly, but that was instituted and put into being not just we like to think, and I think this is problematic. We like to conceive or fully understand feminism as a project that was worked on by women at the bottom from the bottom to top when that wasn't the case. It was a
It was top to
collaborative
bottom.
project. It was
I was
mostly
about to.
top to bottom and was largely, it was adopted by the bottom and was brought to the top. It wasn't so simple. We like to think of it as a simple scheme where the women at the bottom of the classes brought it to the top, and that wasn't the case. They just, not even from its conception or inception, it wasn't the case. And so one of the unfortunate parts of that is the fact that many of your upper class women and upper class people tied it intrinsically to class at the top and bottom ends. And so what ended up taking place is that these women fought for themselves to be enslaved. And they didn't realize what they were fighting for, I don't think, because they obviously, at the time, many of the people who could read all the way through the 17th century, all the way to the earlier 20th century, or excuse me, arguably mid 20th century, most people couldn't even read any of the feminist literature that was coming out by many of the top feminists, even of the time. So it's interesting how this took place when you start to dig into it.
Yeah, it's how can we utilize these women towards the market? It's like the thing is,
I mean, we're
there
not
were
going to
women
mention
that
any
do.
names that start with an R or anything, or any of these families that happen to be in banking that help to push this narrative, or families that happen to be the aristocracy of the time across the world, not necessarily just Europe. You know, we're talking about India. You know, we're talking about
Northern
different
Africa.
places, right? So so it's like, you know,
Same
come
family.
on, man.
They're the same family, my guy. They're all the goth. But this family, right? They used to hold like 10 names. This is what me and Maggie be talking about, because we know about it. And BJS and a few others know about it. It's just, how can you tell the majority of people? Okay, these families used to have like 10, 12 names. And what they did was they deleted 5 or 6 of the names off their name, but those are still royal Anglo families. But one of the lines are small hats. But 9/10 of you is Germanic, the same family. It's just you're protecting your small hat one, and you direct the attacks towards them so you can say anti-Semitism to the majority of people. And like what they have done, those are the same people in North Africa, because they took over North Africa a very long time ago. Same people in the Middle East, same families. They just assimilated in. It's some nasty work. That's why I make the joke that white people that think they're white just don't know that they're niggas until they're broke, because they're not really white.
So we're dealing with an issue now that's becoming ingrained, that is being passed down. And well, let me go back to the roots of this anyway. That's what I was trying to get at. Unfortunately, the way that this took its shape, unfortunately, was from the top, man. And you dealing with an issue that was intrinsically set up to control women. It's worked. It's been hyper effective from top to bottom.
And the control guys through social, contract and social behavior, like
it's engineering. A lot of it's engineering.
Engineering, social engineering.
One of those names that can be mentioned. For example, it was Phyllis Schlafly, the one who won. When they were advocating for feminism, she wanted to object to the fact that women could be drafted. Those are the kind of women. She was a feminist herself, but on the quote unquote conservative side. So when they write down the laws, they make sure to, in legalese, write down benefits that would serve the intentions of the elites and even the women of the elites. But as PK was mentioning, the women of the masses do not realize that the women of the elites side with their husbands. Yes. They do not side with the masses. The blue bloods consider the masses to be peasants.
He just said it. The blue blood. So you know exactly all the family houses that I'm talking about. They're all the same people, and they utilize this to make a buffer group between the silent generation and the older boomers that were male and the elite. And it took 30 years to make it work. And it worked. Like women. Okay, I said, look, guys are laying on their backs. Y'all just lost your abortion rights, and y'all are out there in the streets, and guys are laying on their back. Like, they have no equity in the game, so they have no reason to protect your rights. They're threatening immigrants. These people have no equity in the game, so they're not protecting immigrants. Like, y'all taking your population of men and took the equity and inclusion out of their being. So when you talk about protection, what are we really talking about? We're not included. We have.
So I missed the previous like 10 minutes. So y'all got to give me Reader's Digest.
You do it, because I don't even know if we're supposed to be down this branch. I don't went too far.
Yeah.
I pull back.
Yeah, we definitely went down the far ass road.
No. Just read it. Y'all good.
Okay.
Reader's Digest. That's all I need.
So basically, he brought up, certain families owning and intertwining, and feminism, and most people think it's from bottom up when it's top to bottom. Then they meet in the middle, and it's then he was talking about the elite families, and I brought up North Africa, Middle East. They're all families. They used to be all house names together. Then they started separating the names, but they're all family that is simulated in. And you have one British banking family that utilizes one name, but if you go back a few generations, they're 98% Anglo. You know what I'm saying? And that's their cousin. They just formed one line and one name to utilize anti-Semitism.
Shout out to World War I.
Yeah. And the way that I look at World War I and II is bullshit. It's not what most people think. And like I said, so they separate these names. They're all family. Then they made a buffer group for women to separate the older silent generation and boomer males from the elite by utilizing women between them. So now guys are laying on their back because they don't have any equity as people lose their rights. No guys are
I don't know if that's the term you want to use.
Frame it that way.
Well,
exactly.
I was kind of generalizing.
I get what you're saying, but go ahead.
Yeah, I was just generalizing the end of it and how it worked out. Because like you see people losing their rights, and guys are just laying on their back pretty much because they have no equity. They're not.
Well, yeah.
involved.
Well, you took. Look, man. I'm gonna just say it for the average dude. Women are the incentive. Pussy is the incentive. Really, a relationship with a woman is the incentive. And if you took that shit off the table, or you made that shit so difficult, and this bitch is intolerable, right? Then fuck it. Then for your average guy, we're not talking about people that have a greater calling. Let's cut the shit. Average people are average people. They're gonna do right by society. They're gonna follow the rules. But you got to give them an incentive. You took family and women off the fucking table and told these niggas just have an internal core and do it because you have a dream. And no, most people just want to go to college, if that, or go to their trade, go to trade school, graduate, get any type of certificate or degree, and it says stamp, boom, you are able to do this thing, and they're able to make stable money, go on vacation once or twice a year if they're lucky, and just live. And you're telling those people, by the way, so your incentive now is just to survive, just to breathe, because we took the hose off the table, bro. Or they're mad expensive and intolerable and insufferable. Like, this shit is not that shit. You once again not sustainable, and here we are.
Well, the sustainability question only comes into play when you take the bread and circuses off the table. I think for men, I think the bread and circuses ultimately, even when you look at
that's the fast food for not having the hose, bro.
I'm sorry.
That's fast food for not having a woman.
I think that is the case. Yes, the fast food the fast food only comes into play and becomes a problematic, discussion when the fast food restaurant shuts down, right? I mean, that's just the case.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree.
If you still had access to fast food and it's still affordable to some extent, not completely, it doesn't have to be absolute, right? We're just talking about in majority.
Well,
to some
JD
extent.
Vance and Trump are saying you don't get that. I in my district. As a matter of fact, who played something earlier? That was you, PK. I'm gonna tell you right now. Go to my community tab and go to the one where I tagged Black Uru in the comment. Go to my community tab and go to that, and I'm gonna bring it up so I can play it.
All right, give me just 30 seconds, and I'll do that right
Yeah.
now.
Okay.
And this whole part about the elite women knew. We sat down and watched that whole Polly Mori interview when she was there with the school board, the
Yep.
Republican lady,
Yeah.
all the ladies in the room. And you know, I hyper focus on certain shit. I just can't help it. When they said, if you do this and give women these rights over black men, it's gonna make wealthy men more wealthier and the average man more poor. The lady sat there and said it, and Polly Mori responded.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
all
Yeah.
the white women in the room just looked at her with like, you can't just listen to that video. You have to literally watch it. Because those ladies weren't composing themselves at what she said. If you look at their faces, it's like, this bitch is crazy. But we agree
Let me
with
say this real quick. And Afro Merchant, I said have an internal core. I meant internal motivation. But yeah, you know what I was trying to say.
It's up now.
Yeah, he cut me. Go
Double
ahead.
check that we have audio. You know, give me a
Okay.
1. I don't know.
No, I can hear you. Go ahead. Press it, play. Let's see what happens.
Can you hear that?
No audio. No, I can't hear it.
All right, let me bring it down and bring it up. Let's try this. Share screen. Share screen. Application window. Oh no, I can't do that. Okay, I see. I have to share the entire screen. So
Yeah, yeah.
all right, try now.
It's not up yet.
What the hell?
How are you able to share the what you shared earlier with the
Oh, I see what happened. Okay, it's because I'm sharing it completely unattached in a private window because I got ads and I'd block my ads because I'm a evil.
Mm-hmm.
I don't play ads. That's illegal. We don't do that here. I use some wizardry to block them all. Let me find if I can just bring it up regularly instead of in a browser with a VPN active.
Okay, okay.
Can you open it in the back?
Yeah,
Oh, can I
he
put the
posted here. I'll post it. Cause yeah, for me it's gonna be a bit of a problem. I don't know about you guys, but I don't do ads. That's illegal.
because I really want to kind of bring this up to say how is this supposed to work? And going to what PK, me and Black better yet, have been having this, like we've been joking around about this, and I'm like, okay, fine, I'll give up my $500 75-inch screen TV if I get unions, if I get nuclear family, if I get YMCA centers, right? If I get those things, if I get to raise my children without a fucking divorce, right? Like if I get those things, then yeah, I'll give up the 500 or, and let me exaggerate the price, $250 85-inch screen TV. I'll give that shit up, right? But if you're taking away the $250 85-inch screen TV,
Don't
but I
explain
still
the
don't get the
clip,
wife,
G. You
and I
want it
still
up.
don't.
You want it up. You want the
Wait, say it again.
video. Don't
Yeah, no, I'm
TLDR it.
No. But yeah. I'm not. Trust me, it'll still say what I need to say. But yeah, if I don't get that shit, come on, bro. Then what's the fucking point? But yeah, whenever y'all ready, whoever could bring it up, I'm waiting. But yeah, man. So like that's my thing. That's my thing. Yeah.
Anybody? Or am I gonna have to bring it up on Microsoft Edge, bro? Is that what we're doing?
Either while
I
you
think
do that,
PK provided the link in the back. I think PK and I provided links in the back. I don't know if you can
yeah,
use
but
them.
I can't play it. That's the thing on my thing, because I would have to download it myself.
All right, let me see. I'm gonna bring it up on Microsoft Edge, bro. God damn.
Okay.
Holy
and let me
shit,
read this.
We're gonna do it.
Okay, let me do this while you're doing that. And Detroit says, to the future crypto millionaires, billionaires, and trillionaires, put your side to another account to pay all your debts first, then get the fuck out of here and run. Yeah, get out of. Hey, by the time we have a excuse me, By the time we have a substantial amount of trillionaires, they should be get onto Mars, or sending the poor of us onto Mars. That's usually how it's done. The rich don't leave; they send the poor to leave. Go ask the Australians. Go ask some of your first white Americans. Go ask, yeah. The rich don't leave. They send the poor to leave. Ask your Canadians. Yeah, that's not how it goes.
That's not gonna work.
Right. So
don't share that. Don't share that, man. What the fuck?
okay. Yeah, so that's how it goes. So yeah, when you say get the fuck out of here, no, what you mean is bunker down here and then send the poor and the bottom out, because yeah, you're gonna need it. Mm-hmm. Anything yet? Okay, well, while you're doing that, let me read the other super chat from Detroit. And Detroit says the banks will fail and fall in the future. Chase Bank, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, U.S. Bank is not going to be around much longer. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know enough, right? So I'll just say that I don't know enough. But we do know that some 10 to 40% of firms in America are ghost firms, like zombie firms. Better yet, is what it's called, zombie firms, which means they're not really profitable like that. They're being held up by paper, right?
You know, I've
Paper,
wondered about
toothpicks. Go ahead.
I've wondered about that because there's been a couple times this year where people have not been able to access their money at various banks. Like Chase was the most. Is either I want to say it was Chase was the most well-known one, but they couldn't access their money for like almost a week.
See, I didn't know that was a thing. I remember years ago online, Bank of America was having an issue. I remember telling somebody about that, and they checked they checked it. It was okay, but I was like, just a couple days ago, not even a couple days ago, just a few hours ago, this was a thing. So like, yeah. So I wonder if it's just like website going down, or maybe something messed up on the system, or is it like
No,
a lack of
they could
funds and
not.
they do emergency? Go ahead.
Yeah, they could not spend their money at all. Like one of my friends banks with Chase, like was not able to pay rent, couldn't do anything. Debit card useless. Like they had no access to their money. This
You
wasn't like a
imagine,
glitch.
and you're in an emergency, and you can't access your money.
That's why cash is king.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I would suggest if people I don't know about keeping cash on them on their persons just in case, but keeping cash at the crib, maybe a couple $100, enough to get through a day, right? At least. But yeah, like somewhere, right? Somewhere in a safe, or going old school under the mattress, something like that. Because yeah, if all of your technology F up in one day, and they say, oh, we'll get everything back up tomorrow, then what are you supposed to do?
All right, I had to set it up kind of ghetto since no one else wants to bring it up, but you're gonna have to, bear with me. It's up now. See if it works.
No, you're good. Go ahead and press play. Oh, unmute.
I cannot keep up with his excuse around the tariffs. Like he was still saying the other day, like actually it's not.
And put it on
0.25
speed if you don't mind.
The companies are going to eat it, and China's going to pay it, and it's not even going to impact the prices. I heard him say that the other day, but then he also said
0.25 or 1.25.
Which I don't know about you, Crystal, but
I'm sorry, 1.25.
Clip that we're about to watch is like this can be used in attack ads. Like this is going to go down in history. This thing he said here as like one of the, along with Liquidation Day, one of the primary moments of like this was the undoing of Trump. The fact that he actually opened his mouth and uttered these words.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go ahead and take a listen to that.
They made $1 trillion with Biden, $1 trillion, even $1.1 trillion with Biden selling us stuff. Much of it we don't need. Somebody said, oh, the shelves are going to be open. Well, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30, and maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally. But we're not talking about something that we have to go out of our way. They have ships that are loaded up with stuff, much of which, not all of it, but much of which we don't need.
Maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30, and they're going to cost more.
That's an insane comment. That is an insane comment because in this country, we've had massive inflation when it comes to housing, education, and healthcare, things that are crucial for living. Those prices have skyrocketed so much that they're largely out of reach for a lot of people, right? Where we haven't had inflation, the one saving grace is consumer goods.
Yeah.
It held this country together with duct tape and bubble gum for decades.
That's right.
The one promise of neoliberalism is like, you'll be able to go to Walmart and get some cheap shit, right? That's the one promise of neoliberalism, which actually it
Shout
delivered.
out to Timu.
So now he has no plan to reduce the cost.
No, it's a wrap
of
on
education.
Timu.
In fact, that's going up. Healthcare, that's going to go up too. Housing, that's going to go up way more because of the tariffs. So you're going to have this massive inflation in all these incredible
to
staple
Shine.
areas for life. And now he's saying, maybe your kid will have $2 instead of 30. Bitch, the whole point of America in modern history was that you could have $30. That was the whole point.
Right.
Like, this is political suicide that we're witnessing right here.
Imagine Bernie Sanders saying something like that.
Oh
Imagine
my
You
anyone
can pause right there,
I've never
PK.
seen
That's all I
anyone-
wanted everybody to see. Yep. So there you go. So for those of you that were here the night where I covered this with Black Uru, shout out to Black Uru. Yep. And so we got our answer. So yes, the things are going to get more expensive. They're going to become more rare. Later on, Crystal says, "Yo, Christmas is about to be a motherfucker." She might actually say it in the next couple minutes. I might have PK play it. But yeah, no. So so there go your answer. Now, is this the end of the world? No, it's not the end of the world. But yeah, the cheap goods and stuff. Now here's the once again, my question is, so okay, we're things are going to become more scarce and they're going to become more expensive, and we can't just do retail therapy and find our answers through the market for every single thing. Okay, fine. But do we get our families back? Do we get unionized jobs back? Do we get YMCA centers? Do we get community back? Do we stop becoming atomized? Does all of that shit go to the shitter too? Right? Because if you're gonna skyrocket the price of the next PlayStation, let's say PlayStation 6 is gonna cost $5,000 or some shit like that, and let's say new cars are going to go from average of 50,000 to like 150,000, then what's the point then? If the prices
So
of
that's
everything are going to
artificial.
skyrocket and going to be, go ahead.
I think there's a portion of our market because of not only speculation, but because of artificial inflation, because of our markets and the way that they work, that is artificial. It just is. Not all of these prices are actual MSRP, even for vehicles these days, like sticker prices. And what I mean by sticker prices is the cost of manufacturing itself. They're inflating the prices. So, for instance, when even we look to China, when we talk about our quote unquote luxury goods, there's a markup that our prices go through when it hits American shores, and that's artificial, completely artificial. It's made up. That these companies place on the products because they know American purchasers will buy it, and that just is the case for a lot of products. It isn't limited to just luxury goods. It's limited, really. It's not limited. It's pretty unlimited across the market. The only thing that this doesn't account for is probably fuel and probably foodstuffs, but everything else, we have an almost completely artificial market from top to bottom. But that's a different discussion.
No, I mean, kind of not really. I mean, like, look, we let these people get away with this shit, or they did it behind our backs, both and now they're reeling back the side of the agreement. I don't really see it as an agreement, but fine. They're reeling back the side of the agreement that says, okay, like Kyle said here, they're reeling back the side of the agreement that says, okay, you get cheap shit though. You get cheap shit. The neoliberalism, unless you get cheap shit, a lot of cheap shit too, and cheap shit that works, right? Okay, cool. Okay, we're gonna reel that back. All right. Once again, what do I get for that?
Well, the trade was, and this is something that neoliberalism promised but never delivered on, because of the artificial market in and of itself that they created, is that the offshoring of jobs was supposed to bring down the pricing of goods. That was supposed to be the promise, right? And also the tax cuts to the wealthy, because that happened across Democratic as well as Republican governances. They're not being taxed as much and haven't been for the last 4 years, give or take, probably more, 60 probably. So what took place is actually your largest and wealthiest individuals here started to pocket that money, including people who became rich through the market, right? So what ended up taking place is ultimately they robbed the lower and middle class of the benefit that they otherwise would have gotten through taxation as well as offshoring and deindustrialization. That's what took place. So they robbed the middle and lower classes. That's what they did. actively, and the lower classes extends to probably about 80% of your population, and also people who go through the college system themselves and they pulled up the the ladder on the way out. That's what took place. So what you ultimately end up with is that what you're discussing now to some effect, which is that people can't afford anything, but that isn't by virtue of a real market. It's because they've artificialized the prices and they priced it in essentially. So
So
I don't know
why are
if
you
you're
talking
aware
about De
of this.
Beers like that? Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know if you're aware of this. Much of the market isn't actually owned by people with 401ks or people with retirement plans anymore. That
Yeah.
isn't actually who controls the market anymore. It's mostly speculative capitalists and rich
Yeah.
people. That it just is the case.
Speculators. Yeah.
People don't.
hmm
Yeah, regular people aren't nearly as invested as your wealthiest top like.
20% of people own 80% of stocks,
Correct.
give or take.
This
Yeah,
is
yeah.
this is probably less depending on we're talking about worldwide potentially, and that differs insanely probably by class. The people who believe that themselves have a retirement plan by virtue of a 401k are engaged in gambling because ultimately in this day and age this isn't like the really all the way up until like arguably the 2000s post financial collapse is that what you have is people investing in a speculative market by virtue of the 401ks, right? And not only that, most of the people who are currently invested are in the major percentages aren't invested by virtue of a 401ks. They're not invested that way. They're private, and the ones
Let
that
me
are
read this while
private
you're
are the
saying
ones
that.
with the most wealth in the first place.
Let me read this because I really want to read this last word, which is one of my favorite words in the English language because just the way it sounds. And Jade says, Z, these are first world problems where most people are comfortable with modern infrastructures. People in people in developing countries, I get what you're saying, don't have this in-depth concern and analysis of life's vicissitudes.
I'd
Mr. Z
agree.
still didn't pronounce it right, vicissitudes. But this is like one of my favorite words in the English language. You're right. You're right. I can't say you're wrong. With that, being on the Titanic and watching it take on water on purpose, right? It hit the iceberg, but it's also like Bruce Wayne was saying, they're shooting holes in the goddamn boat as it's taking on water. It is jarring because you're on the goddamn Titanic, right? Like that's the
I
issue.
don't even
Right, go
appreciate
on.
the argument. I reject it, and the reason
Go
being
ahead.
is that by virtue of the fact that people at the top and the bottom of rich and poor, of wealthy
hmm
and destitute, all understand that wealth is relative. And what I mean by that is that people in extreme wealth that are touching on, billions and billions of dollars are still looking at the guy with $100 million as if he was poor. So it's relative. This isn't the way that the world works. If you want to look at the world as all one globalist kind of utopia, that isn't even the case amongst the utopian globalists. That isn't the case. They tend to belie themselves amongst those that they rub shoulder to shoulder with, and the ones that don't sit shoulder to shoulder with them, they use them. Period. And at the bottom, we fight amongst the scraps, thinking that we can measure ourselves by the $1 million that we may have of our complete wealth in our homes. Like, come on now, this is all relative. So, for instance, if a person's making $70,000 and another person in another country is making one fucking dollar, our poverty and our situation is not comparable on an absolute basis. It's only comparable on a relative basis. That's how we measure things. Nothing is relative. One on a one-to-one basis, it just isn't the case.
You're right about relative wealth. You're right about that. I actually do get a little annoyed when people do the whole you know and I'm not saying this to Jade, by the way, but I do run into people that do the whole, yeah, but these people are super poor. And I'm like, yeah, but like that's not I'm being Haitian descent. I've been to Haiti and I've seen the shanties, I've seen the shanty neighborhoods and whatnot,
You
and
can
it's
go to
like,
fucking Colombia and see the houses, or Brazil, for instance, and see
mhm.
literal
Yeah, the
shanty
favelas, yeah,
towns with
yeah.
houses and favelas stacked on top of each other with 10
hmm
roofs and people living out of fucking light posts. and
Yeah,
they're poor.
but once again,
But when you go to
that's not.
America and you go to the
That's
hood,
where I'm
are
going.
they poor?
Yeah,
Is it a yes or no? Yes, they're
that's
poor
a yes.
relatively.
Yeah, relative to and if America was to swap with Brazil in their station on planet Earth, then those people would be in the favelas that are poor in the in those apartments or in the hood in America, right? So yeah, no, it's
Correct.
going to exactly to what you're saying. So yeah. So that I'm careful on that comparison, especially being Asian descent, because like I know what abject poverty looks like. I've seen it up close, in 3D. So with that, I appreciate that if you were to flip America to Haiti, the poor folks in America would be those poor folks more than likely in Haiti, right? So they would be in the shanties on the dirt floor, right? Hoping that the water doesn't, rust out the tin roof and start leaking. So that is a thing. With that, the reason why I played this from Kyle and Crystal is to emphasize this to us. I want us to be prepared. I don't want you to be scared. Don't be paranoid. We're men here. We're black men here. With that, just knowing how to move, knowing that this is something that's working in the background. And like these people, and who asked, who said it? Wait a minute. Let me see if I see. Wait a minute. Where did that comment go? This is what Z get for trying to wait for it. Oh, and Detroit says he has no plan. I don't know. This is kind of a BGS statement or question. I think he thinks he has a plan, right? But I don't
He
know.
has a
If
concept of a plan.
a concept, thank you. I was trying to remember it earlier too. He has a concept of a plan, right? So I
He
don't
didn't
know.
lie to you.
Right, and we'll see how it goes. But right now, it's looking pretty bad. It is looking pretty bad. Yeah, we're along for the ride, unfortunately,
Let him
right?
cook.
For
Give him
for
the
the elites,
floor.
yeah.
Let him
But it's
cook.
not even let him cook. I mean, outside of like snap election voting him out, right, or other situations that almost happened to him. Yeah, I don't really see how you get him out. But then, even if you do that, then you got JD Vance. Oh boy,
I think the alternative in
right?
this
So go ahead.
case. So I've been MIA on this for a particular reason because I think it's difficult to discuss without kind of stepping on toes in a way that's damaging because of the way that this is played out geopolitically. Well, not even amongst the home front. You got an issue here where if you had elected the other person, you very well could have found yourself or yourselves, America as a whole, embroiled in potentially extreme war conflict. That's a very real possibility by virtue of the way it was shaken out.
Let me read this real
Kamala
quick.
Harris.
And Low Value Mel says, people who say they want to watch the world burn never believe they will be on fire. I agree, and that's why you see I'm careful with how I say these things. For all of my day ones, y'all remember when the talk of affirmative action be repealed first happened. Shout out to Nameless, but he took notice of my tone in that stream. So I'm very careful. I agree with you that a lot of folks, they want to watch the world burn and they don't think they're gonna be the ones on fire. And Mr. Z just don't have that type of faith in my abilities. I don't know. Right?
Mr.
So like,
Z.
go ahead. Mhm.
But Mr. Z, you know they love The Walking Dead.
Yeah. They love The Walking Dead because you never think you're gonna be the zombie. Like, nah, bro. Yeah.
I mean, I'll take it depending on what it is exactly we're looking at. I think that when you weigh your options, depending on what exactly it is that you perceive yourself to be looking at, could be a challenge for many people, right? I mean, like it's not the lesser of two evils. That's not what I'm describing here, but ultimately, what I am describing is the analysis based on what it is I understood the election to be. Based on a Kamala Harris presidency versus a Trump presidency, and I think that the Trump presidency, while turbulent and problematic, and I will say that outright, problematic, spells a different discussion than very well what would have and could have been a Kamala Harris presidency, from top to bottom. I mean, like ultimately, what you would have been looking at. Much less financially, because I think you would have been looking at a similar situation, not necessarily the same, but similar by virtue of their own policy in the backsliding that was our public or public sector market, not necessarily private sector, because that's a different discussion, right? I mean, people's 401ks and all that good shit has always been balling out of control for quite some time now. And even now, with a Trump presidency, not necessarily backsliding too heavily, even though it's taken some serious backslide. Right now, if we speak to today, it hasn't, it's not backsliding too heavily. It's a different.
Go. My apologies, PK. I'm gonna let you finish them. And I wanted to read this from Will AR real quick. He says, "I am half expecting China to do a Project Sandman style treasury bond dump any day now if Trump, the U.S., takes it too far. And if that happens, bro, like that's a declaration of war from China. That because you better believe that the U.S. is just not going to take that laying down. So I don't know if that's a stay a financial war or if it because China's hurting right now financially too. I don't want anybody to get it twisted. It's not just the U.S. going through it right now as this detangling commences between the U.S. and China. China hurting right now too. And if they do that and the U.S. hypes it, it's a matter of time before this turns from financial and economic to better. I should have said economic earlier. Economic warfare to full on. Right. And I just don't want look, man, I live in the Tri-County area, bro. I just don't want to be vaporized. I just look, I just don't want to be vaporized. Right. So there's that. And let me say this. And Hitflix says they're watching The Last of Us. He's talking about these random people that be wishing for the end days. He says they're watching The Last of Us and actually think they'll be one of the last ones. When actually they'll be one of the first to go. Look. Very few of us have those type of skills to survive something like that. And even if you do, like the likelihood is everything in your life got to go right. You just have to be in the right place at the right time when shit goes left, right? You have to be perfectly prepared. You have to have the right team to survive however long before y'all establish whatever, new rules and whatever civilization comes out the rubble. And just assuming that you're going to be one of those folks. Yeah, I just think it's the height of naive. I do think people watch way too many movies and TV shows. Go ahead.
Let's be clear. Right when the water in your cell phone cut off and the cable channels are just blurry and you can't see nothing, you're disconnected. And most people don't know how to deal with that. Being disconnected.
I mean, the worst case scenario for America, I mean, like, let's be honest, we're a banana republic, but we aren't completely uncivilized to the point where we would become barbarians. No. We're not literally at a third world level. We could actually backslide, but never to that degree, I don't think, unless there was literal on-site American warfare or a nuke. Barring those two things, I don't think we'd ever get to that point as a complete country. Maybe in pockets, but never as a country.
Let me read these real quick, Leon, and then Leon got it, and then whoever that was trying to speak after Leon. And Jade says, Z is a killjoy, an alarmist conjuring rain on the lovely ladies. Party parade, right? They are the queens of the ashes. Let them party like it's 1999. Rest in peace, Prince. Exactly, right? And let me finally read this from KMS, and then Leon got it, and whoever that was trying to speak behind him. And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat, listening at 2x speed, Black women treating the sex marketplace like first round draft pick. I guess we get first round NFL draft pick. Others treating it like rounds 4 to 7. Hoes, I'm picking best player available, and I don't care if it's a player you think it fits better on your team. So exactly, and that's what the one of the clips. Who was it that covered it? Because I don't think I have it up here. Where the Black woman. Oh yeah, it was that the young lady that was recording herself in the car. Shout out to Anton, and she was saying the Black girl, and I get what you're saying, Camus, where the Black girl was saying to her, or at least the Black girl was saying to whoever the interviewer was, why would that white woman want the Black man? And I find that statement fascinating. I'm glad that you brought that up because I actually want to say something to that earlier. It's fascinating, a Black woman saying to a white, why do you want him anyway? Why would you want him anyway? And then instantly going to them, oh, you just want the mixed kid from him. You have devalued Black men so much that you don't actually appreciate that a non-Black woman would want a Black man for anything more than the BBC stereotype and a mixed kid. Like, that's crazy to me, that you grow up in the same houses as these young men. You're in the same neighborhood. You're in the same schools. You're in the same church and mosque, the same, right? and you grow up with them, and you have devalued them so much that when non-black women come around sniffing around, you say to them, and it's really like some reverse psychology shit that's not actually working in your favor. You say to them, why would you want him anyway? Like he's a broken ass person, right? Because you see the white man as God, and maybe the white woman who grew up in the same house as the white man doesn't see him as God. So when she comes sniffing around here looking for brothers, you literally say to her, why do you want him? Oh, it got to be the mixed kids and the BBC stereotype. That's
You know
crazy
why?
work. I'm not saying that was mentioned, but definitely the mixed kids.
The reason
Go
why
ahead.
black women think like that is because they are white supremacists. That's
Yeah.
it. It's that simple.
Yeah.
Once you understand that they are purely white supremacists, anything that they do makes sense. Like, okay, they see black men not as black men, but as just a bunch of niggas.
Yeah, one
I
big
wouldn't
nigga.
say
And
I'd be nicer than you, and I wouldn't say all, but I'd say the vast majority. Yeah.
yeah. And let me read this real quick. And low value Mel says two words, mate guarding. It is mate guarding. It is.
No,
And
it's not.
Yeah.
you
No,
don't
it's
No,
think
it
not.
you
is
don't
mate
no
garden.
it is mate guarding. I see it as mate guarding. I see it as mate
It's
guarding.
mate guarding
I spoke about
overlap.
the mate garden.
What is the level of overlap in between what we see as quote unquote black mate guarding versus black white supremacy or black female white supremacy, right? What's the
So
Oh,
overlap
there's a
there?
big ass
it
overlap. No, there's a
Yeah.
huge
It
overlap.
overlaps. I didn't talk
and
about
damn
caste
near
and class.
and damn
Yeah.
near is the ellipse, right? Like
Yes.
yeah, I said ellipse, eclipse. It's damn near eclipse, like that.
It
The classmate guarding. Well, I said class
it
the mate guarding, and what you're saying about
Well,
white
class
supremacy.
plays a factor, right? So, but I mean,
yes,
class
class
plays
and
a factor with
caste.
race, right? So,
Yes,
Yeah.
class and caste. So I've talked about the intersection. So you have where upper class women segregate their boys from lower class women. Then you have where black women understand that they only can invest much into their boys, or you have a population of boys that are in multicultural environments that challenge the behavior of those boys stuck in the community. So if they gain access to that, then they see and gaslight black men with, oh, you want patriarchy. You know what I'm saying? To stop them from advancing. So it is a form of mate garden. And like I say, pro-blackness is mate garden for black women. You know, and I constantly say that blackness is through me. And I don't give a fuck what bitches say, because my wife is black, but when you're engaging with, American black women, they identify it through themselves. And my defense of that is my grandma said this baby black. Challenge her. I double dare you. But it is mate garden at every core. So when I speak about like when we're at City Hall and all the liberal people were voting against low income housing being outside their neighborhood, it's they voted against it. But at the same time, you want these people to convenience you at their stores, but you don't want them to go. You don't want your boys and daughters to go to school with lower class people. That is mate garden. Women do it too. They're the reason for it. They don't want other
I agree.
classes to interfere in the growth of their children, but they hide behind this concept of patriarchy when it's multifaceted, and the women rule the social order and they socialize their boys to be patriarchs. Who said
I
that?
think there's,
All of the feminist books.
I think there's a difficulty in trying to detach or attach what we would consider to be, because of the situation, not only here in America, but in many other places as well, I'm sure. I don't try to, delve into other people's shit because I only live here, right? I've only frequented other places and, read about shit, but I don't know because I haven't lived there. Is the difference or the detachment in between mate guarding and what we would consider to be quote unquote white supremacy and a whole other host of other factors like class, and how much of this is or is not
That is
conscious
mate garden.
or subconscious, right? Like if these are things that are being pursued actively in a woman's mind or subconsciously by virtue of a woman's nature, right? So I don't know.
It's both.
I think that it could be a mix of the two, but to what degree and how to measure that out becomes a lot more difficult to do.
So no, it's both. Like feminists
Because I
have written
think
about
that
it. They've written
I
about
think
it.
that for sure. I think that when you start to separate these things by instance or by virtue of race, for instance, like when we're talking about black people specifically in America, and you start to, separate this out, like for instance with Mr. Z, like you talk about Jamaica or Haiti, et cetera, you start to talk about Brazil, you start to talk about Africa, you start to talk about, a whole host of, I'm just speaking to quote unquote black. But if we even extrapolate this and we start to talk about Asian, you really start to split hairs, because ultimately all of them tend to be looking for white men. Now, the reasons for why that is, you could chalk it up to mate guarding. You could chalk it up to a whole different host of things, racism. But you become, at a certain point, trying to split hairs on something that you can't accurately measure. So to what degree is it, right?
Every
is it really mate
social
guarding?
fabric.
But how much?
Yes, it is. It's okay. If you take a
Because I mean,
community,
you're damaging your own men by as a result, right? Period.
no,
That's what's happening.
no, you're not. You're not, because this is the thing. So I'm a military brat. So I grew up in multicultural spaces. I've had conversations with my mom living out posts, and I'm saying, yo, I'm not dating no black American girls. Y'all tripping. And she's like, oh, you have to give them a chance. You have to understand this. Mom, I understand what y'all go through, right? But this, no, it's not happening. And my wife is from Berlin, Germany.
Well,
Military
white
brat.
people are imploding by virtue of their own racism. It is the case.
Yeah. It implodes because they're in a caste system anyway. It's
Let
Anglo-Saxon,
me say this
French,
for you,
and
Leon.
everything else.
My apologies. Let me say this for you.
Yeah.
You're making the James Earl Jones and his wife argument. If you
Yeah,
noticed, his wife and
I
him,
live off
they were
that.
saying we know exactly what's going on with black women. We get it, and that's what James Earl Jones was saying. She will not give up the rolling pin. She won't give it up. And so I can't be with no black woman, because that, and James Earl Jones was trying to say it the nicest way. I'm a rich nigga. I don't got to deal with her shit. James Earl Jones was not. He didn't want to say it, but that's what he's saying. Like, if I was poor, then maybe I would have to deal with her shit. But I'm a rich nigga, and I don't got to deal with her shit. Go ahead.
Z, how many songs do we think about in the 70s that like spoke to the same thing? Like, there's this Harold Melvin song, "Be For Real," that speak, somewhat to that. Where I'm not gonna put up with this shit. And how many Bobby Womack songs say the same thing? So I'm not realizing. I look back in the 70s and we think about the social economic situation of different people, different black men. The men who got money in the 70s and stuff like that was really realized, like, hold up, shorty, I'm not about to do this bullshit. And it said
That's all
what
it
it
is.
was
Exactly.
and how it was. Like, the problem that we have oftentimes, like, dudes are, in compromised positions. They can't really speak or advocate for themselves or say something for themselves, or else they put themselves in the worst situation. A lot of dudes are, unfortunately in situations where they have to do a Derek Jackson move and kiss ass and
Say that. Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
And that's why a lot of women are inundated with falsehood and bullshit and fairy tales and manifestation talk. They're not seeing things for what it is, and they want that make me feel good rather than having a sober look at
not Halle.
You said what?
Not Halle Berry.
Yeah, her.
I think.
But
that's
yeah,
what
no,
I
agree. No, I agree. No, yeah, no, that's exactly what I was about to say. For those of you that never watched the movie Monsters Ball, y'all know what I'm saying. But yeah, no, no, so no, I agree with that. And but once again, if I'm in a better place, and this is much of what the Shannon Sharp thing is about. This is what a lot of things are about. Rich niggas that won't get down on a black women's program. This was Amanda Seals' argument. I don't care how you say it, Amanda Seals. I'm from the Caribbean too. I know what you're trying to say, right? The rich niggas just won't fuck with these other. The rich black men will not fuck with rich black women who are assholes. And rich black women don't know what to do except for go buy white dick. Ain't that right, Chili? Right? So like that, they don't got no choice. Go ahead.
And Dirty Mac.
Oh yeah, they definitely dirty macking. Oh, you better believe black women going dirty mac on your ass.
Yeah, because
they just not gonna let you be happy with a white woman and Lionel Richie over here dating chicks that's 30 years younger than him or something.
Wait.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna let you do this. No. Dirty macking has a defined term. We're not gonna twist it. No, sir.
No, but black women are dirty macking. How they not?
No,
dirty
you
macking?
can't dirty mac while not getting the outcomes associated with it.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
No.
I see what you're saying.
Okay,
I see what you're saying. So they're not even getting the guy. So they're just throwing dirt on your name so that the white girls don't
Yes.
fuck with you and the Latinos don't fuck with you, and then they still don't end up with you either, and the white
Hey,
girl might still fuck with you. Okay, I get it.
Yes.
Even the black woman, even to each other, each other in the cross. They just like,
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true.
They just cop blocking socioeconomically, and in on all other fronts.
In Creole, we have a say for that in Creole. Where I'm from, they call them mouchave. Yo waka manje ap kakalade.
What?
Explain it for him. Explain it for him.
All right, it's like there's a type of fly, a big fly. When it dumps like tiny microscopic worm. So where I'm from, they use that to say if or since that person cannot get it or cannot eat the food, they will shit in it. So they call, yeah. There's a type of fly that does that. They dump tiny microscopic worms in the food. So if you eat that food after they done pooping it, so you essentially just
In
ate
other
worm.
words, it's when you used to lick your food so your siblings wouldn't eat it.
That sounds like some disgusting shit.
It is disgusting.
Oh, from top to bottom, because
It is disgusting. So that's what they're doing.
Y'all never did that? Y'all never fake sneezed on your food so your friends or your family wouldn't eat your food? Yeah,
No,
exactly.
this is
Like
different.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, it's an exaggerated version. It's a very like this. Yeah, I get what you're saying. It's a more exaggerated version, but that's essentially the message.
It is. It is exaggerating what they are doing. They don't want you, but they don't want the others to have you neither. So ergo, they're going essentially just poison the what we call it? Poison the field.
Let me read this because Detroit killing me with this one, and it's funny. And he says, "Monsters ball or monsters balls." I mean, like, if you're a black woman fucking with somebody like fucking Billy Bob Thornton, I mean, it is monsters balls because the way he look and the way he act, bro. And I seen them videos with him and Angelina Jolie coming out that goddamn limousine. Right. So like, but Billy Bob Thornton, if you was fucking with Billy Bob Thornton, it definitely is some monsters in those balls. I don't know what type of itchy scratchy you got coming out of you. So yeah, no, it's funny.
I mean-
So Detroit says once again, monsters ball or monsters balls? Pause. Question.
I
Go
mean,
ahead, go
it
ahead.
wasn't. There's no pause there because it was kind of implied. Like, if you kind of took the movie and watched the movie, I mean, like, the sexual innuendo was in the movie. Come on, like, you could say it's only Monsters Ball, but I mean, like, the movie, there's sex. I mean, it's not even controversial. People ain't damn. Have you seen the movie?
Say that, yes, and yeah, but when it first came out, when I was a kid. So once again, monster ball or monsters balls. Hey, if you fucking with Billy Bob Thornton, bro, it is definitely monsters balls. And we don't know what type of itchy scratchy. And 28 days later, you gonna have crawling up in your ass as a woman.
I don't know
especially
how
a
they
black
came
woman.
up with the naming sense of that movie, but they should have just named it correctly. Like that is the name of the movie. Actually, it's Monsters Balls. Yeah, that's probably really the real name of the movie. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh boy.
So it's a
Yeah,
movie?
I mean, pause.
It's a movie,
But yeah.
yeah.
It's
Go watch
something
the movie if you
interesting.
haven't seen it.
No, I haven't.
It's something interesting to engage in a relationship. The same guy that flipped the switch on your baby daddy or husband. If y'all forgot.
No, that was the plot of the movie. Yeah, I got it.
I'm just like, wow.
And after all of these goddamn spoiler and divestors, it don't sound too far fetched.
I mean,
Actually, it sounds
go
pretty
watch
damn
it
likely.
again, refresh your memory. I mean, everyone just watched the fucking clip and they liked the clip, but yo, the name of the movie probably did need an extra L in that or extra S in there. You know, it is what it is. You know, and you can consume it as a think piece or as a regular just consumption pause for the movie piece, right? But yeah, that's the name, I would say, even though they named it something that wasn't so bad. Sorta, kinda. Kind of, sort of, not really. But everybody was terrible in that movie. Everybody, literally everybody. Nobody's a good guy there. Everyone sucks.
Once again to the title.
For the first time, I have to say, like, how the stream has gone. I'm kind of happy I took off today. For real. I'm happy I took off work today.
And I'm glad I took off from one of my gigs this weekend, but not the other.
I worked
So
today.
you don't count when you got 83 jobs, man.
Hysterical.
It's different for him. This motherfucker, yeah, he different. He the type of motherfucker that's gonna be a helicopter parent if he has some kids. He gonna be watching the fucking baby while he's streaming, while he mowing the fucking goddamn lawn all at the same time.
That's what I do.
Hey, you better believe it. Me and my lady are having this conversation now, and I'm already like, babe, you clearly won't be the disciplinarian because you ain't even built like that. But yeah, look, man, I'm on the app. I'm on their ass.
There's
Son
different
and
forms
daughter.
of there's different forms of that she can discipline without even physical contact. You know what I'm saying? Or
No. I'm not even talking about no
Bullshit.
spanking or whoopings. I'm not even going there with it. I'm not talking about no corporal punishment.
Hey, what are you afraid to say? We're Haitians. Yeah, we whoop ass. French toast
we
is
whoop
I'm
ass.
not
I'm from
saying
the South.
in case of emergency. I'm about
You know he a
full
millennial.
contact parenting if I have a child, full contact parenting, but I'm not throwing my kid out of a window because they didn't follow the smallest rule. I'm not about that. Like, that's abuse, right? So
Okay, so you're not on the plantation, literally. I get you.
No,
Okay, fair
I'm
enough.
not like bro. I think especially like with certain parents, they take that shit way too. They almost like look at it like spanking and whooping it as something to do. Ooh, you done fucked up. Oh, I'm gonna whoop your ass. Like, come on, bro. Like, this is abuse, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah,
genetic
it's an issue.
plantation syndrome. Yeah, we
We're in
don't
the
think of it
Discord.
that way, but that's what it comes from. Yeah.
We were in the Discord discussing this, and one of the primary issues when reading these articles, me and none name, he figured it out, and I saw it, and he was like, "Okay, I see what you're saying." What they do in these articles is like they talk about disciplining your kids and rewarding your kids for doing the right thing, but what they do is like as soon as you put your hands on your kid to pop them. All the articles hyper focus on that. It's if you're still not taking the steps to stop your kid from doing something, and all of them do it. Like they throw everything else that you tried out the window, and it's like the kid does something bad, and now you pop your kid each time when that's not the order of things. That's last resort every single time.
It's a mainstay in Black culture, and it's a holdover from slavery. That's where that comes from, and it's been passed down from generation to generation, and it's stuck to the culture pretty like glue almost.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very difficult to get to do away with as a group of
Yeah.
That's the issue.
The idea that you just gonna spank your kid for anything or whoop them for anything, and you enthusiastic about shit. Yeah, that shit. No, I'm not with it. I'm not with it.
But see, that's the thing. How they do this and how they talk about it. If you actually read one of the articles, you'll see it. It's like, okay, I pop my son's hand when he puts his hand next to the outlet and tries to plug something in. But I tell him don't do it, and I tell him it's dangerous, and blah blah blah. And last resort, I pop him on the hand or the arm or the butt. But it's last resort. But when you read these studies. No, we're not. We're not the only group of fucking people
we are
at all.
And so
we
far
are
as
not.
what can turn into
We're not close. It's not. No.
It's not. It's not.
No,
true.
we're not. We're not. Leon's right about that. We're not. It's not even close.
Can you
It's
point
not
to one
close.
of
White
another
people?
group?
White people beat their kids' ass. Asian women beat
Asians
Yeah,
begin now. Whoop ass
shit.
in. Asians be putting a foot in their ass. Don't get it twisted. Both South and East Asian women. No.
It's just because
true.
you don't readily hear about it, man.
I understand.
It's we're loud and they target us for the conversation.
No, it's not to the same degree, bro.
Okay, so I'll put it like this. I'll put it like this.
Well, you know what? I think you're Leon. You're black. Leon, you're black. The sandals are not literally taking a switch off a tree and getting into a wet bathtub and getting your ass whooped with a wet fucking switch till you have marks.
Well,
Like,
this is the
came
thing. I
straight
get
out
what
of
you're
a
saying.
fucking goddamn slavery movie. Like, that's the type
I,
of shit we got going on. At least
I've
used to
had
be.
that
Not to the
too.
same degree anymore, but that's we used to have that. That happened all the way up until like the 2000s. So
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
the
because
2000s would that done away with because people started, they left marks, or then they had to start coming after
But, so you're
people
talking about Xer
for
and
that.
boomers who parents were
yeah.
the boomers. Their parents was coming off the plantation practically, and the Xers, their parents were what, Silent Gen or Greatest Gen? Silent Gen.
I'm just
So like, you see
telling.
what I'm
I'm
saying?
reading
So
the
like,
weather.
yeah.
I'm reading the weather, and I'm just telling you that it was worse when it came to black people up until recently.
Yeah.
What I'm
I
telling
know
you
Asians that
is
literally
the
had their feet
studies.
beat.
Yeah, I'm telling y'all, the studies show that it goes underreported for white people, but black people are loud about everything they do, and we're the target group always of anything negative. So when you take a look at white people, they beat the shit out of their kids. They do it in the damn movies. You know what I'm saying? They just don't project it in data. So when you look at the studies, what they show is people that have less access to, taking away shoes, phones, items, vacations, the only thing they have available is putting their hands on their kids. And so what you're looking at is 70% of people at working class or below that do that because they don't have anything else.
Okay.
That's
There's no way to
really
prove
what
it.
it
I don't
is.
know. I mean, ultimately, I'm
That's
not in
what
these people's homes,
that's
so I
what
don't know.
I
Let me
know, but
say
I'm
it.
telling you why it's like that. So I don't have to beat my kid's ass because I can take his little tablet, I can take his flashcards, I can take his toys to make him behave. But when you don't have access to that, after you say don't do that, the
Now we're
only thing
talking.
that you
Now
have
you're
is your
talking
head.
class. You're
Yeah,
talking class now.
it's a class issue. I like my teacher, my lifespan teacher, we talked about this because I was trying to understand the 70%. And this was about a year. I was on Bernard Riley, and Obsidian was asking me, and I was like, it's working class because they have less to take away. A middle class person can say, we're not going to Disney World this year. They don't have like that feeling to that kid is pain. You know what I'm saying? Taking
No,
a
I
cell
think
phone.
Leon's right about that.
I hear you, but
Well, I don't want to go down
let me
this
tell
branch
you.
because it's not that important. I mean, it's ultimately to what the ultimate, the overall topic was. But
Yeah, but the overall topic: white people beat the dog shit out of their kids. Asian people
that's
do
what I
it.
hear. I just don't. I
Yeah,
don't believe that to be the case because if white people did,
it
then they wouldn't act the way that they do. I
it,
mean, let's
it
just keep it a
is the
buck.
case.
And once again, this is class based. This is class based.
Yeah,
The upper middle class folks are gonna put. That's why they have the spoiled brats. The spoiled brats are the ones that we tend to speak about and to criticize, and the ones that have their fucking kids on leashes. Those are that middle. That's up middle to upper middle class. Poor and working class white folks do not have their kids on leashes. That's middle class upper and trending to upper middle class. Right, that those are the ones that you meet, and they're your bosses or they're your coworkers, maybe, and they're fucking assholes because you know he ain't never get a foot put under his ass, right?
That's the real
I
remnants
mean,
of a slavery.
Karens wouldn't even be a thing to discuss if this were the case. Like a lot of the issues that we see portrayed in everyday happenstance, even on social media video, wouldn't be displayed to the same degree if they were getting their ass fucking handed to them like black people did to the same degree. I mean, we have our issues and they're different, but to say that they experienced a lot of the same abuses that black people did in black households, like stop the cap, bro. I'm sorry, it just isn't the case.
So the position that you take is separate. When you look at abuse, they say that white women has said don't call the police on your husband. Like it's take place. So when they started changing the system, you're in the community, you're beating your kid's ass, right? Your neighbors will look at you like a bad parent. Like this is what white women have said. So they project out taking things away from the child because people within that community is looking at you. And if you're in a middle class community during this period, those are social workers you're living amongst and school teachers and counselors. You know what I'm saying? So you're within the same community.
Okay,
I
let
think
me
we
tell you
can look
something.
to a lot of different stats on the issue and
Yeah.
see that
Can I be
it's
heard?
not
Yeah.
1-to-1. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah,
Go
it's
ahead,
not
man.
1-to-1. It's not 1-to-1, but
It's not even close to
70%,
1-to-1.
70%
Bruce and
of
Wayne go.
working class, 70% of working class women and guys beat the shit out of their kids.
I don't believe that. Go ahead.
It's been studied.
Okay,
Could be wrong.
let me tell you. When you have little children or a little child, and you tell them not to do X, Y, Z, at some point they're gonna test you. It just is what it is. You tell them, do not touch that item over there.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna touch it just to see whether or not you mean what you say.
Hey.
And every once in a while, you gotta tell them, you gotta let them know, nah, there are punishment for that. And one of the punishment is I'm gonna pull out that belt and whoop your ass. That way, I'm gonna
This is a
save you.
reconstructed Haitian, everyone.
It's the last resort.
This is an
Last resort.
unreconstructed Haitian, everyone.
Wait.
Can I make a suggestion?
I can either whoop your ass to save you from the police, or in the future, the police gonna whoop your ass and might as well.
Wait a minute. Bruce Wayne, give them the quote because you got to say it in Creole. I'm gonna say it in English, which is either you gonna cry or he gonna cry. Which to sum it up, and you could say it in Creole. To sum it up, this is something that is said often in the Haitian community, which is like either he's gonna cry because you gave him a spanking or you disciplined him or her, right? Or you're gonna cry because they messed themselves up, they got in trouble, they got arrested or something. So either you're gonna cry or he or she is gonna cry. Go ahead, Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, c'est soit for Creole, bien m'a crier pour.
Exactly. And there you go. That's how it's said in Creole, yo. So yeah, so either you gonna cry or that kid's gonna cry. And you would much rather that kid cry now than you cry later. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
And I came from a community in Mississippi where your neighbor might beat your ass for throwing rocks at your car, and that's happened to me before. And women don't like that anymore. They don't want, because nobody's really in community anymore. So the idea of somebody disciplining your kid real quick for throwing rocks at their car is gone. That communal social agreement is gone. You know what I'm saying? So I understand why lower classes. I see why lower classes beat their kids, because it's like you have to handle it different, but then your kids are more faster to get arrested for the behavior. And when I speak about Asian women beating their kids' ass, we watch Asian guys and Asian women talk about their parents. They will hit you with a fucking mallet for having a C grade. You know what I'm saying? They're just quiet about it. Their community. We're loud and we're the target of everything as Black people. That's why it's easier to sit down and talk about abuse. But these other communities abuse their kids. Just is.
Well, I mean, it's a matter of I've discussed this before on Dr. Gigi's discussions surrounding this. It's not, honestly, there's some things that are worth mincing and discussing, but I think that ultimately when it comes to the Black community, we've had an extreme issue linked to abuse versus what we would consider to be discipline / correction. These are things that we have many issues with, and probably still to this day, by virtue of the fact that we have many single mother households, and also unfortunately, even if the parents are both there, aren't being raised well adjusted in the majority. That just isn't the case. They're being either abused or in most cases not necessarily raised properly. That just is what's happening out here.
Let me read this real quick. Leon, real quick. Let me read this. And Detroit says Asian parents is putting a Wu-Tang Clan on their kids, bro. It's happening, bro. I know a couple of Asians right now. Well, I used to know them, and they did. Hey, mom and dad was putting the stomp down on them, right? And they speak about it. We had a conversation about it. Go ahead, yo. Before you go, Leon, wait, Leon, before you go, because I wanted to get Vince. Vince had a suggestion. Go ahead, Vince, and then we got Leon. Go ahead.
I forgot what it was, but I think it was something like I don't know. The only comment I had in my head at the time was like parents saying, "I whip your ass." Oh yeah, I remember it. I think we should like chat GPT this question and kind of get the actual studies and statistics on the rate of ass whippings among cultures and race.
70%. what it shows is, like he said, single women make up 70% of the working and poverty class, and that's where you see the majority of this behavior at. Like we went all it continues to this day. Like you take a single woman, and
I
what you
saw
find
that
is the
too. That
kids get
shit
abused.
I wanted to say something, but I left it alone. That shit was funny as fuck.
Yeah.
Sorry, Leon.
Leon. No, I'm reading.
good.
No, we reading Spain Man's comments in Spain. Spain Man over here remixing Wu-Tang song titles and into what we're speaking about now. Hysterical. Right.
Yeah, Latinos get their ass beat, but what we did, like, bruh,
Oh yeah,
if
they
I told you
definitely
about
do.
my
They
ass
definitely do.
beatings, if I told my dad asked me why I punched somebody in the face, I said I didn't like the way he was talking to me. Went to school the next day, got in another fight. He used to make me stand with my hands straight for like 30 minutes while squatting. And he said, yo, none of this shit is working. He took me to the beach. He said, run, nigga. He started running. He'd catch up to me, pop me with a fucking belt. Went to school, did the same shit again. Then he figured out finally, my mom figured out. She's like, oh, I'm going to take these clothes away. And I went to school with high waters and shit. And I was like, yo, I need my shit back. Let me act right. For real.
And that's all it took. Let me read Detroit. No, I have not seen it. My lady went to go see it. I think my sister's gonna take my mom to go see it. I haven't seen it yet. And Detroit says, have y'all seen Sinners movie? Because I've seen it and I know what black women's mad at. LOL. Once again, I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it yet. So let me
I don't watch movies. I'm out of the loop.
It's the same movie, esoteric movie. It's the same Christian end of our days. If we don't solve this problem, then hell takes over and there's darkness. Pretty much, it's the same movie over and over. Two twins from Egyptian culture, the two twin brothers separated. It's the same thing over. That's shit that me and BGS be talking about. It's the same end of our days Christian movie through Egyptian literature of the two brothers.
And a lot of times they tend to go
Osiris
for
and all that.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, all right, gotcha.
I'm a little lost. Blue Sock says new shoes, new shoes. Every time I see Blue Socks, I think new shoes. I don't know why. And Blue Sock says, salute Z. Is that Nicholas Irving on the panel? I'm a little lost. Even when you put it up, I was a little lost on the comment. So somebody got to contextualize for me, please and thank you. And Blue Socks, if you're still here, please contextualize.
This goes back about like 40 minutes, give or take. I don't know exactly.
Nah, he put that even before that. I want to say. Maybe
it was about 40 minutes ago.
40
it was
minutes?
during,
yeah, I'm a little lost.
Yeah, it was during when I was like right after I was talking about the money issues or whatever and the student debt situation. I don't remember exactly who it was speaking to. I don't even know Nicholas Irving. I mean, names escape me in general, so I don't know.
Yeah, you got to do some fixing up that for us contextualizing that for us. Please and thank you.
Mm-hmm.
But before we do that, look, Mr. Z got things to do, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna, last minute stuff. Yeah, because I gotta knock this out. Okay. Anyway, y'all already know. Reckless. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna pause right there. Thank y'all for coming up. We love piece of chicken grease. This is another Z production. I'm gonna have to work on a dope ass intro. I'm gonna have to get with compassion. I'm gonna work on one of my dope ass intros and outros, y'all. I ain't gonna keep y'all in the hood on the Z channel. We slowly we moving on up over here, right? So right, we the Jeffersons. We gonna keep on improving the channel once again, build it as we fly, and eventually we gonna be in that nice ass apartment in the sky. All right. And so yeah, or condo in the sky, I guess in this case. So we'll pause right here. Love piece of chicken grease. So go check out other Black Men Story content, other non-Men Story content for the love of God. And y'all have a great rest of your day. Some of this stuff I will be covering even more in depth, especially that Anton thing. I might do that again, because now that I put it on the channel, I don't know why I didn't think of downloading it earlier. Anyway, we'll work on that. And so we'll pause right here. Love piece of chicken grease. Go check out the Black Men Story content, other non-Men Story content for the love of God. And Mr. Z out. All right, y'all. Z out.
Yeah.
Don't forget to whoop that ass.